The Psychology of Evil. Part 1. Foundations of Darkness. Chapter 1. Defining the Indefinable. There is a word we reach for when other words fail. When a neighbor poisons the family dog, when a CEO knowingly sells a defective product that will cost lives, when a soldier films himself laughing over the body of a child, we call it evil. The word lands like a stone in still water. It is meant to end the conversation. But for the psychologist, the stone is where the conversation begins. The trouble is that evil, for most of human history, belonged to the theologians and the poets. It was the province of demons, original sin, or the dark heart of fairy tales. To define it scientifically is to chase smoke. Yet if psychology is to have anything useful to say about the worst things people do to one another, it must first wrestle this concept to the ground. For centuries, the philosophical definition of evil was tethered to intentional harm. Augustine, writing in the 5th century, famously argued that evil is not a substance, but a privation, a corruption of the good, just as rot is not a thing in itself, but the absence of health. Thomas Aquinas refined this, distinguishing between natural evil, like earthquakes and disease, and moral evil, the deliberate choice to turn away from virtue. In this view, to commit evil is to know the good and choose its opposite. It requires agency, awareness, and intention. But modern psychology complicates this tidy picture. If evil requires a conscious choice to do wrong, what do we make of the German railway clerk in 1942 who meticulously scheduled trains to Auschwitz? He was not animated by hatred. He was solving logistical puzzles, timetables, fuel efficiency, cargo capacity. He never saw a gas chamber. He never heard a scream. He simply moved numbers on a page. When asked later why he did it, he replied, as so many did, "I was doing my job." This is the first fault line in the psychological study of evil, the tension between monstrosity and banality. The concept of monstrosity is ancient and seductive. It tells us that evildoers are a different species of human, marked by psychopathy, born without a conscience, driven by appetites the rest of us cannot fathom. The monster is useful. It reassures us. When we locate evil in the twisted psychology of a few aberrant individuals, we insulate ourselves from the uncomfortable question of what we ourselves might do under the right circumstances. The monster is a container. We pour our terror into it, seal the lid, and return to our lives believing we are safe. But the psychological evidence tells a different story. Beginning in the 1960s, a series of experiments began to suggest that ordinary people, people who loved their children, who would never think of themselves as cruel, could, under the right conditions, inflict devastating harm. The philosopher Hannah Arendt, covering the trial of Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem, coined the phrase that would become a lightning rod, the banality of evil. She watched Eichmann in the glass booth, not a fanatic, not a sociopath, but a bureaucrat, mediocre, thoughtless, obsessed with his own career advancement. He was, she wrote, terrifyingly normal. The psychological community has wrestled with Arendt's formulation ever since. Critics argue that banality goes too far. To call evil banal, they say, is to drain it of its moral weight, to reduce genocide to office work. But Arendt was not minimizing the horror. She was pointing to something far more disturbing, that ordinary people with ordinary psychological machinery commit extraordinary atrocities, not because they are monsters, but because they are thoughtless. They fail to think about what they are doing. They compartmentalize. They follow procedures. They look away. So how does psychological science define evil if it is to be of any use?
Researchers like Roy Baumeister have proposed a working definition. Evil is the intentional infliction of harm on innocent victims, often motivated by a perceived sense of righteousness and frequently accompanied by dehumanization of the target. This definition contains several crucial elements. First, intentionality. Harm must be deliberate, not accidental. Second, innocence. The victim is perceived as undeserving. Third, justification. The perpetrator believes at some level that the harm is warranted. And fourth, dehumanization. The victim is stripped of full human status, making the harm easier to commit. But even this definition wobbles under scrutiny. What about the guard who follows orders without conscious malice? Is his intention to inflict harm or merely to obey? What about the corporation that pollutes a community's water supply through negligence rather than design? Is that evil or merely negligence at scale? Perhaps the most useful contribution psychology has made is to shift the question from what is evil to how do ordinary people come to do evil things. This is not a semantic dodge, it is a methodological and moral reorientation. By studying the mechanisms, obedience, dehumanization, moral disengagement, group pressure, psychology offers a kind of vaccination. If we understand how good people turn, we might build defenses against that transformation. The definitional struggle matters because how we define evil shapes how we respond to it. If evil is the province of monsters, we hunt monsters, we build more prisons, we call for the death penalty, we demand that the wicked be rooted out. But if evil is the potential within ordinary systems and ordinary minds, then our response must be different. We must reform institutions. We must teach ethical reasoning. We must look not only at the psychology of the perpetrator, but at the architecture of the situation. And we must look at ourselves. This is the uncomfortable truth that haunts the psychology of evil. The line between us and them is not a line at all. It is a border we all patrol, telling ourselves we would never cross, but the experiments suggest otherwise. The historical record suggests otherwise. And so the first task of this inquiry is to hold that tension between monstrosity and banality, between the demonic and the mundane, without letting go of either. Because both are true. There are people who seem to lack the basic machinery of conscience, whose cruelty is woven into the fabric of their character. And there are ordinary people, no different from you or me, who one day find themselves standing at the edge of a choice they never imagined they would face, and who step across. The word evil will never be comfortable in scientific literature. It carries too much theological weight, too much moral heat. But to abandon it entirely would be to pretend that some harms are not qualitatively different from others. The psychologist does not have the final word on what evil is, but she may have something useful to say about how it happens and perhaps how to stop it.
Chapter 2. The Monster Myth. There is a story we tell ourselves, and we tell it often. It goes like this. Evil is committed by evil people. The ones who do terrible things are fundamentally different from the rest of us. They lack something essential, a soul, a conscience, a moral compass. They are predators in human clothing. They are, in a word, monsters. This story is ancient. It appears in every culture, in every era. The monster is the cannibal in the deep woods, the witch in the gingerbread house, the tyrant who drinks blood from a chalice. The monster allows us to sleep at night, because if evil is the work of monsters, then the rest of us are safe. We need only identify the monsters, lock them away, and return to the certain knowledge that we ourselves are good. The problem, as the psychological evidence makes painfully clear, is that the monster myth is almost entirely false. The myth persists because it serves profound psychological functions. First, it offers what social psychologists call scapegoating.
the displacement of blame onto a visible, identifiable target. When something terrible happens, we crave an explanation. The monster provides one. Second, it satisfies our need for just world thinking, the deep-seated belief that the world is fair and that people get what they deserve. If evil people are fundamentally different from us, then their punishment is just and our safety is assured. Third, it flatters our self-concept. We are not the kind of people who could do such things. We know this because we are not monsters. But the research on perpetrators of atrocity tells a different story. Consider the case of Christopher Browning's study of Reserve Police Battalion 101. These were middle-aged men from Hamburg, drafted into the German police forces during World War II. They were not SS elites. They were not Nazi true believers. They were, by all accounts, ordinary working-class men, truck drivers, warehouse clerks, factory workers. In 1942, they were sent to the Polish village of Józefów and ordered to shoot 1,500 Jewish men, women, and children at close range. Their commander offered them a choice. If they did not wish to participate, they could step aside. Of the 500 men, only a dozen refused. What kind of men were these? After the war, many returned to their families and their jobs. They lived ordinary lives. Neighbors described them as kind, friendly, unremarkable. They were not monsters. They were men who, on a summer morning in Poland, found themselves unable to say no. This pattern repeats across history. The psychologists who studied the guards at Abu Ghraib found no evidence of sadistic pathology. The soldiers who tortured prisoners had been, until their deployment, ordinary young men from small American towns. They were not recruited for their cruelty. They were placed in a situation without adequate training, with unclear rules, with pressure from intelligence officers, and with the dehumanizing language of the war on terror as their backdrop. In that situation, they became capable of things they had never imagined. The monster myth is not only false, it is dangerous. When we insist that evildoers are fundamentally different from us, we blind ourselves to the situational factors that produce cruelty. We stop looking at the system and focus only on the individual. We demand harsher punishments for bad apples while ignoring the barrel that rots them. We refuse to see ourselves in the faces of perpetrators, and in that refusal, we lose the opportunity to build defenses against our own potential for harm. This is not to say that individual differences do not matter. They do. There are people who score high on measures of psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism, the so-called dark triad. These individuals are overrepresented in prison populations. They commit a disproportionate share of violent crime, but they are rare. Most of the harm in the world, most of the cruelty, the oppression, the genocide, the systemic abuse is committed not by psychopaths, but by ordinary people embedded in ordinary systems. The psychologist Philip Zimbardo, who conducted the Stanford Prison Experiment, argues that we suffer from a fundamental attribution error when it comes to evil. We overestimate the role of personality and underestimate the role of situation. We see a guard abusing a prisoner and assume the guard is a sadist. We rarely ask what the guard was told, what he feared, what norms governed his unit, what rewards and punishments shaped his behavior. The monster myth is not only false, it serves the interests of those in power. When a corporation pollutes a river, it is rarely a single executive making an evil choice. It is a system of incentives, a culture of cost-cutting, a regulatory framework that punishes compliance and rewards risk. But it is easier to blame a rogue employee than to reform the system. The monster myth localizes evil, contains it, makes it manageable. It allows institutions to sacrifice individuals rather than examine themselves. Perhaps the most insidious aspect of the monster myth is the way it prevents us from recognizing our own capacity for harm. Research on moral hypocrisy shows that most people believe themselves to be more ethical than average. We judge our own behavior by our intentions and others' behavior by their actions. We excuse our own transgressions as situational. I was stressed, I was tired, I was following orders, while distributing others' transgressions to their character. This asymmetry is comforting, but it is also a vulnerability. If we believe we are incapable of evil, we do not build the psychological muscles that might resist it. The antidote to the monster myth is not cynicism. It is not the claim that everyone is secretly evil. The antidote is humility, the recognition that human beings are exquisitely sensitive to context, that the capacity for cruelty is not a rare aberration, but a universal potential, and that the difference between a perpetrator and a rescuer is often a matter of circumstance rather than character. This is a difficult truth to hold. We want to believe we would be the one who refused, the one who hid the family in the attic, the one who spoke truth to power. And perhaps we would. But the evidence suggests that most of us would not. Most of us, placed in the right situation, would follow orders. Most of us would dehumanize the other. Most of us would look away. The monster myth protects us from this knowledge, but it also weakens us. Because if we cannot see ourselves in the perpetrators, we cannot see the paths that lead to perpetration. And if we cannot see those paths, we cannot block them for ourselves, for our children, for our societies. The psychologist Albert Bandura once wrote that moral disengagement is the mechanism by which ordinary people commit inhumane acts. We learn to disengage our moral self-sanctions, to reframe cruelty as duty, to sanitize language, to displace responsibility. These mechanisms are not the tools of monsters, they are the tools of human psychology, and they are available to every one of us. So, let us retire the monster. Not because monsters do not exist. There are individuals whose cruelty is so profound, so inexplicable, that the word seems almost necessary. But because the monster is a distraction. It draws our attention to the exceptions and away from the rule. And the rule, as the history of the 20th century teaches us, is this: ordinary people, in ordinary circumstances, with ordinary psychological machinery, can commit extraordinary evil. The question is not whether we are monsters. The question is whether we are paying attention.
Chapter 3: Philosophers of Darkness. Long before there were psychologists, there were philosophers, and long before anyone wired electrodes to the scalp or constructed elaborate obedience experiments, the philosophers were wrestling with the same question that animates this book. Why do human beings do terrible things to one another? The answers they gave were diverse, contradictory, and often brilliant. They form the intellectual foundation upon which modern psychology built its laboratories to understand the psychology of evil. We must first understand the philosophical inheritance, the arguments about human nature, moral responsibility, and the origins of vice that shaped everything that followed. Let us begin with Aristotle, who wrote in the 4th century BCE. For Aristotle, virtue was a habit. We become just by doing just acts, courageous by doing courageous acts, and crucially, vicious by doing vicious acts. Vice, in this view, is not a mysterious infection or a demonic possession. It is a pattern of choices that gradually reshapes the soul. Aristotle introduced the concept of akrasia, or weakness of will, the experience of knowing the good but failing to do it. He understood that vice often begins not with grand rebellion but with small surrenders. Each small choice bends the trajectory over time. The trajectory becomes a character, and character once set is difficult to change. Aristotle also introduced a distinction that would echo through the centuries: the difference between vice that arises from weakness and vice that arises from brutishness. The brutish man, he wrote, is one who has fallen so far from human nature that he is beyond the pale. But Aristotle was careful to note that such individuals are rare. Most vice, he argued, is the result of habituation to ordinary people learning to do harm through repetition. Skip forward to the 5th century CE, and we meet Augustine of Hippo. Augustine was a theologian, but his psychology was acute. He struggled with the problem that would later be called theodicy. If God is good, why does evil exist? His answer was revolutionary. Evil, Augustine argued, is not a substance. It has no independent existence. It is a privatio boni, the privation of the good, a corruption, a turning away. Just as darkness is not a thing but the absence of light, evil is not a thing but the absence of good. This formulation matters because it suggests that evil does not require a separate creative force. It arises from the misuse of free will, from the turning of the will away from its proper object. Augustine's influence on Western thought about evil cannot be overstated. For 1,000 years, his framework dominated. Evil was the result of sin, and sin was the result of a will turned inward, away from God and toward the self. This is what Augustine called superbia pride, the original sin, the refusal to acknowledge dependence and limitation. The next seismic shift came in the Renaissance with Niccolò Machiavelli. Machiavelli was not interested in good and evil as abstract categories. He was interested in power, in the prince. He offered a cold-eyed analysis of how rulers acquire and maintain power unclouded by moral sentiment. His insight was psychological. Human beings are driven by fear and self-interest, and a wise ruler will use these motivations rather than pretend they do not exist. Machiavelli did not celebrate cruelty for its own sake, but he argued that cruelty, when necessary, should be swift, decisive, and quickly forgotten. His work anticipated the amoral pragmatism that would later be labeled Machiavellianism, a personality trait defined by manipulation, cynicism, and strategic self-interest. The 17th century brought Thomas Hobbes, whose view of human nature was famously bleak. In The State of Nature, Hobbes wrote, life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Without the constraints of civil society, human beings were driven by competition, diffidence, fear, and glory of the desire for reputation. Hobbes's Leviathan was a solution to the problem of human nature, a sovereign power strong enough to impose peace, but Hobbes's deeper insight was that the capacity for cruelty is not an aberration. It is the default setting of the human animal when released from social constraint. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, writing a century later, offered a stark counterpoint. For Rousseau, human beings were born good to the noble savage and corrupted by society. Evil was not natural but social, the product of inequality, property, and the false demands of civilization. This debate between Hobbes' view of innate depravity and Rousseau's view of socially constructed corruption would shape psychology for centuries. It is still visible in modern arguments about whether evil is dispositional or situational. But the philosopher who perhaps did the most to shape the modern psychological study of evil was Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche wrote in the late 19th century, and his ideas crackle with psychological insight. He rejected the binary of good and evil as a Christian invention, arguing instead for a genealogy of morals. Morality, he claimed, was invented by the weak to constrain the strong. The distinction between good and evil was a slave. Morality born of resentment poured the resentment of the powerless against the powerful. Nietzsche introduced the concept of the Übermensch, the overman who creates his own values beyond good and evil. But he also introduced something perhaps more relevant to our inquiry: the idea that cruelty is often disguised as morality. The one who condemns evil, Nietzsche suggested, may be expressing his own suppressed cruelty. The moralist, the reformer, the righteous judge, these figures, in Nietzsche's analysis, are often animated by the same instincts they claim to oppose. Nietzsche's influence on psychology is profound. His ideas about self-deception, the will to power, and the psychological functions of morality anticipate Freud and the entire psychoanalytic tradition. He forced a question that still haunts the psychology of evil. When we call something evil, are we describing the act, or are we expressing our own hidden desires? The 20th century brought a new kind of philosophical inquiry into evil, one shaped by the lived experience of totalitarianism and genocide. Hannah Arendt, writing in the aftermath of the Holocaust, argued that the greatest evil was not committed by fanatics but by bureaucrats who had stopped thinking. Her concept of the banality of evil was a philosophical bombshell. It suggested that thoughtlessness, the failure to engage with one's own actions, was a more dangerous human capacity than passionate hatred. Emmanuel Levinas, a philosopher who lost his family to the Holocaust, offered a different framework. For Levinas, ethics begins in the face of the other. When I encounter another person, I am confronted with a call, a demand that I cannot escape. Evil, for Levinas, is the refusal of that call. It is the reduction of the other to the same, the absorption of the stranger into my own categories, the denial of the other's infinite difference. His work influenced later psychological research on dehumanization, though he would likely have been skeptical of any attempt to reduce ethics to empirical measurement. What do these philosophers offer to the modern psychologist? First, they provide a vocabulary. The terms we use, akrasia, privation, resentment, banality, and carry centuries of thought. They remind us that we are not the first to wrestle with these questions. Second, they offer hypotheses. Are the roots of evil in human nature, Hobbes, or in social structure, Rousseau? Is vice a matter of character, Aristotle, or of thoughtlessness, Arendt? These are empirical questions, but they are also philosophical ones. The psychologist cannot answer them without engaging the philosophical tradition. Third, the philosophers remind us of something the psychologist sometimes forgets, that evil is not just a behavior to be explained, but a reality to be confronted. The attempt to understand is not the same as the attempt to excuse. The philosophers of darkness did not give us answers. They gave us questions. And those questions about freedom and determinism, about character and situation, about the nature of moral responsibility still pulse beneath every experiment, every case study, every attempt to map the psychology of cruelty. They are the bedrock, and before we descend into the laboratories, we do well to remember the minds that first explored these caves. Chapter 4. The Milgram Shock Experiments. On a summer afternoon in 1961, a man in a gray lab coat told a volunteer to press a lever. The lever was attached to a shock generator. The generator had 30 switches, ranging from 15 volts to 450 volts. The last switches were labeled with ominous warnings: danger, severe, shock, and, at the very end, a simple XXX. The volunteer was not a scientist. He was an ordinary man, recruited through a newspaper advertisement, paid $4.50 for his time. He believed he was participating in a study on memory and learning. He believed that in the next room, a pleasant middle-aged man was strapped into a chair, being asked to memorize word pairs. He believed that every time the man made a mistake, he, the volunteer, was required to deliver an electric shock, increasing the voltage with each error. He heard the man in the next room cry out. At 150 volts, the man demanded to be released. At 300 volts, he pounded on the wall. After that, there was only silence. The volunteer, like nearly everyone who participated in this study, was uncomfortable. He sweated. He stammered. He turned to the man in the lab coat, the experimenter, and asked if he should continue. The experimenter gave a series of prods. Please continue. The experiment requires that you continue. It is absolutely essential that you continue. You have no other choice. You must go on. And the volunteer, like the majority of participants, continued. He pressed the lever. He watched the needle jump. He listened to the screams and then the silence. And he kept pressing. This was the Milgram experiment. Its results, when published in 1963, landed like a grenade in the quiet world of academic psychology. Because the volunteers, the ordinary men from New Haven, Connecticut, did not stop, 65% of them went all the way to the end of the shock generator, to the final switch marked XXX. They delivered what they believed to be lethal shocks to a complete stranger, simply because a man in a lab coat told them to. Stanley Milgram was 30 years old when he designed this experiment. He was a junior professor at Yale, a Jewish man born in the Bronx to immigrant parents. He had grown up haunted by the Holocaust, by the question that would define his career: how is it possible that so many ordinary Germans participated in the systematic murder of millions? The standard answer, in the years after World War II, was that Germans were different, more authoritarian, more obedient, perhaps even uniquely cruel. Milgram doubted this. He suspected that the capacity for destructive obedience was not a German trait, but a human one, and he designed an experiment to test his suspicion. The results were worse than he expected. In the first iteration of the study, conducted in the elegant laboratories of Yale, 65% of participants obeyed to the end. Milgram ran variations. When the experiment was moved to a seedy office building in downtown Bridgeport, obedience dropped slightly, but still hovered around 50%. When the victim was in the same room, obedience dropped to 40%. When the experimenter gave orders by telephone, participants became bolder in their defiance, but many still obeyed, and a significant number lied, pretending to deliver shocks while secretly delivering none. Milgram's participants were not monsters. They were teachers, engineers, postal workers. One participant, a gentleman who had emigrated from Germany decades earlier, wept as he pressed the levers. "I think he should stop," he told the experimenter. "He's hollering in there." When the experimenter told him to continue, he did. Afterward, when Milgram revealed that no shocks had actually been delivered, the man sat in stunned silence, then said, "I'm glad it's not real." What Milgram discovered was not that people are cruel. What he discovered was something perhaps more disturbing, that people are obedient. The drive to follow legitimate authority, he argued, is so deeply ingrained by family, by school, by military service, by the very structure of social life, that it can override the most basic moral prohibitions. We are taught from infancy to obey. And when authority speaks, we often stop thinking for ourselves. Milgram called this the agentic state. When we enter the agentic state, we cease to see ourselves as autonomous moral agents. We become instruments of another's will. We feel responsible not for the outcomes of our actions, but for the faithful execution of our duties. The man in the gray lab coat was not asking the volunteer to be cruel. He was asking the volunteer to do his job. And a volunteer, like most human beings in most situations, complied. The experiment was controversial from the start. The ethical questions were immediate and profound. Milgram had deceived his participants, subjected them to extreme stress, and led them to believe they had caused serious harm. The American Psychological Association's ethics code was rewritten partly in response to Milgram's work, but the scientific findings were too important to ignore. The experiment was replicated in various forms. In multiple countries across multiple decades, the results were remarkably consistent. In any given population, a significant majority of ordinary people will obey destructive orders from a perceived authority figure. There is a myth about the Milgram experiment that persists in popular culture, that Milgram discovered that everyone is capable of evil, that we are all just one command away from becoming torturers. But the reality is more nuanced. Milgram also discovered the conditions under which obedience breaks down when participants were in the same room as the victim, when they had to physically place the victim's hand on the shock plate. Obedience plummeted. When they saw other participants refusing to obey, they felt empowered to refuse themselves. The presence of a dissenter, Milgram found, was one of the most powerful buffers against destructive obedience. This is the legacy of the Milgram experiments, and it is a double-edged sword. On one edge is the sobering knowledge that most of us, placed in a situation where authority demands harm, will deliver that harm. We will press the lever, we will follow the order, we will tell ourselves we had no choice. On the other edge is the knowledge that defiance is possible. Some participants refused, and they refused more readily when they had support. When they saw the victim as fully human, when the authority figure lost his aura of legitimacy. Milgram died young, at 51, of a heart attack, but his work lived on, shaping not only psychology, but our understanding of history. The Milgram experiment became a lens through which to view the Holocaust, My Lai, Abu Ghraib, all the places where ordinary people did terrible things because they were told to. The experiment suggests that the question is not how could they, but under what conditions would we? And that question, that reframing, is perhaps Milgram's greatest gift. Before Milgram, we looked at perpetrators and saw monsters. After Milgram, we looked at the situation. We looked at the architecture of authority, the gradual escalation of harm, the language of duty and science that cloaked cruelty and respectability. We began to understand that the capacity for destructive obedience is not a flaw in some of us, but a potential in all of us. In the years since Milgram, his findings have been challenged, refined, and sometimes criticized. Some researchers have argued that his participants did not truly believe they were delivering lethal shocks, that they were playing along with a script they suspected was fake, but subsequent research, including replications with careful debriefing, suggests that most participants did believe, at the time, that they were causing genuine suffering. Their distress was real, their obedience was real. Perhaps the most haunting thing about the Milgram experiment is what happened after it was over. Milgram brought his participants back, explained the deception, and assured them that no harm had been done. He asked them about their experience, and the overwhelming majority said they were glad they had participated. They found the experience valuable. They learned something about themselves. What they learned, what we all must learn, is that the distance between ordinary decency and extraordinary cruelty is shorter than we want to believe. It can be crossed in a few steps, with a few prods, in the course of an hour on a summer afternoon. And that knowledge, uncomfortable as it is the beginning of wisdom. Chapter 5. The Stanford Prison Experiment. In the summer of 1971, in a converted basement corridor at Stanford University, a group of young men became The Stanford Prison Experiment is often cited as proof that ordinary people can be transformed into perpetrators by the power of the situation. The guards, after all, were not selected for cruelty. They were randomly assigned. They were, by all measures, normal, healthy young men, and yet, within days, they were inflicting psychological torture on their peers. But the story is more complicated than the legend suggests. In recent years, the Stanford Prison Experiment has come under intense scrutiny. Critics have pointed out that Zimbardo did not maintain a neutral role. He actively encouraged the guards to be tough, telling them early on that they needed to create a sense of fear. Some of the guards later admitted that they were role-playing, that they were trying to give Zimbardo the results they thought he wanted. The experiment, critics argue, was not a neutral observation of situational forces, but a kind of co-created performance, a descent into cruelty that was shaped, at least in part, by the expectations of the experimenter. There is also the question of selection. While the participants were randomly assigned to guard or prisoner roles, the screening process may have inadvertently selected for individuals with certain traits. The advertisement for the study had called for participants in a prison life experiment, and it may have attracted young men with authoritarian leanings or a fascination with power. Replications of the Stanford Prison Experiment have failed to produce the same dramatic results, suggesting that the original findings may have been influenced by unique circumstances. Despite these critiques, the Stanford Prison Experiment remains a powerful parable about the psychology of evil. Even if we accept the criticisms, even if we acknowledge that Zimbardo shaped the behavior he claimed to observe, even if we recognize that the guards were playing roles rather than revealing their true selves, the study still demonstrates something important, that ordinary people, placed in a structure that rewards cruelty and punishes empathy, will often go along. The guards who were most abusive were not the ones who were naturally sadistic. They were the ones who tried hardest to be good guards in the system Zimbardo created. The system itself, the uniforms, the power differential, the absence of accountability produced the cruelty. Zimbardo came to call this the Lucifer effect, the process by which good people turn evil. He argued that the transformation is not about individual pathology but about the power of situations to overwhelm. Character, he pointed to the same forces that Milgram identified: de-individuation, the loss of personal identity, obedience to authority, gradual escalation, and the creation of moral justifications. In the Stanford prison, the guards stopped seeing the prisoners as fellow students. They saw them as prisoners, a category, not a person. And once that categorization happened, cruelty became easier. One of the most disturbing aspects of the Stanford Prison Experiment was the way the prisoners internalized their role. Even though they knew they were in an experiment, even though they knew they could leave at any time, many of them began to behave like actual prisoners. They became passive, compliant, even grateful for small kindnesses from the guards. One prisoner later described a moment when he realized he had lost himself. A guard offered him a piece of bread, and he felt overwhelming gratitude, as if the guard had given him a gift rather than a basic necessity. This is the power of systems. They don't just constrain behavior, they reshape identity. The Stanford Prison Experiment also revealed something about the psychology of those who resist. Not all the guards were abusive. Some resisted the pressure to be tough. One guard, later nicknamed John Wayne by his peers for his aggressive performance, later admitted that he was horrified by his own behavior. He had not known he was capable of such cruelty. He had been role-playing, he said, but the role had felt real. Other guards, however, simply refused to participate in the abuse. They found ways to be kind, to treat the prisoners with dignity, to subvert the system from within. These good guards did not become famous, but they are perhaps the most important figures in the study because they demonstrate that even in a toxic situation, resistance is impossible. Zimbardo spent the rest of his career exploring the implications of the Stanford experiment. He testified as an expert witness in the trial of one of the guards from Abu Ghraib, arguing that the situation, not the soldier's character, was the primary cause of the abuse. He founded the Heroic Imagination Project, dedicated to teaching people how to resist destructive authority. He insisted that understanding the psychology of evil is the first step toward building the psychology of heroism. The Stanford Prison Experiment, for all its flaws, accomplished something rare. It changed the way we think about human nature. Before 1971, most people believed that evil was a matter of character. Bad things were done by bad people. After Stanford, it became impossible to ignore the power of situations. The study gave us a language for talking about how systems corrupt, how roles corrupt, how the architecture of institutions shapes behavior in ways that individuals cannot easily resist. But the Stanford Prison Experiment also teaches us something about the limits of situationism. The study ended not because the guards stopped being cruel, but because an outsider, Christina Maslach, refused to accept the situation as normal. She saw what Zimbardo had stopped seeing. She broke the spell, and in doing so, she demonstrated that the most powerful force against evil is not a strong character, but a clear vision, the ability to see a situation for what it is, and the courage to say so. This is the lesson that echoes beyond the basement at Stanford. The capacity for evil is real. It lives in the structures we build, the roles we play, the ways we categorize others. But so is the capacity for resistance, and that capacity begins with a single act, the refusal to look away. The most beautiful angel in heaven was named Lucifer. He was radiant, beloved, closest to the divine. And then he fell. He fell not because he was born evil, but because of pride, ambition, a choice made in a moment that set in motion an eternal transformation. The Lucifer story is a myth, but like all great myths, it contains a psychological truth that the distance from light to darkness can be traversed, not in a lifetime, but in a matter of days. Philip Zimbardo, the psychologist who created the Stanford Prison Experiment, spent the decades after that infamous study trying to understand what he had witnessed in the basement of the Stanford psychology department. He had seen young men, college students, ordinary, healthy, become cruel. He had seen other young men become passive, broken, dehumanized. He had seen himself, the scientist, become so immersed in his role as prison superintendent that he lost the ability to see the suffering unfolding around him. And he wanted to know, how does this happen? How do good people turn evil? His answer, which he called the Lucifer effect, is one of the most ambitious theories in the psychology of evil. It is not a simple theory. It does not point to a single cause, a gene, a personality type, a traumatic childhood. Instead, it describes a system. Zimbardo argued that the transformation of character is not a matter of individual pathology but of situational alchemy. When certain elements combine power without oversight, anonymity, dehumanization, gradual escalation, the presence of authority, the absence of dissent, the ordinary people can be transformed into perpetrators. The ingredients themselves are not evil, but when they are mixed in the right proportions, they produce cruelty. Chapter 6. The Lucifer Effect. The most beautiful angel in heaven was named Lucifer. He was radiant, beloved, closest to the divine. And then he fell. He fell not because he was born evil, but because of pride, ambition, a choice made in a moment that set in motion an eternal transformation. The Lucifer story is a myth, but like all great myths, it contains a psychological truth that the distance from light to darkness can be traversed, not in a lifetime, but in a matter of days. Philip Zimbardo, the psychologist who created the Stanford Prison Experiment, spent the decades after that infamous study trying to understand what he had witnessed in the basement of the Stanford psychology department. He had seen young men, college students, ordinary, healthy, become cruel. He had seen other young men become passive, broken, dehumanized. He had seen himself, the scientist, become so immersed in his role as prison superintendent that he lost the ability to see the suffering unfolding around him, and he wanted to know, how does this happen? How do good people turn evil? His answer, which he called the Lucifer effect, is one of the most ambitious theories in the psychology of evil. It is not a simple theory. It does not point to a single cause, a gene, a personality type, a traumatic childhood. Instead, it describes a system. Zimbardo argued that the transformation of character is not a matter of individual pathology but of situational alchemy. When certain elements combine power without oversight, anonymity, dehumanization, gradual escalation, the presence of authority, the absence of dissent, ordinary people can be transformed into perpetrators. The ingredients themselves are not evil, but when they are mixed in the right proportions, they produce cruelty. Zimbardo identified several key mechanisms in this transformation. The first is de-individuation. When individuals are given uniforms, masks, or other symbols that obscure their personal identity, they lose the internal constraints that normally prevent antisocial behavior. The guards in the Stanford prison wore mirrored sunglasses that made eye contact impossible. They referred to themselves not by name but by their role. They were no longer John or Dave or Jim. They were guard, something, and that loss of individuality freed them from the internal voice that said, "This is wrong." De-individuation is not a license for cruelty. It is the removal of a brake. The second mechanism is dehumanization. Before a cruelty becomes possible, the victim must be removed from the category of person. In the Stanford prison, the prisoners were referred to by numbers, not names. They were stripped, bagged, treated as less than human. Dehumanization is not hatred. Hatred requires recognition. You cannot hate someone you do not see as human. Dehumanization is something colder. It is the categorization of another being as an object, an animal, a thing, and things do not deserve moral consideration. The third mechanism is the gradual escalation of harm. Zimbardo noted that the guards did not begin with torture. They began with small humiliation to push-ups, sleep deprivation, petty rules. Each step was slightly worse than the last, but no single step felt like a moral catastrophe. This is the foot-in-the-door phenomenon, the same mechanism that Milgram observed when his participants began with 15-volt shocks and worked their way up to 450. Evil rarely announces itself. It arrives in small packages, and by the time we recognize it, we are already complicit. The fourth mechanism is the diffusion of responsibility. When authority gives an order, the individual no longer feels personally responsible for the consequences. "I was just following orders" is not an excuse. It is a psychological state. In the Stanford prison, the guards were told that their job was to maintain order. When they inflicted harm, they could tell themselves they were simply doing their duty. The responsibility belonged to the system, not to them. The fifth mechanism is the uncritical acceptance of authority. Human beings are socialized from birth to obey legitimate authority. We learn to trust doctors, teachers, police officers, scientists. This trust is necessary for society to function, but it is also a vulnerability. When authority is corrupt or misguided, our obedience can lead us into darkness. In the Stanford prison, Zimbardo himself was the authority. He told the guards to create a sense of fear. He did not tell them to torture, but his presence, his apparent approval, signaled that their behavior was acceptable. The sixth mechanism is the absence of dissent. When everyone around you is going along, dissent becomes psychologically costly. We look to others to define reality. If everyone else is behaving as if the situation is normal, we assume it must be normal. This is pluralistic ignorance, the mistaken belief that everyone else understands something we do not. In the Stanford prison, the guards who were uncomfortable with the abuse looked to the other guards. Seeing them continue, they assumed their discomfort was misplaced. They went along. These mechanisms, Zimbardo argued, form a system. They reinforce one another. Dehumanization makes escalation easier. Escalation makes dehumanization deeper. Authority legitimizes cruelty. Cruelty normalizes cruelty. And before long, the situation is producing behavior that no individual would have chosen at the outset. The Lucifer effect is not a theory of determinism. Zimbardo did not argue that situations control us completely, that we are helpless puppets of circumstance. He argued, rather, that situations are powerful, more powerful than most of us. realize and that we must build defenses against them. The first defense is awareness. If we understand how situations corrupt, we can recognize the signs before we are caught in the current. The second defense is dissent. The presence of a single dissenter, Milgram found, dramatically reduced obedience. The third defense is distance. When we are too close to a situation, we lose perspective. We need outsiders, like Christina Masloch in the Stanford Prison, who can see what we have stopped seeing. Zimbardo also emphasized that the Lucifer effect has a mirror image, what he called the heroic imagination. Just as situations can corrupt, they can also elevate. Ordinary people can become heroes when the situation calls for. Courage. The difference between a perpetrator and a hero, Zimbardo argued, is often not a matter of character but of circumstance. The hero is the one who, in the moment of choice, sees the situation clearly and acts. In the years since Zimbardo first articulated the Lucifer effect, his theory has been both influential and contested. Critics have pointed to the flaws in the Stanford Prison Experiment, arguing that the situation was not as powerful as Zimbardo claimed that the guards were influenced by his expectations, that the participants were not as ordinary as he suggested. These criticisms are important. They remind us that no single study, no matter how famous, can bear the weight of a complete theory, but the Lucifer effect remains a powerful lens through which to view the atrocities of history. It helps us understand how ordinary Germans became perpetrators of genocide, how ordinary soldiers became torturers at Abu Ghraib, how ordinary citizens have, time and again, participated in mass violence. The theory does not excuse, it explains, and explanation, Zimbardo argued, is the first step toward prevention. Perhaps the most profound implication of the Lucifer effect is that it challenges our self-concept. Most of us believe we are good people, that we would never do the things the Stanford guards did. Zimbardo's theory suggests that this belief is not a guarantee but a vulnerability. The people who are most confident in their own moral immunity are often the most susceptible to situational forces, because they do not see the danger coming. They do not build defenses. They do not recognize the small steps that lead to the cliff. The Lucifer effect is a story about falling, but it is also a story about rising. Because if good people can be led into evil, then evil people can be led back. The same situational forces that corrupt can also redeem. The same psychology that produces cruelty can produce compassion. Zimbardo's life work, in the end, was not about despair, but about hope. He wanted us to understand the darkness so that we might. Chapter 7, Dispositional vs. Situational. There is a fundamental question that runs like a fault line through the psychology of evil. It is a question that philosophers have debated for millennia and that psychologists have spent the last century trying to answer with experiments. It is the question of origins. Is evil born or made? Is it a matter of character, something inside the individual, or a matter of circumstance, something in the situation? This is the dispositional versus situational debate, and it is not merely academic. The answer we give has profound consequences for how we punish, how we prevent, and how we understand ourselves. If evil is dispositional, if it resides in the character of the perpetrator, then our response is to identify the bad apples and remove them. We build prisons, we impose sentences, we hunt monsters. But if evil is situational, if it arises from the pressures of the environment, then our response must be different. We must reform institutions. We must design systems that resist corruption. We must look at the barrel, not just the apples. The dispositional view has deep roots in Western culture. We are heirs to a tradition that emphasizes individual responsibility, moral character, and the sovereignty of the will, from Aristotle to Augustine to the modern legal system. We have tended to assume that people do evil because they are evil because of a flaw in their character, a defect in their soul, a choice they made to turn away from the good. This view is intuitive. When we see someone commit a terrible act, our first instinct is to ask, what kind of person would do that? We assume the act reflects the actor. The situational view is newer, at least in its scientific form. It emerged from the social psychology of the mid-20th century from researchers like Kurt Lewin, Stanley Milgram, and Philip Zimbardo. These psychologists argued that behavior is a function of the interaction between person and environment, Lewin's famous equation, B=FPE, but in practice, they emphasized the power of the situation. Milgram showed that ordinary people would deliver lethal shocks. Zimbardo showed that ordinary people would abuse prisoners. These findings suggested that the dispositional view was not just incomplete, but dangerously misleading. We overestimate the role of personality, the situationists argued, and underestimate the role of context. The debate crystallized around a concept called the fundamental attribution error. This is the tendency deeply ingrained in human cognition to explain other people's behavior in terms of their character, while explaining our own behavior in terms of our situation. When someone cuts us off in traffic, we think, what a jerk. When we cut someone off, we think, I'm late for an important meeting. The error is fundamental because it is universal and but persistent. It is also dangerous because it leads us to blame individuals for systemic problems. We see a guard abusing a prisoner and we assume the guard is a sadist without asking what the system encouraged or allowed. The dispositional view has its defenders. Personality psychologists argue that individual differences matter. There are people who score high on measures of psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism, the dark triad. These individuals are more likely to commit crimes, more likely to engage in manipulation and cruelty, more likely to cause harm. The dispositional view also has the weight of common sense behind it. After all, most people in the Milgram experiment obeyed, but some refused. Those who refused were in the same situation as those who obeyed. The difference, it seems, must be something about the individuals themselves. The situationists counter that even small situational variations produced dramatic differences in obedience. When the victim was in the same room, obedience dropped. When the experimenter was not physically present, obedience dropped. When participants saw others refusing, obedience dropped. These variations changed behavior more than any personality measure Milgram collected. The situation, not the person, was the primary driver of behavior. The debate between dispositional and situational explanations has been one of the most contentious in psychology, but in recent decades, a consensus has emerged that is more nuanced than either side originally claimed. The consensus is this: behavior is always a product of the interaction between person and situation. The question is not nature or nurture, but how do nature and nurture interact? We cannot reduce evil to either character or context because it is always both. This interaction can be understood through several mechanisms. First, situations can activate dispositions. A person with aggressive tendencies may never act on those tendencies unless placed in a situation that triggers them. The situation is not the cause of the aggression, but it is the occasion for it. Second, dispositions can shape situations. People with certain personality traits seek out certain environments. A person high in Machiavellianism may gravitate toward positions of power, creating the very situations that enable their manipulation. Third, situations can change dispositions over time. A person who behaves cruelly even under situational pressure may internalize that behavior. The cruelty becomes habitual. The habit becomes character. This interactionist perspective has important implications for the psychology of evil. It means we cannot simply look for monsters. We must look for the situations that turn ordinary people into perpetrators. But it also means we cannot simply blame situations. People are not blank slates. They bring their histories, their traits, their vulnerabilities into every situation. The task of the psychologist is to understand the complex dance between the two. Consider the case of Paul, one of the guards in the Stanford Prison Experiment. He was the most abusive guard, the one who earned the nickname John Wayne. After the experiment, he expressed horror at his own behavior. He had not known he was capable of such cruelty. Was his cruelty dispositional or situational? The answer is both. The situation provided the permission and the structure. But Paul brought something to the situation as well, a desire to be tough, a need for approval, perhaps a suppressed aggression that found expression in the uniform and the baton. The cruelty that emerged was a product of the interaction. Or consider the case of Primo Levi, the Italian Jewish chemist who survived Auschwitz. Levi wrote about the gray zone of the camps, the area where the distinction between victim and perpetrator blurred. He described prisoners who became capos, guards who sometimes showed mercy, the complex web of choices that no simple dispositional or situational account could capture. Levi's insight was that human behavior in extreme situations is not determined by either character or context alone. It is negotiated, moment by moment, in the space between. The dispositional versus situational debate matters because it shapes how we respond to evil. If we believe evil is dispositional, we focus on punishment. We lock people away. We assume that once a perpetrator, always a perpetrator. But if we believe evil is situational, we focus on prevention. We reform institutions. We build systems that make cruelty harder and compassion easier. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in between. We need both approaches. We need to hold people accountable for their choices, but we also need to create the conditions in which good choices are possible. Perhaps the most important lesson from the dispositional versus situational debate is humility. The dispositional view can lead to self-righteousness. We are good, they are evil. The line between us is clear. The situational view can lead to determinism. We are all puppets. No one is responsible. The line between us does not exist. Both are errors. The truth is that we are all capable of more than we imagine, both good and evil. The line between us and them is not fixed. It is drawn, erased, and redrawn in every situation, in every choice, in every moment. Chapter 8: The Banality of Evil. On May 11, 1960, agents of the Israeli intelligence service Mossad abducted a man named Adolf Eichmann from a street in Buenos Aires. He was living under an assumed name, working in a Mercedes-Benz factory, living a quiet suburban life with his wife and children. 11 days later, he was flown to Jerusalem to stand trial for his role in the Holocaust. Eichmann had been the architect of the final solution, the logistical mastermind who organized the trains that carried millions of Jews to their deaths. He was, by any measure, one of the major architects of the greatest crime in human history. The world expected a monster. They expected a fanatic, a sadist, a creature of pure hatred. What they got instead was something far more disturbing. Hannah Arendt, a German Jewish philosopher who had fled the Nazis in 1933, covered the trial for The New Yorker. She sat in the courtroom day after day, watching Eichmann in his glass booth, listening to his testimony. And what she saw did not fit the image of the demonic perpetrator. She saw a bureaucrat, a middle-aged man, balding, ordinary, obsessed with his own career advancement. He spoke in cliches. He justified his actions with appeals to duty, to obedience, to the Kantian imperative which he grotesquely misinterpreted as the duty to follow orders. He seemed, Arendt wrote, incapable of thinking from another's perspective. He was not stupid, he was thoughtless. Arendt's reporting culminated in a book that ignited a firestorm of controversy. She called it Eichmann in Jerusalem, a report on the banality of evil. The phrase, the banality of evil, became one of the most debated formulations in 20th century thought. Arendt was not claiming that the Holocaust was banal. She was claiming that the man who helped orchestrate it was terrifyingly normal. The evil of the Holocaust, she argued, was not committed by monsters. It was committed by ordinary people who had abdicated their capacity for thought. The concept of the banality of evil was radical because it challenged the way we want to think about perpetrators. We want to believe that people who do terrible things are fundamentally different from us. We want them to be psychopaths, sadists, demons. The banality of evil denies us that comfort. It suggests that the capacity for genocide resides not in a few twisted individuals, but in the ordinary psychological machinery of bureaucracy, obedience, and thoughtlessness. What did Arendt mean by thoughtlessness? She did not mean stupidity. Eichmann was not unintelligent. He was, by all accounts, competent at his job. What he lacked was the capacity to think from another's perspective, what Arendt called representative thinking. He could not imagine what it was like to be the one on the train, the one in the cattle car, the one walking toward the gas chamber. He saw only the logistics, timetables, quotas, efficiency. The people he was moving were numbers. They were cargo. He had never killed anyone with his own hands. He had never seen a gas chamber. He had simply sat at a desk and signed papers. Arendt's analysis drew on a long tradition of philosophical reflection on the relationship between thinking and morality. Socrates had argued that the unexamined life is not worth living, that self-reflection is the foundation of virtue. Arendt took this idea further. She argued that the absence of thought, the refusal to engage in an internal dialogue with oneself, makes evil possible. The person who thinks, who holds themselves in dialogue, who imagines how their actions appear to others, cannot commit atrocities. The person who stops thinking, who retreats into cliché and convention, who outsources moral judgment to authority, becomes capable of anything. The banality of evil has been criticized on many grounds. Some have argued that Arendt underestimated Eichmann's anti-Semitism, that he was more committed to Nazi ideology than she recognized. Evidence that emerged after her death suggests that Eichmann was indeed a committed Nazi, that he expressed virulent anti-Semitism in private, that he was not merely a thoughtless bureaucrat, but a true believer. This evidence complicates Arendt's portrait. Eichmann may have been both banal and monstrous, a man who combined bureaucratic mediocrity with ideological hatred. Other critics have argued that the phrase banality of evil is misleading, that it minimizes the horror it describes. To call genocide banal, they say, is to drain it of its moral weight, to make it sound routine, ordinary, no big deal. This criticism misunderstands Arendt's point. She was not saying the Holocaust was banal. She was saying the perpetrators were banal. The horror, in her view, was precisely that such a crime could be committed by such ordinary people. The banality of the perpetrator made the crime more, not less, terrifying. Despite the criticisms, the concept of the banality of evil has proven enduring. It has shaped how we think about perpetrators of mass violence. It has influenced the way we understand bureaucratic evil, the evil of the desk, the evil of the system, the evil that happens not because anyone intends harm, but because no one stops to think. The concept also has implications for how we understand ourselves. Arendt's work suggests that the greatest defense against evil is not a strong character or a firm moral code, but the habit of thinking. The person who thinks, who asks questions, who imagines the perspective of others, who refuses to accept clichés as answers is less susceptible to the seductions of authority, less likely to go along with the crowd, less capable of cruelty. Thinking, Arendt argued, is not a luxury, it is a moral obligation. In the decades since Arendt wrote, psychologists have explored the mechanisms that produce thoughtlessness in the face of suffering. They have documented the bystander effect, the tendency to look away. They have documented moral disengagement, the process by which we turn off our ethical responses. They have documented obedience to authority, the willingness to follow orders without reflection. These mechanisms are not the product of individual pathology. They are ordinary features of human psychology, and they are all, in Arendt's sense, forms of thoughtlessness. The banality of evil is a difficult concept because it implicates us all. If evil can be committed by ordinary people who simply stop thinking, then none of us is safe from the capacity to do harm. The line between us and Eichmann is not a line of character or morality, it is a line of thought, and that line can be crossed without our noticing. Arendt concluded her book with a meditation on Eichmann's final words before his execution. He said after a short while, "Gentlemen, we shall all meet again. Such is the fate of all men. Long live Germany, long live Argentina, long live Austria, I shall not forget them." It was, Arendt observed, a speech full of clichés. He died as he had lived, thoughtless, and that, she argued, was the true horror. Not that he was a monster, but that he was so terribly, terrifyingly ordinary. Chapter 9. A Taxonomy of Cruelty. When we speak of evil, we often speak as if it were a single thing. We use the same word for a mass murderer and a bully, for a torturer and a swindler, for a genocidal regime and a vindictive ex-spouse. But evil is not one thing. It takes many forms, each with its own psychology, its own mechanisms, its own trajectory. To understand evil, we must first distinguish among its varieties. A taxonomy of cruelty is a map. It helps us see the terrain. It allows us to recognize different kinds of harm, to understand how they operate, and to develop targeted responses without a taxonomy. We risk using the same tools for different problems, treating a bully like a psychopath, a corrupt system like a bad apple. The map is not the territory, but without it, we are lost. Let us begin with the most visible, the most visceral form, physical cruelty. This is the evil that leaves marks on the body. It is the punch, the knife, the bullet, the boot, Physical cruelty is immediate, undeniable, and ancient. Its psychology is complex but often straightforward. It involves the direct infliction of pain, often motivated by anger, fear, hatred, or the desire for dominance. Physical cruelty is what we typically think of when we think of evil, but it is actually the least common form in the modern world. Most harm is not inflicted by fists or weapons. It is inflicted by systems, by words, by neglect. The psychology of physical cruelty varies. For some perpetrators, it is instrumental, a means to an end. The robber who beats a victim is using cruelty to obtain something. For others, it is reactive, an explosion of rage. For still others, it is sadistic cruelty as an end in itself, the infliction of pain for pleasure. These motivations are not mutually exclusive, and they can coexist in the same act. But understanding them matters because they require different responses. Instrumental cruelty may respond to deterrence. Reactive cruelty may respond to anger management. Sadistic cruelty may require containment. The second form is emotional cruelty. This is the evil that leaves marks on the psyche. It is the systematic humiliation, the constant criticism, the silent treatment, the gaslighting. Emotional cruelty is harder to see than physical cruelty and harder to prove, but its effects can be equally devastating. Chronic emotional abuse can lead to depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, and the erosion of selfhood. Emotional cruelty operates through a different psychology than physical cruelty. It often involves a relationship of dependency, parent to child, partner to partner, boss to subordinate. The perpetrator gains power not through physical force, but through psychological manipulation, the withholding of love, the creation of uncertainty, the destruction of the victim's sense of reality. Gaslighting, the systematic attempt to make a person doubt their own perceptions, is a particularly insidious form of emotional cruelty. It does not merely hurt, it unmakes. The third form is systemic evil. This is the cruelty embedded in institutions, structures, and policies. Systemic evil does not require a single perpetrator with malicious intent. It operates through the machinery of bureaucracy, the inertia of custom, the logic of profit. Systemic evil is the factory that pollutes a community's water supply because it is cheaper than cleaning it up. It is the prison system that cages people in inhuman conditions because reform is politically inconvenient. It is the healthcare system that denies treatment to the poor because they cannot pay. Systemic evil is the hardest form to recognize because it is diffuse. No one person is responsible. The decision to cut costs is made by one executive, implemented by another, carried out by a third. Each individual can tell themselves they are just doing their job. The harm that results is nobody's fault and everyone's fault. Systemic evil is the evil of the banality of evil writ large. It is the evil that happens when no one is looking and everyone is following procedure. The psychology of systemic evil is the psychology of diffusion. Responsibility is scattered. Harm is abstracted. The connection between action and consequence is mediated by layers of bureaucracy. The factory worker who dumps toxins does not see the child with cancer. The prison guard who enforces a cruel policy does not see the family shattered by incarceration. Systemic evil thrives on distance. When we are close to the consequences of our actions, we are more likely to resist. When we are far away, it is easier to comply. The fourth form is symbolic evil. This is the cruelty of representation, of language, of the stories we tell. Symbolic evil is the racial slur, the dehumanizing caricature, the ideology that defines a group as subhuman. Symbolic evil does not directly harm the body, but it creates the conditions for physical and systemic harm. Without the symbolic work of dehumanization, the Holocaust could not have happened. Without the symbolic work of racial hierarchy, slavery could not have been justified. Symbolic evil is the architecture of permission. The psychology of symbolic evil is the psychology of categorization. Human beings are categorizing creatures. We sort the world into groups because it is efficient, because it helps us navigate complexity. But categories can become cages. When we categorize a group as other, we reduce its members. When we attach negative attributes to that category, we justify harm. Symbolic evil operates through language, through images, through the repetition of stereotypes until they become common sense. These four forms of cruelty, physical, emotional, systemic, symbolic, do not exist in isolation. They interact, they reinforce one another. Symbolic evil creates the ideological framework that enables systemic evil. Systemic evil creates the structures that enable physical cruelty. Physical cruelty leaves scars that enable emotional cruelty, and emotional cruelty, often invisible, is the daily reality for millions. A taxonomy is not a prison. The categories are not rigid. Many acts of cruelty combine multiple forms. A hate crime is physical cruelty, but it is also symbolic, a message sent to an entire community. Domestic violence is physical and emotional, often reinforced by systemic failures of the legal system. The taxonomy is a tool, not a dogma. It helps us see, but we must not mistake the map for the territory. Why does a taxonomy matter? Because different forms of cruelty require different interventions. Physical cruelty often requires policing and deterrence. Emotional cruelty requires therapeutic intervention and the rebuilding of selfhood. Systemic evil requires institutional reform, regulation, accountability. Symbolic evil requires cultural change, education, the telling of new stories. If we confuse these forms, we use the wrong tools. We arrest individuals when we should be reforming systems. We build more prisons when we should be changing the stories we tell. A taxonomy also matters because it helps us see the full scope of cruelty. We tend to focus on the most dramatic forms, the mass shooting, the torture chamber, the genocide. But most cruelty is quieter. It happens in homes, in workplaces, in the daily grind of institutional life. It is the bully on the playground, the boss who humiliates a subordinate, the policy that denies health care to the vulnerable. These forms of cruelty do not make headlines, but they cause immense suffering. A taxonomy helps us recognize them, name them, and respond. In the end, a taxonomy of cruelty is a taxonomy of human vulnerability. Each form of cruelty targets a different aspect of personhood. Physical cruelty targets the body. Emotional cruelty targets the self. Systemic cruelty targets dignity. Symbolic cruelty targets identity. To understand cruelty is to understand what it means to be human and how easily we can be unmade. Part 2. The Architecture of Obedience. Deep diving into the mechanisms that turn compliance into cruelty, expanding on Milgram's legacy. Chapter 11. The Agentic State. There is a moment in the Milgram experiment that appears in nearly every documentary about the study. A participant, an ordinary man in a button-down shirt, sits before the shock generator. He has just heard the learner, the man strapped to the chair in the next room, a pound on the wall and then fall silent. The participant turns to the experimenter, his face a mask of distress. His hands are shaking. His voice cracks. He's hollering in there. He says, "I think he should stop." The experimenter replies with a measured voice. The experiment requires that you continue. The participant pauses. He looks at the generator, he looks at the experimenter, and then, as if a switch has been flipped inside him, his posture changes. His shoulders drop, his face relaxes, he turns back to the generator and presses the next lever. What happened in that moment? The participant did not become a monster. He did not suddenly develop a taste for cruelty. He did not decide that harming the learner was acceptable. What happened, according to Stanley Milgram, was something far more subtle and far more disturbing. The participant entered what Milgram called the agentic state. The agentic state is a psychological condition in which an individual ceases to view themselves as an autonomous moral agent and instead sees themselves as an instrument of another's will in the agentic state. The individual feels no personal responsibility for their actions. The responsibility belongs to the authority figure who issued the commands. The individual is simply the agent, the tool, the extension of the authority's will. Milgram developed this concept to explain the behavior of his participants. He observed that many of them, despite their distress, continued to obey. They sweated, they trembled. They pleaded with the experimenter to stop, but they did not stop, and when Milgram asked them why, they gave a consistent answer. I was just doing my job. They were not trying to avoid responsibility. They genuinely felt that the responsibility was not theirs. They were agents acting on behalf of another. The agentic state is not a rare or pathological condition. It is, Milgram argued, a natural consequence of socialization. From infancy, we are taught to obey legitimate authority. We learn to trust parents, teachers, doctors, police officers. We learn that the structure of society depends on obedience. We learn that the responsible thing to do is to follow the rules, to do our duty, to carry out the orders of those who are legitimately in charge. This socialization is necessary. Without it, society would collapse. But it has a dark side. The same mechanisms that make us good citizens can, under the wrong circumstances, make us instruments of cruelty. The agentic state operates through a specific set of psychological mechanisms. The first is the binding of attention to the task rather than its consequences. When a person is in the agentic state, they focus on how well they are executing the authority's commands. They worry about making mistakes, about falling short, about failing in their duty. They do not think about the victim. The victim recedes from consciousness. The task absorbs all attention. The second mechanism is the displacement of responsibility. The agentic individual genuinely believes that they are not responsible for the outcomes of their actions. The responsibility belongs to the authority. If the authority says to press the lever, then pressing the lever is the right thing to do. The agent is not making a moral choice. They are performing a technical function. This is why, after the experiment, many of Milgram's participants said they felt they had done nothing wrong. They had simply followed orders. The third mechanism is the acceptance of the authority's definition of the situation. The agentic individual adopts the authority's framing of events. If the authority says the experiment is important, the agent believes it. If the authority says the shocks are painful but not dangerous, the agent believes it. If the authority says the participant has no choice but to continue, the agent believes it. The authority's definition of reality replaces the individual's own judgment. The agentic state explains many of the atrocities of history. It explains how ordinary Germans became perpetrators of genocide. They were not, for the most part, driven by hatred. They were doing their jobs. They were following orders. They were agents of the state. When Adolf Eichmann stood trial in Jerusalem, he insisted that he had done nothing wrong. He had been following orders. He had been a good civil servant. His conscience, he claimed, was clear. He had never killed anyone. He had simply moved people from one place to another. This is the agentic state at its most extreme, the complete abdication of moral responsibility in favor of bureaucratic function. The agentic state also explains how ordinary soldiers commit atrocities. When American soldiers tortured prisoners at Abu Ghraib, they were following orders, not explicit orders, to torture, but orders to soften up prisoners for interrogation. They were told that the prisoners were dangerous, that the stakes were high, that the usual rules did not apply. They entered the agentic state. They became instruments of policy. And when the photographs emerged, they expressed genuine surprise that anyone was shocked. They had been doing their jobs. The agentic state is not an excuse to say that someone entered the agentic state is not to say they are not responsible for their actions. Milgram was clear about this. His participants were responsible for what they did. They could have refused. Some did. The agentic state is an explanation, not a justification. It helps us understand why people obey destructive orders, but it does not absolve them of moral accountability. The agentic state also has limits. Not everyone enters it. In Milgram's experiments, 35% of participants refused to go to the end of the shock generator. They remained in what Milgram called the autonomous state, the state in which an individual sees themselves as responsible for their own actions and makes moral judgments independently. The difference between those who remained autonomous and those who entered the agentic state was not a matter of personality, Milgram found, but of situation. When the authority figure was less legitimate, when the victim was closer, when others refused, autonomy was easier to maintain. The agentic state is a powerful concept because it reveals something essential about the psychology of evil, that the capacity for cruelty is not a matter of character, but a matter of state. Most of us, most of the time, are in the autonomous state. We make our own decisions, we take responsibility for our actions, but when we encounter legitimate authority, especially authority dressed in the trappings of science, law, or the state, we are vulnerable to the shift. We become agents, and as agents, we become capable of things we would never do as autonomous individuals. They were told that the prisoners were dangerous, that the stakes, this vulnerability, is not a flaw in some people. It is a feature of human psychology. It is the price we pay for living in a society that requires trust, cooperation, and hierarchy. The question is not how to eliminate the agentic state. That would be impossible. The question is how to recognize it, how to resist it, and how to build institutions that make it harder for authority to exploit our natural tendency to obey. Milgram offered one answer: the presence of dissenters. In his experiments, when participants saw others refusing to obey, they were far more likely to refuse themselves. The agentic state is fragile. It requires consensus. When the consensus breaks, the spell is broken. This is why totalitarian regimes are so careful to suppress dissent. They know that a single voice saying no can shatter the agentic state for everyone. Another answer is awareness. Simply knowing about the agentic state, knowing that our minds are wired to surrender responsibility to authority, can help us recognize when we are entering it. We can ask ourselves, am I acting as an agent or as an autonomous moral being? Am I following orders without thinking? Am I displacing responsibility onto someone else? These questions are not guarantees, but they are defenses. The agentic state is one of the most important concepts in the psychology of evil because it explains how ordinary people do terrible things without feeling like terrible people. The guard at Abu Ghraib, the soldier at My Lai, the bureaucrat at Auschwitz, they all had consciences. They all loved their children. They all would have said they were good people. And in a sense, they were. They were also agents, and in the agentic state, conscience is suspended, the self is put aside, and the individual becomes, for a time, capable of anything. Chapter 12. Foot in the door. There is a sales technique that has been used for decades. It is simple, and it is remarkably effective. You begin with a small request, something trivial, something almost impossible to refuse. You ask the potential customer to sign a petition, or to accept a small free sample, or to answer a brief survey. Once they have said yes to the small request, you make the larger request. And suddenly, people who would have refused the large request outright are agreeing. They have let their foot in the door. The foot-in-the-door phenomenon is one of the most robust findings in social psychology. It was first demonstrated in a classic study by Jonathan Friedman and Scott Fraser in 1966. The researchers called housewives in California and asked them if they would answer a few questions about their household products. Almost everyone agreed. A few days later, they called again. This time, they asked if the housewives would allow a team of men to come into their homes to catalog their household products for 2 hours. The request was large, intrusive, and the kind of thing most people would refuse. But among those who had agreed to the small initial request, the compliance rate was more than double that of the control group. The foot was in the door. The foot-in-the-door phenomenon has been replicated dozens of times, in dozens of contexts. It works for charitable donations, for political activism, for compliance with authority. It works because of a fundamental fact about human psychology. We want to be consistent. Once we have taken a small step in a certain direction, we feel a psychological pressure to continue in that direction. To say yes to a small request and then say no to a larger one feels inconsistent. It feels like a betrayal of our earlier self. So we say yes again. The foot-in-the-door phenomenon is not just a sales technique. It is a mechanism of moral compromise. It explains how ordinary people become perpetrators of atrocity. Because the atrocities do not begin as atrocities. They begin as small acts of compliance, small acts that seem harmless, small acts that are easy to justify, small acts that once performed make the next act easier. Consider the guards in the Stanford Prison Experiment. They did not begin by torturing prisoners. They began by enforcing small rules. They told the prisoners to line up. They told them to do push-ups. They told them to address the guards as Mr. Correctional Officer. Each of these acts was small. Each seemed reasonable. Each was consistent with the guard's role. But each was a step down the slope. And each step made the next step easier. By the time the guards were forcing prisoners to strip naked and simulating sodomy, they had long since lost sight of the small acts that had started them on the path. The foot-in-the-door phenomenon operates through several psychological mechanisms. The first is self-perception. We infer our attitudes from our behavior. When we comply with a small request, we begin to see ourselves as the kind of person who complies. We update our self-concept, and once we see ourselves as a compliant person, we are more likely to comply with larger requests. The foot in the door changes who we think we are. The second mechanism is justification. When we comply with a small request, we generate justifications for that compliance. It's for a good cause. It's no big deal. Everyone is doing it. These justifications do not disappear when the larger request comes. They generalize. The same justifications that supported the small compliance now support the larger one. The foot in the door creates a cognitive structure that makes further compliance seem reasonable. The third mechanism is commitment. When we say yes to a small request, we have made a commitment. We have taken a public stance. To back out later would require admitting we were wrong, and admitting we were wrong is painful. So we continue. We escalate our commitment. The foot in the door locks us into a path. The foot in the door phenomenon explains not only how people become perpetrators, but also how they become bystanders. The small act of looking away, of not intervening, of telling oneself it is not one's problem. These small acts create a pattern. Each time we look away, it becomes easier to look away the next time. Each time we tell ourselves we are not responsible, it becomes easier to believe it. The foot in the door works in both directions. It can lead us toward cruelty. It can also lead us away from compassion. The phenomenon also explains how institutions become corrupt. A corporation does not begin with a massive fraud. It begins with a small accounting adjustment, a small creative interpretation of the rules, a small bending of the truth. These small acts are easy to justify. They are normal. Everyone does it. But each small act creates a precedent. Each small act makes the next act easier. And before long, the corporation is committing fraud at a scale that no one intended and no one imagined. The foot was in the door. The foot in the door phenomenon has profound implications for prevention. If evil begins with small acts, then prevention must begin with small acts as well. We must pay attention to the small things, the casual cruelty, the thoughtless compliance, the minor ethical compromises. Because these small things are not isolated, they are the foot in the door. They are the first steps down a slope that can lead to places we do not want to go. This is why ethical training often focuses on the small decisions. It is why organizations that want to prevent corruption emphasize the importance of speaking up early, of refusing the small compromises, of building a culture in which the first step is recognized as dangerous, because once the foot is in the door is much harder to close. There is a counterintuitive implication of the foot in the door phenomenon. It suggests that we can also use it for good. If small acts of compliance can lead to larger acts of harm, then small acts of resistance can lead to larger acts of courage. The person who speaks up about a small injustice is more likely to speak up about a larger one. The person who helps a stranger with a small problem is more likely to help with a larger one. The foot in the door works in both directions. We can choose which door we open. The foot in the door phenomenon is a story about momentum. It tells us that our actions have a trajectory. The small choices we make today shape the choices we will make tomorrow. This is not determinism. We can always change direction, but the momentum is real. It pulls us, and the further we go, the harder it is to stop. The Milgram participants who pressed the first shock did not know they would press the second. The Stanford guards who enforced the first rule did not know they would commit the first act of cruelty. The corporate executive who made the first accounting adjustment did not know they would be complicit in fraud. But the momentum was there. The foot was in the door, and the door once opened was very hard to close. Chapter 13: The Power of Uniforms and Symbols. In the summer of 1971, when Philip Zimbardo's guards first put on their uniforms, something shifted. The uniforms were not elaborate. They were khaki shirts and trousers purchased from a military surplus store. They were paired with mirrored sunglasses that made eye contact impossible, and each guard was given a wooden baton. That was it. A shirt, some sunglasses, a stick. But when the young men put on these clothes, they became different people. Their posture changed. Their voices changed. The way they walked changed. They were no longer college students. They were guards. Zimbardo understood immediately what was happening. The uniforms were not just clothing. They were symbols. They carried meaning. They signaled authority. And that authority transformed the men who wore them. And the men who faced them, the prisoners, saw the uniforms and felt smaller. The guards saw the uniforms in the mirror and felt larger. The symbols had done their work. The power of uniforms and symbols is one of the most potent forces in the psychology of evil. Human beings are exquisitely sensitive to symbols. We respond to them automatically, without conscious thought. A white coat in a laboratory, a badge on a chest, a flag on a pole, these symbols trigger deep-seated psychological responses. They signal legitimacy. They demand deference. They suspend critical thinking. Stanley Milgram understood this power. In his obedience experiments, the authority figure was not just any man in a lab coat. He was a man in a lab coat who claimed to be a scientist at Yale University. The lab coat and the Yale affiliation were symbols of legitimate authority. When Milgram moved the experiment to a seedy office building in downtown Bridgeport and removed the Yale affiliation, obedience dropped. The symbols mattered. When the authority figure's legitimacy was diminished, so was his power over participants. Why are symbols so powerful? The answer lies in the way our brains process information. We are cognitive misers. We do not have the time or energy to evaluate every situation from scratch. We rely on shortcuts. One of the most important shortcuts is the symbol. When we see a uniform that we have been taught signifies authority, we do not stop to evaluate whether that authority is legitimate in this specific context. We simply defer. The symbol does the work for us. It bypasses critical thinking. This is not a flaw in our psychology. It is a feature. Imagine if you had to evaluate the legitimacy of every police officer, every doctor, every judge you encountered. You would never get anything done. The ability to recognize symbols of authority and respond appropriately is essential to social functioning, but, like all shortcuts, it can be exploited. The same symbols that signal legitimate authority can be co-opted by those who are not legitimate, and the same automatic deference that makes society possible can make atrocities possible. The power of symbols extends beyond uniforms. Language itself is a system of symbols, and the language of authority is one of the most potent tools of manipulation. When the guards in Stanford called themselves correctional officers, they were using a symbol that carried weight. When the experimenter in Milgram's study said, "The experiment requires that you continue," he was invoking the symbol of science. When soldiers refer to enemy combatants as targets, they are using a symbol that dehumanizes. Words are symbols, and symbols have consequences. The psychologist Stanley Milgram noted that one of the most effective ways to resist destructive authority is to disrupt the symbols. When participants in his experiments saw another participant refuse, the symbol of authority was weakened. When the experimenter was not in the room, the symbol lost its power. When the victim was in the same room, visible and human, the symbols of authority could not compete with the symbol of suffering. The power of uniforms and symbols also explains the importance of visual cues in totalitarian regimes. The Nazis understood the power of symbols. They designed uniforms to inspire awe and fear. They used flags, banners, and insignia to create a visual landscape of authority. They understood that the symbols themselves would do much of the work of obedience. People would obey the uniform before they obeyed the man wearing it. This is not a phenomenon confined to extreme cases. In everyday life, we defer to symbols constantly. We trust the doctor in the white coat even if we have never met them. We obey the police officer in the uniform even if we have believed the law is unjust. We follow the instructions of the man in the suit behind the desk. The symbols work on us automatically beneath the level of conscious awareness. The power of symbols is so great that it can even overcome our own self-interest. In one famous study, researchers placed a sign on a busy street that read, "Please do not walk on the grass." Most people ignored it. Then they placed a uniformed security guard next to the sign. People obeyed. Then they removed the guard and placed a sign that read, "Security camera in use." People obeyed the sign almost as much as they obeyed the guard. The symbol of the security camera was enough. It stood in for authority. The implication for the psychology of evil is clear. If symbols of authority can produce obedience, then those who control symbols control behavior. This is why totalitarian regimes are so obsessive about symbols. They know that the flag, the anthem, the uniform, the portrait of the leader, these are not decorations. They are tools of control. They are the architecture of obedience. But symbols can also be tools of resistance. The same power that makes symbols dangerous makes them powerful for good. The symbol of the raised fist, the candle in the window, the armband of the resistance, these symbols can inspire courage and defiance. They can break the spell of authority. They can remind people that the authority in front of them is not the only authority. The power of uniforms and symbols is a reminder that the psychology of evil is not just about individuals. It is about the visual and linguistic environment in which individuals operate. The symbols around us shape our behavior in ways we do not always recognize. They tell us who is in charge. They tell us what is expected. They tell us what is possible. If we want to resist the psychology of evil, we must pay attention to symbols. We must ask ourselves, what symbols am I deferring to? Are they legitimate? Are they worthy of my obedience? We must also pay attention to the symbols we create. The uniforms we put on, the language we use, the signs we display, because these symbols are not neutral. They are active forces. They shape behavior. They open doors, and they can close them too. The guard in the Stanford Prison Experiment who looked in the mirror and saw a uniform did not see himself. He saw authority. And that authority, reflected back at him, transformed him into someone he had never been. The symbols did not create cruelty on their own, but they made cruelty possible. They made it feel normal. They made it feel like duty. And that, perhaps, is the most dangerous power of all. Chapter 15. Binding Factors. In the summer of 1961, after the Milgram experiments were complete, Stanley Milgram sat down with his participants to debrief them. He explained the deception. He told them that no shocks had been delivered, that the learner was an actor, that they had done no harm. Most of the participants were relieved. Some were angry. But one participant, a man who had gone all the way to the end of the shock generator, asked a question that has haunted the psychology of evil ever since. He said, "I knew what I was doing was wrong. I wanted to stop, but I couldn't. Why couldn't I stop?" The question gets to the heart of one of the most perplexing aspects of destructive obedience. Why do people continue even when they want to stop? Why do they not simply walk away? The answer lies in what Milgram called binding factors. These are the forces that bind an individual to a course of action, that make it difficult to disengage even when the individual recognizes that the action is wrong. Binding factors are the glue of obedience. They are the reasons people stay in destructive systems, follow destructive orders, and continue destructive behaviors long after they have lost the conviction that what they are doing is right. They are not external forces, though external forces play a role. They are psychological forces rooted in the deepest structures of human sociality. The first binding factor is fear. This is the most obvious and perhaps the most powerful. In many situations of destructive obedience, the individual fears the consequences of disobedience. The Milgram participants did not face physical danger, and the experimenter had no power to punish them, but they faced social danger. They feared appearing incompetent. Once we have taken a course of action, we want to continue it. To stop would be to admit that we were wrong. To start. Consistency is a binding factor that operates even when no external pressure is present. We bind ourselves to our own past decisions. The fifth binding factor is the presence of others. When we are surrounded by people who are continuing, it becomes harder to stop. We look to others to define the situation, and if they are continuing, we assume that continuing is the appropriate response. The presence of others who are compliant creates a social norm that binds us to compliance. This is why dissent is so powerful. A single person who stops can break the binding force of the D group. The sixth binding factor is the gradual escalation of commitment. As we discussed in the previous chapter, commitment builds gradually. Each step binds us more tightly to the path, the more steps we have taken. The harder it is to turn back, the binding factors are cumulative. They build on one another. By the time the individual wants to stop, they are trapped in a web of their own making. Binding factors explain why people stay in destructive relationships, destructive jobs, destructive systems. They explain why the soldier does not desert, why the employee does not quit, why the citizen does not resist. They are not conspiracy, they are not coercion, they are the ordinary psychological mechanisms that make social life possible, and that, under the wrong conditions, make atrocity possible. The importance of binding factors for the psychology of evil is that they shift our focus from the question of how people start to the question of how people continue. The start is important, but the continuation is equally important. Many people who begin down the path of destructive obedience want to stop. They are distressed by what they are doing. They recognize that it is wrong, but they cannot stop. The binding factors hold them. This has implications for intervention. If binding factors are what keep people in destructive systems, then intervention must address those binding factors. It must reduce fear by providing protection for dissenters. It must break the norm of politeness by making it acceptable to say no. It must disrupt the sunk cost effect by helping people see that it is never too late to stop. It must provide alternative models of consistency with one's values rather than with one's past actions. The most powerful intervention, Milgram found, was the presence of a dissenter. When participants saw someone else refuse to continue, the binding factors were weakened. Fear was reduced. Politeness was less relevant. The sunk cost effect was disrupted. The social norm shifted. A single dissenter could break the bonds that held others in place. Binding factors also explain why it is so difficult to leave destructive systems. The factors that bound us to the system do not disappear when we recognize that the system is harmful. They continue to hold us. Fear of retaliation, fear of social rejection. The investment we have made, the desire to be consistent, the pressure of the group. These forces are real. They are not excuses, they are explanations, and understanding them is the first step to overcoming them. The man who asked Milgram why he could not stop was not a monster. He was an ordinary person who had been caught in a web of psychological forces he did not understand. He wanted to stop. He knew he should stop. But the binding factors held him in the moment of debriefing. When the deception was revealed, he was relieved, but he was also changed. He had seen something in himself that he had not known was there, and he would carry that knowledge for the rest of his life. The binding factors are not destiny. They can be broken, but they are powerful, and they are part of the psychology of every one of us. We all fear. We all want to be polite. We all want to be consistent. We all look to others to define reality. These are not flaws. They are the architecture of human sociality, but they are also the architecture of evil. And to resist evil, we must understand the architecture and learn how to dismantle it, one binding factor at a time. Here are chapters 16 through 20 of The Psychology of Evil, continuing in the voice of a professional storyteller. Chapter 16, Broken Hierarchy. In the vast literature on obedience and atrocity, the stories that stand out are not the stories of compliance. They are the stories of refusal. They are the moments when the machinery of authority grinds to a halt. When the chain of command snaps, when ordinary people look at the orders they have been given and say simply, "No," these moments are rare. But they are also instructive because they reveal the fragility of the system. They show us that the architecture of obedience, however formidable, can be dismantled, and that the dismantling often begins with a single voice. The most famous case of mass refusal in modern history occurred in Denmark during the Holocaust. In October 1943, the Nazis planned to round up the entire Jewish population of Denmark and deport them to concentration camps. The plan was meticulous. The ships were ready, the lists were prepared, but when the roundup began, something unexpected happened. The Danish people refused to cooperate. Police officers tipped off their Jewish neighbors. Doctors hid patients in hospitals. Fishermen ferried Jews across the Öresund Strait to neutral Sweden. In the span of a few weeks, more than 7,000 Danish Jews were evacuated to safety. Only about 500 were captured. It was one of the most successful resistance operations of the war, and one of the few cases in which a population collectively refused to participate in genocide. What made Denmark different? Why did the Danes refuse when so many others complied? The answer lies in the structure of hierarchy itself. Hierarchy is not a monolith. It is a system of relationships, and like any system, it has vulnerabilities. When the Danes refused to cooperate, they broke the hierarchy. They demonstrated that obedience was not inevitable, that authority could be resisted, that the costs of refusal were not as high as they seemed, and once the hierarchy was broken, it could not be repaired. The disobedience spread, it became contagious. The psychology of broken hierarchy is the psychology of dissent. Social psychologists have long known that the presence of a single dissenter can dramatically reduce obedience. In Milgram's experiments, when participants saw another teacher refuse to continue, the rate of full obedience dropped from 65% to 10%. The dissenter did not have to be persuasive. They did not have to make an argument. They simply had to refuse. The act of refusal was enough to break the spell. Why is dissent so powerful? The answer lies in several psychological mechanisms. The first is the reduction of pluralistic ignorance. In most situations of destructive obedience, individuals look to others to determine what is appropriate. If everyone else is obeying, they assume that obedience is the correct response. But when a dissenter appears, the illusion is shattered. The individual sees that someone else is refusing, and that gives them permission to question their own assumptions. The dissenter provides a new model of reality. The second mechanism is the reduction of fear. In many situations of obedience, individuals fear the consequences of refusal. They fear punishment, social rejection, or simply looking foolish. But when a dissenter refuses, the fear is reduced. The dissenter has shown that refusal is possible. They have taken the first risk. Others can follow without being the first. The presence of a dissenter creates safety in numbers. The third mechanism is the disruption of the agentic state. The agentic state, as we have seen, depends on the individual's acceptance of the authority's definition of the situation. When a dissenter refuses, that definition is challenged. The individual is forced to recognize that there is an alternative way of seeing things. The authority's frame is no longer the only frame. The agentic state begins to dissolve. The fourth mechanism is the creation of a new social norm. Human beings are deeply sensitive to social norms. When everyone around us is complying, compliance becomes the norm. But when a dissenter refuses, a new norm begins to form. The norm of refusal. And once that norm takes hold, it becomes self-reinforcing. Each new refuser strengthens the norm, making it easier for the next person to refuse. A broken hierarchy does not happen spontaneously. It requires a catalyst. The catalyst is usually a single individual or a small group who refuses to comply. In Denmark, the catalyst was the broad network of Danish civil society, the police, the clergy, the labor unions that refused to cooperate with the Nazi roundup. But even in cases where resistance is less organized, a single dissenter can be enough. In the Milgram experiments, one person was enough. In the Stanford Prison Experiment, the study ended when one person, Christina Maslach, Zimbardo's girlfriend, refused to accept the situation as normal. She broke the hierarchy. She was the dissenter. The history of atrocity is filled with moments of broken hierarchy that might have been moments when a single refusal could have changed everything. There is the story of the German police battalion in Josephau, the one we encountered earlier. The commander offered his men the choice to step aside. Only 12 did. But if more had stepped aside, if the first few had been followed by others, the hierarchy might have broken. The massacre might not have happened. The men who obeyed later said they were looking to see what others would do. They saw compliance, so they complied. They were waiting for a dissenter, who never came. The lesson of broken hierarchy is that obedience is not as robust as it seems. The system of authority that produces destructive obedience is held together by fragile threads: the perception of consensus, the fear of being alone, the assumption that others know what they are doing. When those threads are cut, the system unravels, the hierarchy breaks, and in the space that opens, resistance becomes possible. This has profound implications for prevention. If we want to prevent destructive obedience, we must cultivate dissent. We must teach people that it is acceptable to refuse. We must create systems in which dissent is protected rather than punished. We must celebrate the whistleblowers, the resistors, the ones who say no, because they are not just saving themselves, they are breaking the hierarchy for everyone else. The story of Denmark is often told as a story of national character. The Danes were simply more courageous, more moral, more united. But the psychological evidence suggests something different. The Danes were not immune to the pressures of obedience. They faced the same fears, the same uncertainties, the same social pressures that produced compliance elsewhere. What they had was a critical mass of dissent. Enough people refused that the hierarchy broke, and once it broke, it could not be put back together. The same dynamic can be seen in smaller contexts. In organizations where unethical behavior is the norm, the presence of a single whistleblower can change everything. In schools where bullying is accepted, the intervention of a single student can shift the culture. In families where abuse is hidden, the refusal of one member to keep the secret can shatter the system. Broken hierarchy is not a theory. It is a practice. It happens when someone somewhere decides to say no. The psychologist Irvin Staub, who has studied rescue behavior during the Holocaust, found that the most important factor in predicting who would rescue Jews was not personality, but social networks. People who were part of a network that valued rescue were far more likely to rescue. The network provided support. It reduced fear. It created a norm. In other words, it broke the hierarchy of the Nazi regime and created a counter-hierarchy of resistance. The lesson is both sobering and hopeful. The sobering part is that most people, most of the time, will not be the first dissenter. They will wait. They will look to others. They will comply. The hopeful part is that the first dissenter does not need to be a hero. They just need to be present. One person can break the hierarchy, and once the hierarchy is broken, others will follow. Chapter 17. The Role of Buffers. In the summer of 1945, after the war in Europe had ended, the Allies captured the commandant of the Auschwitz concentration camp. His name was Rudolf Höss. He was the man who had overseen the murder of more than 1 million people. When interrogated, Höss was matter-of-fact. He described the gas chambers, the crematoria, the selection process with the detachment of a factory manager describing a production line. But there was one thing, he said, that had troubled him. He had once had to witness a gassing. He had stood at the window of the gas chamber and watched the prisoners die. The experience, he said, had disturbed him. He had never done it again. Höss's testimony reveals a fundamental truth about the psychology of evil. Distance matters. The killers who designed the gas chambers, who calculated the Zyklon B dosages, who scheduled the trains, and they were not in the room when the prisoners died. They were in offices, behind desks, looking at paper. The soldiers who actually pushed the prisoners into the chambers, who operated the levers, who saw the faces, they were closer, and that closeness made a difference. It troubled Höss, the commandant, to witness what he had spent years organizing. The buffer of distance had protected him from the reality of his actions. When the buffer was removed, he was disturbed. The role of buffers is one of the most important and least understood factors in the psychology of evil. Buffers are the mechanisms of physical, bureaucratic, psychological that distance the perpetrator from the consequences of their actions. The more buffers there are, the easier it is to inflict harm. The fewer buffers, the harder it becomes. The teacher could hear him but not see him. In this condition, 65% of participants went to the end of the shock generator. But when the learner was moved into the same room, obedience dropped to 40%. When the teacher was required to physically place the learner's hand on the shock plate, obedience dropped to 30%. The closer the teacher was to the victim, the harder it was to continue. The buffer of distance had been removed. This is not a new insight. Military strategists have understood the power of buffers for centuries. The invention of the bow and arrow, the gun, the artillery shell, the bomb, each of these technologies increased the distance. Between the killer and the killed, the drone pilot sitting in a control room in Nevada, operating a weapon on the other side of the world, is the culmination of this trajectory. The buffer is now so complete that the pilot can go home to dinner after a day of killing. There is no blood. There are no screams. There is only a screen and a joystick. The buffer has done its work. Bureaucratic buffers are just as powerful as physical ones. The bureaucrat who signs the order, processes the paperwork, approves the budget. They are not in the room. They do not see the consequences of their decisions. They deal in abstractions, numbers, quotas, categories. The Holocaust was made possible by bureaucratic buffers. The men who designed the final solution did not see themselves as murderers. They saw themselves as administrators. The buffer of bureaucracy protected them from the reality of what they were doing. The psychologist Albert Bandura called this process moral disengagement through diffusion of responsibility. When responsibility is spread across many individuals, no single individual feels responsible. The bureaucratic buffer disperses responsibility so widely that it disappears. Everyone is responsible, so no one is responsible. This is how systems of atrocity are built, not through the decisions of a few evil men, but through the distribution of responsibility across a vast network of ordinary people, each doing their small part, each buffered from the consequences. The role of buffers explains one of the most puzzling features of atrocity, the fact that perpetrators often express distress when confronted with the direct consequences of their actions. Haas was disturbed by witnessing a gassing. The soldiers who shot Jews at close range in Eastern Europe suffered high rates of psychological breakdown. The men who operated the gas chambers had to be rotated frequently because of the psychological toll, but the men who designed the trains, who calculated the schedules, who managed the logistics, they were fine. The buffers protected them. Buffers also explain why it is easier to harm strangers than people we know. Easier to harm people who are far away than people who are close. Easier to harm people we have categorized as other than people we see as human. The buffer of distance, physical and psychological, makes harm possible. The removal of the buffer makes harm difficult. This has profound implications for prevention. If buffers facilitate harm, then the removal of buffers can prevent it. When we are forced to confront the consequences of our actions directly, we are less likely to act. This is why many organizations that produce harm go to great lengths to maintain buffers. They do not want their employees to see the consequences. They do not want them to visit the factory where children are making their products, or the community where their waste is being dumped, or the family whose life has been destroyed by their decisions. They want the buffers to remain intact. The opposite is also true. Organizations that want to cultivate ethical behavior often work to remove buffers. They bring employees into contact with the people affected by their work. They create opportunities for direct experience. They make the abstract concrete. They remove the distance that makes harm possible. The role of buffers is also relevant to our individual lives. We all maintain buffers that allow us to do things we might not otherwise do. We eat meat, but we do not slaughter the animals. We buy products made in sweatshops, but we do not see the workers. We benefit from systems of inequality, but we do not witness the suffering they produce. The buffers protect us. They allow us to live comfortably with the knowledge that our actions cause harm. And that is precisely why they are dangerous. The philosopher Peter Singer has argued that we have a moral obligation to remove the buffers that separate us from the consequences of our actions. He points to the example of the child drowning in a pond. If we see the child, we would wade in to save them, even at some cost to ourselves. But when the child is far away, when the suffering is abstract, we do nothing. The buffer of distance allows us to ignore the moral demand. Singer's argument is that we should treat the distant child as we would treat the child in front of us. We should remove the buffers. The history of atrocity is the history of buffers. The gas chamber was a buffer. The bureaucratic office was a buffer. The drone is a buffer. Each new technology, each new organizational structure, each new system of abstraction creates new buffers that make it easier to inflict harm. The question for our time is whether we will recognize the buffers for what they are, and whether we will have the courage to oft remove them.
Chapter 18. Manufacturing Legitimacy. In 1933, after Adolf Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany, the Nazi regime moved quickly to consolidate power. But they did not simply impose their will by force. They passed laws. They held plebiscites. They created a legal framework for their actions. The Enabling Act, passed in March 1933, gave Hitler the authority to enact laws without the involvement of the Reichstag. It was passed with the support of the Catholic Center Party after assurances that the rights of the Church would be protected. The act was constitutional, it was legal, and it was the foundation upon which the Third Reich was built. The Nazis understood something that every regime that seeks to commit atrocity understands: legitimacy matters. People will obey authority not because they are forced to, but because they believe the authority has the right to command. Legitimacy is the psychological foundation of obedience, and legitimacy can be manufactured. The manufacturing of legitimacy is one of the most sophisticated arts of political psychology. It involves the creation of a legal framework that gives the appearance of due process. It involves the use of symbols and rituals that signal authority. It involves the co-optation of existing institutions, the courts, the universities, the medical associations, and the professional organizations, to lend their credibility to the new order. And it involves the construction of a narrative that explains why the authority is legitimate, why obedience is not just required, but morally right. The Stanford Prison Experiment demonstrated the power of manufactured legitimacy. Zimbardo did not tell the guards to be cruel.
He gave them uniforms, batons, and the authority to maintain order. He created a structure that looked legitimate. The guards stepped into that structure and became what the structure demanded. The legitimacy was manufactured, but it was real in its consequences. Milgram's experiments also depended on manufactured legitimacy. The experimenter wore a lab coat. He worked at Yale University. He spoke with the authority of science. Participants obeyed, not because they were afraid of the experimenter. He had no power to punish them, but because they believed he was a legitimate authority. The legitimacy was manufactured by the symbols of science and the prestige of Yale. When Milgram moved the experiment to a seedy office building in Bridgeport and removed the Yale affiliation, obedience dropped. The legitimacy had been diminished. The manufacturing of legitimacy operates through several mechanisms. The first is legalism. Regimes that commit atrocity almost always do so through legal channels. They pass laws. They create courts. They issue permits. The Nazis were masters of this. They did not simply round up Jews and shoot them. They passed the Nuremberg laws, which defined who was Jewish and stripped Jews of citizenship. They created a legal framework that made discrimination and then deportation and then murder seem like the application of law. not the suspension of it. The law provided legitimacy. It allowed ordinary Germans to see the atrocities not as crimes, but as policies. The second mechanism is the co-optation of trusted institutions. When the churches, the universities, the medical associations, and the professional organizations lend their support to a regime, they transfer their legitimacy to that regime. The Nazis co-opted the German medical establishment. Turning doctors into agents of eugenics and euthanasia, they co-opted the universities, purging Jewish faculty and aligning research with Nazi ideology. The institutions that Germans had trusted for generations became instruments of the regime, and their trustworthiness lent legitimacy to the regime's actions. The third mechanism is the creation of a narrative. Legitimacy does not rest on force alone. It rests on a story that explains why authority is justified, why the sacrifices demanded are necessary, why the victims deserve their fate. The Nazi narrative was elaborate and, for many Germans, persuasive. It was a story of national humiliation and rebirth, of a people under threat, of a struggle for survival. The narrative provided a framework that made the atrocities seem not just necessary, but heroic. The fourth mechanism is the performance of procedural regularity. People are more likely to obey authority when the authority follows procedures, even when those procedures are meaningless. The appearance of due process is often enough to confer legitimacy. The Nazis held trials, issued permits, filed paperwork. The bureaucracy of genocide created the appearance of normalcy. It was this procedural regularity that allowed Eichmann to see himself as a law-abiding civil servant. He was following procedures. The procedures were legitimate. Therefore, his actions were legitimate. The manufacturing of legitimacy is not confined to totalitarian regimes. It happens in corporations, in governments, in every institution that seeks to command obedience. When a corporation creates an ethics code, it is manufacturing legitimacy. When a government holds hearings before taking action, it is manufacturing legitimacy. When an organization uses the language of fairness and due process, it is manufacturing legitimacy. These are not necessarily bad things. Legitimacy is essential to social order, but legitimacy can be manufactured for evil purposes as well as good. The danger of manufactured legitimacy is that it makes obedience automatic. When we believe an authority is legitimate, we do not question its commands. We assume that because the authority has the right to command, its commands must be right. The critical faculties that might otherwise resist destructive orders are suspended. We enter the agentic state not because we are forced to, but because we believe we are doing the right thing. The antidote to manufactured legitimacy is critical thinking. We must learn to ask questions about the sources of authority. We must examine the legal frameworks that claim legitimacy. We must interrogate the narratives that justify obedience. We must be skeptical of procedural regularity when it is used to mask substantive injustice. This is not easy. Legitimacy is designed to be taken for granted. It operates beneath the level of conscious awareness. To question legitimacy is to question the foundations of social order, but it is necessary. The history of the 20th century is a history of manufactured legitimacy. The Nazis, the Soviets, the Khmer Rouge, the architects of apartheid, all of them understood that they could not rely on force alone. They needed people to believe that their authority was legitimate. They needed the cooperation of the governed, and they manufactured that cooperation through law, through institutions, through narrative, through procedure. The machinery of atrocity was built on a foundation of manufactured legitimacy. The question for our time is whether we have learned to recognize the machinery. Are we better at detecting the manufacture of legitimacy? Or are we still susceptible to the same mechanisms that produced obedience in the past? The evidence is mixed. We have seen the rise of authoritarian movements around the world that use the same techniques, legalism, co-optation, narrative, procedural regularity, to manufacture legitimacy. We have seen citizens accept policies that violate human rights because they are legal. We have seen institutions that should know better and lend their credibility to destructive regimes. The manufacturing of legitimacy is not inevitable. It can be resisted. But resistance requires vigilance. It requires the willingness to look behind the symbols and the procedures and ask the hard questions. Who benefits from this authority? Who is harmed? Is the legitimacy real, or is it manufactured? These questions are not comfortable. They challenge the order of things, but they are the only defense against the most dangerous form of obedience, the obedience that comes not from fear, but from belief. Chapter 19, The Expert Trap. In the winter of 1942, a group of German doctors gathered at a villa in Berlin. They were not SS officers. They were not Nazi ideologues. They were physicians, psychiatrists, men who had taken the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. They were gathered to discuss the future of German medicine. The meeting was chaired by a respected professor of psychiatry named Werner Heide, and the topic was the euthanasia program, the systematic killing of disabled and mentally ill patients that had been underway in Germany for 2 years. The doctors debated the ethics of the program. They discussed the criteria for selection, they reviewed the procedures, and at the end of the meeting, they agreed to continue. The story of the German doctors is a story of the expert trap. These were not ignorant men, they were experts. They had spent years studying the human mind and body. They had dedicated their lives to healing. And yet they became the architects of one of the most systematic killing programs in history. How? Because they were experts, and their expertise made them vulnerable. The expert trap is the tendency to defer to authority figures who possess specialized knowledge even when those figures are demonstrably wrong. It is a cognitive bias that operates in all of us. When we encounter someone who seems to know more than we do, we stop thinking for ourselves. We assume that the expert's judgment is better than our own. And often, that assumption is correct. Experts do know more than we do about their domains, but the expert trap is that we extend this deference beyond the domain of expertise. We assume that the expert's judgment is correct in all matters, including moral matters, and that assumption can lead us into darkness. The Milgram experiments demonstrated the expert trap with chilling clarity. The participants deferred to the experimenter because he was an expert, or at least he appeared to be an expert. He wore a lab coat. He was associated with Yale. He spoke with authority. The participants assumed that he knew what he was doing, that the experiment was important, that the shocks were not dangerous. They did not question his expertise. They deferred. And that deference led them to do things they would never have done otherwise. The expert trap is not just about scientists. It operates in every domain where expertise is valued. We defer to doctors about our health, to lawyers about our rights, to financial advisors about our money, to military leaders about war. In most cases, this deference is appropriate. Experts do know more than we do. But the trap is that we often fail to recognize the limits of expertise. We assume that because someone is an expert in one domain, they are an expert in all domains. We assume that their technical expertise confers moral authority, and we stop thinking for ourselves. The German doctors fell into the expert trap. They were experts in medicine, not in ethics, but they assumed that their medical expertise gave them the authority to decide who should live and who should die. They framed the killing of disabled patients as a medical problem, a problem of resource allocation, of genetic hygiene, of the health of the nation. They applied their expertise to a moral question, and in doing so, they lost sight of the moral dimension entirely. The expert trap also operates in reverse. Not only do we defer to experts, but experts themselves often assume that their expertise gives them the right to make moral judgments. The doctor who decides that a patient's life is not worth living, the economist who decides that some people are expendable for the sake of growth, the military strategist who decides that civilian casualties are acceptable collateral damage. These experts have stepped beyond the bounds of their expertise. They are making moral judgments, but they are making them under the cover of technical authority. The expert trap is reinforced by the complexity of modern life. We live in a world that is increasingly specialized. No one can be an expert in everything. We rely on experts to navigate the complexities of technology, medicine, finance, law. This reliance is necessary, but it also makes us vulnerable. When an expert tells us that something is safe or necessary or ethical, we are inclined to believe them. We do not have the time or the knowledge to evaluate their claims. We trust, and trust in the expert trap becomes a vulnerability. The antidote to the expert trap is what the philosopher Immanuel Kant called sapere aude, dare to know. It is the willingness to think for oneself, even in the face of expert authority. It is the recognition that technical expertise does not confer moral authority. It is the courage to ask questions. How does the expert know this? What assumptions are they making? What values are embedded in their expertise? What would happen if we did the opposite? This is not to say that expertise should be dismissed. Expertise is essential, but it must be bounded. The expert can tell us the likely consequences of a course of action. They cannot tell us whether those consequences are acceptable. The expert can tell us what is technically feasible. They cannot tell us whether it is morally right. The expert can tell us how to achieve a goal. They cannot tell us whether the goal is worth achieving. The expert trap also operates within institutions. Organizations often defer to their own experts, the engineers who say the bridge is safe, the chemists who say the emissions are harmless, the economists who say the policy is sound. These experts are often genuinely knowledgeable, but they are also often captive to the institutions that employ them. They have an interest in telling their employers what they want to hear. The expert trap is not just a cognitive bias, it is a structural vulnerability. The case of the German doctors is extreme, but the expert trap is present in everyday life. We see it when patients defer to doctors who dismiss their pain. We see it when investors defer to financial advisors who steer them into bad investments. We see it when citizens defer to politicians who claim expertise they do not have. The expert trap is everywhere because we cannot avoid relying on experts. But we can learn to recognize the trap. We can learn to ask the right questions. We can learn to distinguish between technical expertise and moral judgment. The psychologist Irving Yannis, who studied groupthink, found that one of the most effective ways to prevent groupthink was to invite outside experts to challenge the group's assumptions. The presence of an outside perspective disrupted the deference to internal expertise It forced the group to think again. The antidote to the expert trap is diversity. Diversity of perspective, diversity of expertise, diversity of values. When we are surrounded by people who think like us, we defer to our shared expertise. When we are challenged by people who think differently, we are forced to think for ourselves. The expert trap is a story about the limits of knowledge. It is a reminder that expertise is not wisdom, that technical competence is not moral insight, that the most dangerous person is often the one who knows a great deal about a small thing and assumes that this knowledge applies to everything. The German doctors knew a great deal about medicine. They knew very little about ethics, but they did not know that they did not know. And that ignorance, hidden behind the mask of expertise, led them to do things that should have been unthinkable. Chapter 20. Beyond Milgram. For 50 years, the Milgram experiment stood as one of the most famous and most controversial studies in the history of psychology. They were cited in textbooks, taught in classrooms, invoked in discussions of the Holocaust, and other atrocities. The image of the ordinary man pressing the lever, sweating, trembling, unable to stop, it became a symbol of human vulnerability, a warning about the dangers of obedience. But in the first decades of the 21st century, a new generation of researchers began to ask questions that Milgram's original work had left unanswered. And some of those questions led to uncomfortable conclusions. What did Milgram get right, and what did he get wrong? The replications began in earnest in the 2000s. Psychologists in Europe and the United States designed new versions of the obedience experiment using modern ethical standards that would never have permitted Milgram's original procedures. They used lower voltages, clearer debriefing, and careful screening of participants, and they found, to their surprise, that obedience rates were similar to Milgram's. In a 2009 replication conducted in France for a television documentary, 80% of participants went to the end of the shock generator. In a 2015 study conducted in Poland, the obedience rate was comparable to Milgram's original. The basic finding, that ordinary people will obey destructive orders at alarming rates, was robust. But the replications also revealed complexities that Milgram had not fully appreciated. The most important of these was the role of the participants' belief in the legitimacy of the situation. Milgram had assumed that his participants believed they were actually delivering shocks, but the replications suggested that many participants were not fully convinced. They suspected that the situation was not real. They were playing along. This does not invalidate Milgram's findings. Even if participants were not fully convinced, their behavior still revealed something about obedience. But it complicates the interpretation. The participants who continued to the end may not have believed they were causing real harm. Other researchers have questioned Milgram's interpretation of his own data. The psychologist Alex Haslam and his colleagues have argued that the participants were not blindly obeying authority. They were trying to do what they thought was right. They were not entering an agentic state. They were identifying with the scientific project. They continued because they believed in the importance of the research, not because they were surrendering their conscience. This interpretation shifts the focus from obedience to identification. Participants obeyed not because they were passive agents, but because they were active supporters of the scientific enterprise. The replications also revealed the importance of the participants' relationship with the learner. In Milgram's original study, the learner was a stranger. When the learner was presented as a fellow participant, or when the participant had a chance to interact with the learner before the experiment, obedience dropped. The social bond between the participant and the victim mattered. This finding complicates Milgram's emphasis on authority. Authority is powerful, but so is solidarity with the victim. The two forces are in tension. Which one wins depends on the situation. Perhaps the most significant criticism of Milgram's work is that it focused too narrowly on the individual and not enough on the system. Milgram was interested in the psychology of obedience, the internal processes that lead individuals to comply with authority. But the atrocities that Milgram sought to explain, the Holocaust, genocide, systematic cruelty, are not the product of individual psychology alone. They are the product of systems. They require organizations, bureaucracies, ideologies, and structures that extend far beyond the individual. Milgram's experiments captured something important about human psychology, but they did not capture the full complexity of systemic evil. The critics also point to the ethical problems with Milgram's work. Milgram deceived his participants, subjected them to extreme stress, and led them to believe they had caused serious harm. Many participants reported lasting distress. The American Psychological Association's ethics code was rewritten partly in response to Milgram's work. The replications have had to navigate these ethical constraints carefully. Using lower voltages and more extensive debriefing, the fact that the replications produced similar results suggests that Milgram's findings were not an artifact of his extreme procedures, but the ethical questions remain. Another line of criticism has focused on Milgram's sample. His participants were all men, all from the northeastern United States. Later research has shown that obedience rates vary across cultures and across genders. In some cultural contexts, obedience is higher, in others it is lower. The universalizing claims that Milgram made about human nature may have been overstated. The capacity for destructive obedience is not fixed. It varies with culture, context, and history. Despite these criticisms, Milgram's legacy remains profound. He asked the right question. He designed an experiment that forced people to confront something uncomfortable about themselves. He showed that the capacity for cruelty is not a rare pathology, but a potential within ordinary people. And he demonstrated the power of situation. The way that the architecture of authority can shape behavior in ways that individuals cannot easily resist. The 21st century replications have not overturned Milgram's findings. They have refined them. They have shown that obedience is not as automatic as Milgram suggested, that participants are active interpreters of the situation, that the relationship with the victim matters, that culture matters, that systems matter. The picture that emerges is more complex than Milgram's original account, but it is no less troubling. Perhaps the most important lesson from the replications is that Milgram's experiment is not a single finding, but a phenomenon that continues to evolve. Each new generation of researchers brings new questions, new methods, new insights. The obedience experiments are not a closed chapter in the history of psychology. They are a living tradition, and they continue to teach us about the vulnerability of human beings to destructive authority. The question that Milgram asked, how can ordinary people do terrible things, has not been answered. It has been deepened. We now know that the answer involves not just obedience, but identification. Not just the individual, but the system. Not just the situation, but the culture. We know that the capacity for destructive obedience is not fixed, but variable, not inevitable, but preventable. And we know that the same psychological mechanisms that produce obedience can, under the right conditions, produce resistance. Milgram died in 1984, before the wave of replications that would reshape his legacy. But he would have welcomed them. He was a scientist, and scientists want their ideas to be tested, challenged, refined. He would have been pleased that his work still mattered, that it still provoked debate, that it still forced us to ask hard questions about ourselves. The Milgram experiments are not the last word on the psychology of evil, but they are a starting point, and they remain, after more than half a century, one of the most powerful demonstrations of what ordinary people are capable of and what we must guard against. Chapter 16, Broken Hierarchy. In the vast literature on obedience and atrocity, the stories that stand out are not the stories of compliance. They are the stories of refusal. They are the moments when the machinery of authority grinds to a halt. When the chain of command snaps, when ordinary people look at the orders they have been given and say simply, "No." These moments are rare, but they are also instructive because they reveal the fragility of the system. They show us that the architecture of obedience, however formidable, can be dismantled, and that the dismantling often begins with a single voice. The most famous case of mass refusal in modern history occurred in Denmark during the Holocaust. In October 1943, the Nazis planned to round up the entire Jewish population of Denmark and deport them to concentration camps. The plan was meticulous. The ships were ready, the lists were prepared. But when the roundup began, something unexpected happened. The Danish people refused to cooperate. Police officers tipped off their Jewish neighbors. Doctors hid patients in hospitals. Fishermen ferried Jews across the Arisen Strait to neutral Sweden in the span of a few weeks. More than 7,000 Danish Jews were evacuated to safety. Only about 500 were captured. It was one of the most successful resistance operations of the war, and one of the few cases in which a population collectively refused to participate in genocide. What made Denmark different? Why did the Danes refuse when so many others complied? The answer lies in the structure of hierarchy itself. Hierarchy is not a monolith. It is a system of relationships, and like any system, it has vulnerabilities. When the Danes refused to cooperate, they broke the hierarchy. They demonstrated that obedience was not inevitable, that authority could be resisted, that the costs of refusal were not as high as they seemed, and once the hierarchy was broken, it could not be repaired. The disobedience spread, it became contagious. The psychology of broken hierarchy is the psychology of dissent. Social psychologists have long known that the presence of a single dissenter can dramatically reduce obedience. In Milgram's experiments, when participants saw another teacher refuse to continue, the rate of full obedience dropped from 65% to 10%. The dissenter did not have to be persuasive. They did not have to make an argument. They simply had to refuse. The act of refusal was enough to break the spell. Why is dissent so powerful? The answer lies in several psychological mechanisms. The first is the reduction of pluralistic ignorance. In most situations of destructive obedience, individuals look to others to determine what is appropriate. If everyone else is obeying, they assume that obedience is the correct response. But when a dissenter appears, the illusion is shattered. The individual sees that someone else is refusing, and that gives them permission to question their own assumptions. The dissenter provides a new model of reality. The second mechanism is the reduction of fear. In many situations of obedience, individuals fear the consequences of refusal. They fear punishment, social rejection, or simply looking foolish. But when a dissenter refuses, the fear is reduced. The dissenter has shown that refusal is possible. They have taken the first risk. Others can follow without being the first. The presence of a dissenter creates safety in numbers. The third mechanism is the disruption of the agentic state. The agentic state, as we have seen, depends on the individual's acceptance of the authority's definition of the situation. When a dissenter refuses, that definition is challenged. The individual is forced to recognize that there is an alternative way of seeing things. The authority's frame is no longer the only frame. The agentic state begins to dissolve. The fourth mechanism is the creation of a new social norm. Human beings are deeply sensitive to social norms. When everyone around us is complying, compliance becomes the norm. But when a dissenter refuses, a new norm begins to form. The norm of refusal, and once that norm takes hold, it becomes self-reinforcing. Each new refuser strengthens the norm, making it easier for the next person to refuse. The broken hierarchy does not happen spontaneously. It requires a catalyst. The catalyst is usually a single individual or a small group who refuses to comply. In Denmark, the catalyst was the broad network of Danish civil society. The police, the clergy, the labor unions that refused to cooperate with the Nazi roundup. But even in cases where resistance is less organized, a single dissenter can be enough. In the Milgram experiments, one person was enough. In the Stanford Prison Experiment, the study ended when one person, Christina Maslach, Zimbardo's girlfriend, refused to accept the situation as normal. She broke the hierarchy. She was the dissenter. The history of atrocity is filled with moments of broken hierarchy that might have been moments when a single refusal could have changed everything. There is the story of the German police battalion in Josephau, the one we encountered earlier. The commander offered his men the choice to step aside. Only 12 did. But if more had stepped aside, if the first few had been followed by others, the hierarchy might have broken. The massacre might not have happened. The men who obeyed later said they were looking to see what others would do. They saw compliance, so they complied. They were waiting for a dissenter who never came. The lesson of broken hierarchy is that obedience is not as robust as it seems. The system of authority that produces destructive obedience is held together by fragile threads: the perception of consensus, the fear of being alone, the assumption that others know what they are doing. When those threads are cut, the system unravels, the hierarchy breaks, and in the space that opens, resistance becomes possible. This has profound implications for prevention. If we want to prevent destructive obedience, we must cultivate dissent. We must teach people that it is acceptable to refuse. We must create systems in which dissent is protected rather than punished. We must celebrate the whistleblowers, the resistors, the ones who say no. Because they are not just saving themselves, they are breaking the hierarchy for everyone else. The story of Denmark is often told as a story of national character. The Danes were simply more courageous, more moral, more united. But the psychological evidence suggests something different. The Danes were not immune to the pressures of obedience. They faced the same fears, the same uncertainties, the same social pressures that produced compliance elsewhere. What they had was a critical mass of dissent. Enough people refused that the hierarchy broke, and once it broke, it could not be put back together. The same dynamic can be seen in smaller contexts. In organizations where unethical behavior is the norm, the presence of a single whistleblower can change everything. In schools where bullying is accepted, the intervention of a single student can shift the culture. In families where abuse is hidden, the refusal of one member to keep the secret can shatter the system. Broken hierarchy is not a theory, it is a practice. It happens when someone somewhere decides to say no. The psychologist Irvin Staub, who has studied rescue behavior during the Holocaust, found that the most important factor in predicting who would rescue Jews was not personality, but social networks. People who were part of a network that valued rescue were far more likely to rescue. The network provided support, it reduced fear, it created a norm. In other words, it broke the hierarchy of the Nazi regime and created a counter-hierarchy of resistance. The lesson is both sobering and hopeful. The sobering part is that most people, most of the time, will not be the first dissenter. They will wait, they will look to others, they will comply. The hopeful part is that the first dissenter does not need to be a hero, they just need to be present. One person can break the hierarchy, and once the hierarchy is broken, others will follow. Chapter 17, The Role of Buffers. In the summer of 1945, after the war in Europe had ended, the Allies captured the commandant of the Auschwitz concentration camp. His name was Rudolf Höss. He was the man who had overseen the murder of more than 1 million people. When interrogated, Höss was matter-of-fact. He described the gas chambers, the crematoria, the selection process, with the detachment of a factory manager describing a production line. But there was one thing, he said, that had troubled him. He had once had to witness a gassing. He had stood at the window of the gas chamber and watched the prisoners die. The experience, he said, had disturbed him. He had never done it again. Höss's testimony reveals a fundamental truth about the psychology of evil. Distance matters. The killers who designed the gas chambers, who calculated the Zyklon B dosages, who scheduled the trains, they were not in the room when the prisoners died. They were in offices, behind desks, looking at paper. The soldiers who actually pushed the prisoners into the chambers, who operated the levers, who saw the faces, they were closer, and that closeness made a difference. It troubled Höss, the commandant, to witness what he had spent years organizing. The buffer of distance had protected him from the reality of his actions. When the buffer was removed, he was disturbed. The role of buffers is one of the most important and least understood factors in the psychology of evil. Buffers are the mechanisms, physical, bureaucratic, psychological, that distance the perpetrator from the consequences of their actions. The more buffers there are, the easier it is to inflict harm. The fewer buffers, the harder it becomes. Milgram's experiments demonstrated this with brutal clarity. In the baseline version of the study, the learner was in another room. The teacher could hear him but not see him. In this condition, 65% of participants went to the end of the shock generator. But when the learner was moved into the same room, obedience dropped to 40%. When the teacher was required to physically place the learner's hand on the shock plate, obedience dropped to 30%. The closer the teacher was to the victim, the harder it was to continue. The buffer of distance had been removed. This is not a new insight. Military strategists have understood the power of buffers for centuries. The invention of the bow and arrow, the gun, the artillery shell, the bomb. Each of these technologies increased the distance. Between the killer and the killed, the drone pilot sitting in a control room in Nevada, operating a weapon on the other side of the world, is the culmination of this trajectory. The buffer is now so complete that the pilot can go home to dinner after a day of killing. There is no blood. There are no screams. There is only a screen and a joystick. The buffer has done its work. Bureaucratic buffers are just as powerful as physical ones. The bureaucrat who signs the order, processes the paperwork, approves the budget, they are not in the room. They do not see the consequences of their decisions. They deal in abstractions, numbers, quotas, categories. The Holocaust was made possible by bureaucratic buffers. The men who designed the final solution did not see themselves as murderers. They saw themselves as administrators. The buffer of bureaucracy protected them from the reality of what they were doing. The psychologist Albert Bandura called this process moral disengagement through diffusion of responsibility. When responsibility is spread across many individuals, no single individual feels responsible. The bureaucratic buffer disperses responsibility so widely that it disappears. Everyone is responsible, so no one is responsible. This is how systems of atrocity are built, not through the decisions of a few evil men, but through the distribution of responsibility across a vast network of ordinary people, each doing their small part, each buffered from the consequences. The role of buffers explains one of the most puzzling features of atrocity: the fact that perpetrators often express distress when confronted with the direct consequences of their actions. Huss was disturbed by witnessing a gassing. The soldiers who shot Jews at close range in Eastern Europe suffered high rates of psychological breakdown. The men who operated the gas chambers had to be rotated frequently because of the psychological toll. But the men who designed the trains, who calculated the schedules, who managed the logistics, they were fine. The buffers protected them. Buffers also explain why it is easier to harm strangers than people we know, easier to harm people who are far away than people who are close, easier to harm people we have categorized as other than, people we see as human. The buffer of distance, physical and psychological, makes harm possible. The removal of the buffer makes harm difficult. This has profound implications for prevention. If buffers facilitate harm, then the removal of buffers can prevent it. When we are forced to confront the consequences of our actions directly, we are less likely to act. This is why many organizations that produce harm go to great lengths to maintain buffers. They do not want their employees to see the consequences. They do not want them to visit the factory where children are making their products, or the community where their waste is being dumped, or the family whose life has been destroyed by their decisions. They want the buffers to remain intact. The opposite is also true. Organizations that want to cultivate ethical behavior often work to remove buffers. They bring employees into contact with the people affected by their work. They create opportunities for direct experience. They make the abstract concrete. They remove the distance that makes harm possible. The role of buffers is also relevant to our individual lives. We all maintain buffers that allow us to do things we might not otherwise do. We eat meat, but we do not slaughter the animals. We buy products made in sweatshops, but we do not see workers. We benefit from systems of inequality, but we do not witness the suffering they produce. The buffers protect us. They allow us to live comfortably with the knowledge that our actions cause harm. And that is precisely why they are dangerous. The philosopher Peter Singer has argued that we have a moral obligation to remove the buffers that separate us from the consequences of our actions. He points to the example of the child drowning in a pond. If we see the child, we would wade in to save them, even at some cost to ourselves. But when the child is far away, when the suffering is abstract, we do nothing. The buffer of distance allows us to ignore the moral demand. Singer's argument is that we should treat the distant child as we would treat the child in front of us. We should remove the buffers. The history of atrocity is the history of buffers. The gas chamber was a buffer. The bureaucratic office was a buffer. The drone is a buffer. Each new technology, each new organizational structure, each new system of abstraction creates new buffers that make it easier to inflict harm. The question for our time is whether we will recognize the buffers for what they are and whether we will have the courage to remove them. Chapter 19: The Expert Trap. In the winter of 1942, a group of German doctors gathered at a villa in Berlin. They were not SS officers. They were not Nazi ideologues. They were physicians, psychiatrists, men who had taken the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. They were gathered to discuss the future of German medicine. The meeting was chaired by a respected professor of psychiatry named Werner Heide. And the topic was the euthanasia program, the systematic killing of disabled and mentally ill patients that had been underway in Germany for 2 years. The doctors debated the ethics of the program. They discussed the criteria for selection. They reviewed the procedures, and at the end of the meeting, they agreed to continue. The story of the German doctors is a story of the expert trap. These were not ignorant men. They were experts. They had spent years studying the human mind and body. They had dedicated their lives to healing. And yet they became the architects of one of the most systematic killing programs in history. How? Because they were experts, and their expertise made them vulnerable. The expert trap is the tendency to defer to authority figures who possess specialized knowledge, even when those figures are demonstrably wrong. It is a cognitive bias that operates in all of us. When we encounter someone who seems to know more than we do, we stop thinking for ourselves. We assume that the expert's judgment is better than our own. And often, that assumption is correct. Experts do know more than we do about their domains. But the expert trap is that we extend this deference beyond the domain of expertise. We assume that the expert's judgment is correct in all matters, including moral matters. And that assumption can lead us into darkness. The Milgram experiments demonstrated the expert trap with chilling clarity. The participants deferred to the experimenter because he was an expert, or at least he appeared to be an expert. He wore a lab coat. He was associated with Yale. He spoke with authority. The participants assumed that he knew what he was doing, that the experiment was important, that the shocks were not dangerous. They did not question his expertise. They deferred, and that deference led them to do things they would never have done. Otherwise, the expert trap is not just about scientists. It operates in every domain where expertise is valued. We defer to doctors about our health, to lawyers about our rights, to financial advisors about our money, to military leaders about war. In most cases, this deference is appropriate. Experts do know more than we do, but the trap is that we often fail to recognize the limits of expertise. We assume that because someone is an expert in one domain, they are an expert in all domains. We assume that their technical expertise confers moral authority, and we stop thinking for ourselves. The German doctors fell into the expert trap. They were experts in medicine, not in ethics, but they assumed that their medical expertise gave them the authority to decide who should live and who should die. They framed the killing of disabled patients as a medical problem, a problem of resource allocation, of genetic hygiene, of the health of the nation. They applied their expertise to a moral question, and in doing so, they lost sight of the moral dimension entirely. The expert trap also operates in reverse. Not only do we defer to experts, but experts themselves often assume that their expertise gives them the right to make moral judgments. The doctor who decides that a patient's life is not worth living, the economist who decides that some people are expendable for the sake of growth, The military strategist who decides that civilian casualties are acceptable collateral damage, these experts have stepped beyond the bounds of their expertise. They are making moral judgments, but they are making them under the cover of technical authority. The expert trap is reinforced by the complexity of modern life. We live in a world that is increasingly specialized. No one can be an expert in everything. We rely on experts to navigate the complexities of technology, medicine, finance, law. This reliance is necessary, but it also makes us vulnerable. When an expert tells us that something is safe or necessary or ethical, we are inclined to believe them. We do not have the time or the knowledge to evaluate their wry claims. We trust, and trust in the expert trap becomes a vulnerability. The antidote to the expert trap is what the philosopher Immanuel Kant called sapere aude, dare to know. It is the willingness to think for oneself, even in the face of expert authority. It is the recognition that technical expertise does not confer moral authority. It is the courage to ask questions. How does the expert know this? What assumptions are they making? What values are embedded in their expertise? What would happen if we did the opposite? This is not to say that expertise should be dismissed. Expertise is essential, but it must be bounded. The expert can tell us the likely consequences of a course of action. They cannot tell us whether those consequences are acceptable. The expert can tell us what is technically feasible. They cannot tell us whether it is morally right. The expert can tell us how to achieve a goal. They cannot tell us whether the goal is worth achieving. The expert trap also operates within institutions. Organizations often defer to their own experts. The engineers, who say the bridge is safe. The chemists who say the emissions are harmless. The economists who say the policy is sound. These experts are often genuinely knowledgeable, but they are also often captive to the institutions that employ them. They have an interest in telling their employers what they want to hear. The expert trap is not just a cognitive bias, it is a structural vulnerability. The case of the German doctors is extreme, but the expert trap is present in everyday life. We see it when patients defer to doctors who dismiss their pain. We see it when investors defer to financial advisors who steer them into bad investments. We see it when citizens defer to politicians who claim expertise they do not have. The expert trap is everywhere because we cannot avoid relying on experts. But we can learn to recognize the trap. We can learn to ask the right questions. We can learn to distinguish between technical expertise and moral judgment. The psychologist Irving Yannis, who studied groupthink, found that one of the most effective ways to prevent groupthink was to invite outside experts to challenge the group's assumptions. The presence of an outside perspective disrupted the broad deference to internal expertise. It forced the group to think again. The antidote to the expert trap is diversity. Diversity of perspective, diversity of expertise, diversity of values. When we are surrounded by people who think like us, we defer to our shared expertise. When we are challenged by people who think differently, we are forced to think for ourselves. The expert trap is a story about the limits of knowledge. It is a reminder that expertise is not wisdom, that technical competence is not moral insight, that the most dangerous person is often the one who knows a great deal about a small thing and assumes that this knowledge applies to everything. The German doctors knew a great deal about medicine. They knew very little about ethics. But they did not know that they did not know, and that ignorance, hidden behind the mask of expertise, led them to do things that should have been unthinkable. They have an interest in telling their employers what they want to hear. The expert trap is not just a cognitive bias, it is a structural vulnerability. The case of the German doctors is extreme, but the expert trap is present in everyday life. We see it when patients defer to doctors who dismiss their pain. We see it when investors defer to financial advisors who steer them into bad investments. We see it when citizens defer to politicians who claim expertise they do not have. The expert trap is everywhere because we cannot avoid relying on experts. But we can learn to recognize the trap. We can learn to ask the right questions. We can learn to distinguish between technical expertise and moral judgment. The psychologist Irving Yannis, who studied groupthink, found that one of the most effective ways to prevent groupthink was to invite outside experts to challenge the group's assumptions. The presence of an outside perspective disrupted the Borg deference to internal expertise. It forced the group to think again. The antidote to the expert trap is diversity. Diversity of perspective, diversity of expertise, diversity of values. When we are surrounded by people who think like us, we defer to our shared expertise. When we are challenged by people who think differently, we are forced to think for ourselves. The expert trap is a story about the limits of knowledge. It is a reminder that expertise is not wisdom, that technical competence is not moral insight, that the most dangerous person is often the one who knows a great deal about a small thing and assumes that this knowledge applies to everything. The German doctors knew a great deal about medicine. They knew very little about ethics, but they did not know that they did not know. And that ignorance, hidden behind the mask of expertise, led them to do things that should have been unthinkable. Chapter 20. Beyond Milgram. For 50 years, the Milgram experiment stood as one of the most famous and most controversial studies in the history of psychology. They were cited in textbooks, taught in classrooms, invoked in discussions of the Holocaust and other atrocities. The image of the ordinary man pressing the lever, sweating, trembling, unable to stop. It became a symbol of human vulnerability, a warning about the dangers of obedience. But in the first decades of the 21st century, a new generation of researchers began to ask questions that Milgram's original work had left unanswered. And some of those questions led to uncomfortable conclusions. What did Milgram get right, and what did he get wrong? The replications began in earnest in the 2000s. Psychologists in Europe and the United States designed new versions of the obedience experiment using modern ethical standards that would never have permitted Milgram's original procedures. They used lower voltages, clearer debriefing, and careful screening of participants. And they found, to their surprise, that obedience rates were similar to Milgram's. In a 2009 replication conducted in France for a television documentary, 80% of participants went to the end of the shock generator. In a 2015 study conducted in Poland, the obedience rate was comparable to Milgram's original. The basic finding, that ordinary people will obey destructive orders at alarming rates, was robust. But the replications also revealed complexities that Milgram had not fully appreciated. The most important of these was the role of the participants' belief in the legitimacy of the situation. Milgram had assumed that his participants believed they were actually delivering shocks. But the replication suggested that many participants were not fully convinced. They suspected that the situation was not real. They were playing along. This does not invalidate Milgram's findings. Even if participants were not fully convinced, their behavior still revealed something about obedience, but it complicates the interpretation. The participants who continued to the end may not have believed they were causing real harm. Other researchers have questioned Milgram's interpretation of his own data. The psychologist Alex Haslam and his colleagues have argued that the participants were not blindly obeying authority. They were trying to do what they thought was right. They were not entering an agentic state. They were identifying with the scientific project. They continued because they believed in the importance of the research, not because they were surrendering their conscience. This interpretation shifts the focus from obedience to identification. Participants obeyed not because they were passive agents, but because they were active supporters of the scientific enterprise. The replications also revealed the importance of the participant's relationship with the learner. In Milgram's original study, the learner was a stranger. When the learner was presented as a fellow participant, or when the participant had a chance to interact with the learner before the experiment, obedience dropped. The social bond between the participant and the victim mattered. This finding complicates Milgram's emphasis on authority. Authority is powerful, but so is solidarity with the victim. The two forces are in tension. Which one wins depends on the situation. Perhaps the most significant criticism of Milgram's work is that it focused too narrowly on the individual and not enough on the system. Milgram was interested in the psychology of obedience, the internal processes that lead individuals to comply with authority. But the atrocities that Milgram sought to explain, the Holocaust, genocide, systematic cruelty, are not the product of individual psychology alone. They are the product of systems. They require organizations, bureaucracies, ideologies, and structures that extend far beyond the individual. Milgram's experiments captured something important about human psychology, but they did not capture the full complexity of systemic evil. The critics also point to the ethical problems with Milgram's work. Milgram deceived his participants, subjected them to extreme stress, and led them to believe they had caused serious harm. Many participants reported lasting distress. The American Psychological Association's ethics code was rewritten, partly in response to Milgram's work. The replications have had to navigate these ethical constraints carefully, using lower voltages and more extensive debriefing. The fact that the replications produced similar results suggests that Milgram's findings were not an artifact of his extreme procedures, but the ethical questions remain. Another line of criticism has focused on Milgram's sample. His participants were all men, all from the northeastern United States. Later research has shown that obedience rates vary across cultures and across genders. In some cultural contexts, obedience is higher, in others, it is lower. The universalizing claims that Milgram made about human nature may have been overstated. The capacity for destructive obedience is not fixed. It varies with culture, context, and history. Despite these criticisms, Milgram's legacy remains profound. He asked the right question. He designed an experiment that forced people to confront something uncomfortable about themselves. He showed that the capacity for cruelty is not a rare pathology, but a potential within ordinary people. And he demonstrated the power of situation, the way that the architecture of authority can shape behavior in ways that individuals cannot easily resist. The 21st century replications have not overturned Milgram's findings. They have refined them. They have shown that obedience is not as automatic as Milgram suggested, that participants are active interpreters of the situation, that the relationship with the victim matters, that culture matters, that systems matter. The picture that emerges is more complex than Milgram's original account. but it is no less troubling. Perhaps the most important lesson from the replications is that Milgram's experiment is not a single finding, but a phenomenon that continues to evolve. Each new generation of researchers brings new questions, new methods, new insights. The obedience experiments are not a closed chapter in the history of psychology. They are a living tradition, and they continue to teach us about the vulnerability of human beings to destructive authority. The question that Milgram asked, "How can ordinary people do terrible things?" has not been answered. It has been deepened. We now know that the answer involves not just obedience, but identification. Not just the individual, but the system. Not just the situation, but the culture. We know that the capacity for destructive obedience is not fixed, but variable. Not inevitable, but preventable. And we know that the same psychological mechanisms that produce obedience can, under the right conditions, produce resistance. Milgram died in 1984 before the wave of replications that would reshape his legacy. But he would have welcomed them. He was a scientist, and scientists want their ideas to be tested, challenged, refined. He would have been pleased that his work still mattered, that it still provoked debate, that it still forced us to ask hard questions about ourselves. The Milgram experiments are not the last word on the psychology of evil, but they are a starting point, and they remain, after more than half a century, one of the most powerful demonstrations of what ordinary people are capable of and what we must guard against. Part 3, Dehumanization and the Other, exploring the cognitive processes that allow us to turn fellow humans into objects or vermin. Chapter 21, The Psychology of Dehumanization. In the spring of 1994, in the small Central African nation of Rwanda, Hutu extremists began broadcasting messages over the radio. They did not call for the murder of the Tutsi minority. They called for the extermination of Inyenzi, cockroaches. "Kill the cockroaches," the broadcasters said. "Crush them. They are vermin. They infest our country. They must be eliminated." And the Hutu population, armed with machetes and clubs, went out to kill. In 100 days, nearly 1 million Tutsi were dead. The killers were not soldiers trained for war. They were farmers, shopkeepers, teachers, priests. They were ordinary people who had been taught to see their neighbors, not as human beings, but as pests. The psychology of dehumanization is the psychology of permission. It is the mechanism that allows ordinary people to do extraordinary harm without feeling like monsters. When the victim is seen as human, with a face, a name, a family, a life, inflicting harm is difficult. The human brain is wired to feel empathy for other humans, but when the victim is seen as subhuman, as an animal, an insect, a disease, the empathy shuts off. The moral brakes are released, and the harm becomes possible. Dehumanization is not a rare or pathological process. It is a natural feature of human cognition. The human mind is a categorizing machine. We sort the world into groups because it is efficient, because it helps us navigate complexity. But the same categorization that allows us to function also allows us to exclude. When we categorize someone as other, we reduce them. We strip away the complexity of their humanity and replace it with a stereotype. And when we go further, when we categorize them as subhuman, we place them outside the circle of moral concern. The concept of dehumanization has ancient roots. Aristotle described some people as natural slaves, incapable of reason and therefore deserving of subjugation. The Spanish conquistadors debated whether the indigenous peoples of the Americas had souls. The architects of the transatlantic slave trade developed elaborate ideologies that defined Africans as subhuman, closer to apes than to Europeans. These ideologies were not just justifications for cruelty. They were enablers. They made cruelty possible by making the victims seem less than human. Modern psychology has identified several mechanisms of dehumanization. The first is the denial of agency. When we dehumanize others, we deny that they have the capacity to act, to plan, to make choices. They become passive objects, not active agents. This denial of agency makes it easier to control them, to use them, to dispose of them. If they cannot choose, then they are not responsible for their fate, and we are not responsible for their suffering. The second mechanism is the denial of experience. When we dehumanize others, we deny that they have inner lives. We deny that they feel pain, joy, fear, love. They become empty shells, bodies without minds. This denial of experience is what makes cruelty possible. If the victim cannot feel pain, then inflicting pain is not wrong. The killers in Rwanda did not believe that Tutsis suffered as they suffered. They believed that cockroaches do not feel, and that belief allowed them to do what they did. The third mechanism is the attribution of animalistic traits. Dehumanization often involves comparing outgroups to animals, rats, vermin, dogs, apes. These comparisons are not just insults, they are cognitive tools. They activate ancient neural circuits that distinguish humans from animals. When we see someone as an animal, we stop seeing them as a moral being. We treat them as we would treat an animal, as something to be controlled, used, or eliminated. The fourth mechanism is the attribution of mechanistic traits. In modern dehumanization, victims are often compared to machines or objects. They are cogs in the wheel, numbers, units. This mechanistic dehumanization is common in bureaucratic contexts. The Holocaust was made possible by mechanistic dehumanization, the reduction of millions of human beings to statistics, to numbers on a list, to cargo to be transported. When the victim is a number, not a person, the moral weight disappears. Dehumanization is not always violent. It operates in everyday life. It operates when we walk past a homeless person without seeing them. It operates when we buy products made by workers in conditions we would never accept for ourselves. It operates when we scroll past images of suffering without stopping. Dehumanization is the background noise of modern life. It allows us to function in a world of overwhelming suffering, but it also allows us to tolerate suffering that we might otherwise act to prevent. The danger of dehumanization is that it is self-reinforcing. The more we dehumanize others, the easier it becomes to harm them. The more we harm them, the more we need to dehumanize them to justify the harm. This spiral is one of the most dangerous dynamics in human psychology. It is the engine of genocide. It is the mechanism that turns ordinary people into perpetrators. The psychologist David Livingstone Smith, who has written extensively on dehumanization, argues that the capacity to dehumanize others is not a flaw in human psychology, but a feature. It is a tool that evolved to help us navigate intergroup conflict. In the ancestral environment, the ability to turn off empathy for outgroup members may have been adaptive. It allowed groups to compete for resources without the burden of moral concern. But what was adaptive in the Pleistocene is catastrophic in the modern world. We now have the power to destroy entire populations, and dehumanization is the psychological mechanism that makes that destruction possible. The antidote to dehumanization is rehumanization. It is the effort to see others as fully human, with faces, names, stories, lives. It is the willingness to recognize that the other feels pain as we feel pain, loves as we love, fears as we fear. Rehumanization is not easy. It requires effort, it requires attention, it requires the courage to look at the other and see a self. The most powerful tool of rehumanization is contact. When people from different groups interact, dehumanization breaks down. The face becomes a face. The name becomes a name. The other becomes a person. This is why the perpetrators of genocide often begin by separating groups, by prohibiting contact, by creating physical and psychological distance. They know that contact is the enemy of dehumanization. They know that once we see the other as human, it becomes much harder to kill. The story of the Rwandan genocide is a story of dehumanization and its consequences. The radio broadcasts that called Tutsi cockroaches were not just propaganda, they were psychological weapons. They turned off the empathy of the Hutu population. They made the killing possible, but the story of Rwanda is also a story of rehumanization. In the years since the genocide, Rwandans have worked to rebuild relationships, to tell stories, to see each other again as human. It is a slow process. The wounds are deep, but the possibility of rehumanization remains. Dehumanization is not destiny. It is a psychological process, and like all psychological processes, it can be interrupted. We can learn to recognize the signs of dehumanization in ourselves. We can notice when we are categorizing others as less than human. We can ask ourselves, what would it mean to see this person as a human being? What would change? These questions are not guarantees, but they are a start. They are the first step toward closing the circle of moral concern and bringing the other back in. Chapter 22. Infrahumanization. In the early 2000s, a group of social psychologists led by Jacques-Philippe Léons made a subtle but profound discovery. They found that people do not need to explicitly dehumanize outgroups, to call them cockroaches or vermin. To treat them as less than human, they do something more subtle. They attribute uniquely human emotions to their own group and deny those same emotions to outgroups. This process, which they called infrahumanization, is the quiet, everyday form of dehumanization. It does not announce itself. It does not involve slurs or violence. It is simply the assumption that they do not feel as we feel. Uniquely human emotions, in the psychologist's framework, are emotions that require complex cognition and moral awareness. They include emotions like love, hope, nostalgia, guilt, shame, and grief. These are emotions that we associate with full humanity, the emotions that humans share with animals. Fear, anger, pleasure, desire are more easily attributed to outgroups. The infrahumanizer does not say that outgroup members are animals. They simply, unconsciously, assume that outgroup members do not experience the deeper, more complex emotions that define human life. The research on infrahumanization is striking in its consistency. Across cultures, across contexts, people attribute uniquely human emotions more readily to members of their own group than to members of outgroups. They do this automatically, without conscious intent. They do this even when they have no explicit prejudice. A white European may sincerely believe that they are not racist, but when asked to describe the emotional life of a black African, they will unconsciously attribute fewer uniquely human emotions. The infrahumanization operates beneath the surface of awareness. Infrahumanization matters because it is the foundation upon which more explicit forms of dehumanization are built. If we unconsciously believe that outgroup members do not feel love as we feel love, Do not grieve as we grieve. Do not hope as we hope, then it becomes easier to ignore their suffering. It becomes easier to justify policies that harm them. It becomes easier to look away. The small, subtle denial of humanity is the first step down a slope that can lead to genocide. Consider the way that news media report on suffering. When a disaster strikes in a wealthy, predominantly white country, the coverage is filled with stories of individual victims. We see their faces, we hear their names, we learn about their hopes and dreams. The coverage evokes uniquely human emotions, grief, love, hope. But when a disaster strikes in a poor, predominantly non-white country, the coverage is different. We see statistics, we see mass graves, we see anonymous bodies. The coverage does not evoke the same emotions. The victims are infrahumanized. They are not presented as individuals with inner lives. They are presented as numbers. This pattern is not accidental. It reflects the psychology of infrahumanization. We do not see the suffering of outgroups as fully human suffering. We do not feel for them as we feel for our own. And because we do not feel for them, we do not act. The disaster that kills thousands in a distant country does not move us to action. The disaster that kills dozens in our own country does. The difference is not the scale of suffering. It is the psychology of who is suffering. Infrahumanization operates in everyday interactions as well. It operates when we assume that the homeless person does not have the same capacity for love and grief that we have. It operates when we assume that the refugee does not feel the same homesickness we would feel. It operates when we assume that the prisoner does not experience the same shame and regret we would experience. These assumptions are rarely explicit. They are rarely conscious. But they shape our behavior. They determine who we help and who we ignore. The antidote to infrahumanization is the recognition of shared humanity. It is the effort to see that the other feels as we feel, loves as we love, grieves as we grieves. This recognition does not come automatically. It requires work. It requires attention. It requires the willingness to see the other as a subject, not an object. The psychologists who study infrahumanization have found that one of the most effective ways to counteract it is to elicit empathy. When we are given information about the inner life of an outgroup member, their hopes, their fears, their loves, the infrahumanization diminishes, the uniquely human emotions become visible, the other becomes human. This is why stories are so powerful. A story about a single refugee, with a name and a face and a history, can do what statistics cannot. It can break through the infrahumanization and touch the heart. Infrahumanization is a subtle form of cruelty. It does not involve violence. It does not involve hatred. It is simply the failure to see the full humanity of the other. But that failure has consequences. It allows us to tolerate suffering that we might otherwise prevent. It allows us to ignore injustice that we might otherwise oppose. It allows us to live comfortably in a world of inequality and suffering because we do not fully recognize the humanity of those who suffer. The story of infrahumanization is a story about the quiet violence of everyday perception. It is a reminder that we do not need to be monsters to do harm. We only need to be thoughtless. We only need to fail to see. The victim who is not seen as fully human does not need to be killed. They only need to be ignored, and in the accumulation of ignored suffering, the architecture of cruelty is built. Chapter 23: Moral Exclusion. In 1982, a young woman named Kitty Genovese was attacked outside her apartment building in Queens, New York. The attack lasted more than half an hour. She screamed for help. 38 people heard her screams. Not one of them called the police until after she was dead. The story became a parable of urban indifference, a symbol of the failure of bystanders to intervene. But the psychologists who studied the case found something more subtle than simple apathy. They found a process of moral exclusion. Moral exclusion is the psychological process by which individuals or groups are placed outside the boundaries of fairness, justice, and moral concern. When someone is morally excluded, the normal rules of morality do not apply. We do not have to treat them fairly. We do not have to care about their suffering. We do not have to help them when they are in need. They are, in a sense, invisible to our moral sense. The concept of moral exclusion was developed by the psychologist Susan Opoto and her colleagues. They argued that every person has a scope of justice, a circle of individuals who are entitled to fair treatment and moral consideration. Those inside the circle are protected by moral norms. Those outside the circle are not. The scope of justice is not fixed. It expands and contracts depending on context, culture, and psychology. In times of peace and prosperity, the circle expands. In times of threat and scarcity, the circle contracts. Moral exclusion operates at multiple levels. At the individual level, it is the process by which we decide who matters and who does not. At the group level, it is the process by which societies define who is deserving of rights and who is not. At the institutional level, it is the process by which policies are designed to benefit some and harm others. Moral exclusion is not always explicit. It is often embedded in the structures of everyday life. The bystanders who heard Kitty Genovese's screams did not explicitly decide that she was outside their scope of justice. They simply, automatically, did not see her as someone they were responsible for. She was a stranger. She was not part of their group. She was morally excluded by the simple fact of unfamiliarity. The psychologists who studied the case found that people are far more likely to help someone they perceive as similar to themselves. The similar are inside the circle, the dissimilar are outside. Moral exclusion is the psychological foundation of discrimination, oppression, and atrocity. When a group is morally excluded, it becomes acceptable to treat them in ways that would be unacceptable if they were inside the circle. It becomes acceptable to deny them housing, employment, education. It becomes acceptable to police them differently. It becomes acceptable to imprison them, to torture them, to kill them. The history of atrocity is the history of groups being placed outside the scope of justice. The Nazis did not begin by killing Jews. They began by morally excluding them. They passed laws that defined Jews as non-citizens. They created a legal framework that placed Jews outside the protections of the state. They used propaganda to portray Jews as dangerous, as alien, as other. By the time the killing began, Jews had been morally excluded for years. They were already outside the circle. The killing was just the final step. Moral exclusion does not require hatred. It requires only indifference. The person who is morally excluded is not necessarily hated. They are simply not cared about. Their suffering does not register. Their needs do not matter. This is why moral exclusion is so dangerous. It does not announce itself with violence. It announces itself with silence. It is the quiet assumption that some people do not count. The antidote to moral exclusion is moral inclusion. It is the expansion of the scope of justice to include those who have been excluded. It is the recognition that the stranger, the other, the different, is entitled to the same moral consideration as the self. Moral inclusion is not easy. It requires effort. It requires the willingness to see beyond the boundaries of group, tribe, and nation. It requires the recognition that humanity is a single circle, not many. The psychologist Ervin Staub, who studied rescue behavior during the Holocaust, found that rescuers were distinguished by their inclusive moral orientation. They saw Jews not as outsiders but as fellow human beings. Their scope of justice was wider than that of their neighbors. They had not succumbed to the moral exclusion that was the precondition for genocide. Moral inclusion is not just an individual orientation, it is a social and political project. Societies can design institutions that expand the scope of justice. They can create laws that protect the rights of minorities. They can create education that teaches the value of diversity. They can create media that humanizes the other. The expansion of the scope of justice is one of the great achievements of modern civilization, but it is never complete, and it is always vulnerable to contraction. The story of moral exclusion is a story about the boundaries of moral concern. It is a reminder that our morality is not universal by default. It is bounded. It is parochial. It privileges those who are like us. To expand the circle, to include those who are different, requires deliberate effort. It requires the courage to see the other as self. And it requires the recognition that the boundaries we draw are not natural. They are choices, and we can choose to draw them differently. 24. The language of genocide. In 1938, a Nazi newspaper published a cartoon depicting a Jew as a rat emerging from a sewer. The caption read, "Jews are vermin. They carry disease. They must be exterminated." The cartoon was not subtle. It was not meant to be. It was part of a sustained campaign of propaganda that saturated German society with images of Jews as pests, parasites, and plagues. The campaign worked. By the time the war ended, millions of Germans had come to see their Jewish neighbors not as human beings, but as infestation that needed to be eliminated. The language of genocide is the language of metaphor. It is the language that transforms human beings into pests, vermin, cancer. It is the language that makes killing seem like cleaning, like hygiene, like medicine. The metaphors are not incidental, they are essential. They are the cognitive tools that make atrocity possible. Without the metaphors, the killing would be unthinkable. With them, it becomes a duty. The power of metaphor lies in its ability to shape perception. When we hear a metaphor, our brains activate the neural circuits associated with the literal meaning. If we hear that immigrants are flooding the country, we process it as we would process a literal flood. We think of rising waters, of being overwhelmed, of needing to build barriers. The metaphor does not just describe, it structures thought. It creates a framework for understanding that makes certain responses seem natural and necessary. The language of genocide has a distinctive structure. It consistently portrays the victim group as subhuman, as a threat to health and safety, as an infestation that must be removed. The metaphors are drawn from the domains of disease, pest control, and natural disaster. Jews were vermin. Tutsis were cockroaches. Armenians were weeds. The language is consistent across cultures and across centuries. It is the language of dehumanization, and it is the precondition for mass violence. The psychologist George Lakoff has argued that metaphors are not just figures of speech. They are fundamental structures of thought. We think in metaphors. We understand abstract concepts, time, morality, society, through metaphorical mappings from concrete domains. When we think of society as a body, we think of immigrants as pathogens. When we think of society as a garden, we think of minorities as weeds. The metaphors we use determine the actions we take. If we want to prevent genocide, we must attend to the metaphors. The language of genocide is not confined to extremist propaganda. It appears in mainstream discourse. Politicians routinely describe immigrants as floods or waves. They talk about rooting out corruption, purging undesirable elements, cleansing neighborhoods. These metaphors are so common that we barely notice them, but they are doing the same work that the Nazi metaphors did. They are shaping perception. They are creating a framework in which certain people are seen as threats to be eliminated. The language of genocide also operates through euphemism. The Nazis did not talk about killing. They talked about the final solution, special treatment, resettlement to the East. The euphemisms served to distance the perpetrators from the reality of their actions. They made the killing abstract, bureaucratic, sanitary. The man who scheduled the trains to Auschwitz did not think he was sending people to their deaths. He thought he was implementing a resettlement program. The euphemism protected him from the moral weight of his actions. Euphemism is not a Nazi invention. It is a universal feature of bureaucratic language. Governments talk about collateral damage, not dead children. Corporations talk about downsizing, not firing people. The military talks about neutralizing targets, not killing. The euphemisms serve the same function they served in the Third Reich. They distance us from the consequences of our actions. They make harm abstract, and abstraction, as we have seen, is one of the enablers of cruelty. The antidote to the language of genocide is the language of humanity. It is the refusal to use metaphors that dehumanize. It is the insistence on calling things by their names. Killing, not final solution. People, not vermin. Suffering, not collateral damage. The language of humanity is not just a matter of political correctness. It is a matter of psychological defense. The words we use shape the way we think. If we use the language of dehumanization, we will think dehumanizing thoughts. If we use the language of humanity, we keep the possibility of empathy alive. The story of the language of genocide is a story about the power of words. It is a reminder that language is not neutral. It is a tool. It can be used to build or to destroy. The metaphors we choose matter. They matter because they shape perception. They matter because they create the cognitive framework within which we make moral decisions. They matter because they can make the unthinkable thinkable. In the years since the Holocaust, scholars have documented the language of genocide in dozens of cases. The patterns are remarkably consistent. The victims are always portrayed as subhuman. They are always portrayed as a threat. They are always portrayed as something that must be removed. The metaphors vary: vermin, cancer, weeds, flood, but the structure is the same. It is the language of exclusion. It is the language of dehumanization, and it is always the prelude to violence. The language of genocide is not a thing of the past. It is present today in political rhetoric, in media discourse, in the everyday language of ordinary people. It is present when politicians talk about immigrants as an infestation. It is present when commentators talk about cleansing neighborhoods. It is present when we use metaphors that reduce human beings to pests or diseases. The language is everywhere, and where the language is present, the possibility of violence is present. The task of prevention begins with language. It begins with the refusal to use metaphors that dehumanize. It begins with the insistence on seeing the other as human. It begins with the courage to call things by their names. Words are not just words, they are the architecture of thought, and the architecture of thought, in the end, determines the architecture of action. Chapter 25, Stereotyping and Scapegoating. In the autumn of 1348, as the Black Death swept across Europe, the people of the continent looked for an explanation. They found it in the Jews. The plague, they said, was caused by Jews poisoning the wells. Across Europe, Jewish communities were burned, massacred, expelled, thousands died. The plague continued. The scapegoats had served their purpose. They had provided an explanation. They had given people someone to blame, and in doing so, they had made an incomprehensible catastrophe comprehensible. Scapegoating is one of the oldest and most persistent forms of human cruelty. It is the process of blaming an outgroup for the problems of the in-group when things go wrong, when there is disease, poverty, war, social upheaval. The human mind seeks a cause. Often it finds that cause in the other. The other did this. The other is responsible. The other must be punished. Scapegoating is not just irrational prejudice. It is a psychological coping mechanism. It provides explanation. It provides control. It provides a target for the anger and fear that would otherwise be unbearable. The psychology of scapegoating is rooted in the psychology of stereotyping. Stereotypes are cognitive shortcuts. They are generalizations about groups that allow us to make quick judgments without having to process information about individuals. Stereotypes are not always negative. They can be positive, but they are always simplifying. And when they are negative, they provide the raw material for scapegoating. Stereotypes have several features that make them useful for scapegoating. First, they are resistant to disconfirmation. When we hold a stereotype about a group, we tend to notice information that confirms it and ignore information that contradicts it. This confirmation bias means that stereotypes are self-perpetuating. Once a group is stereotyped as dangerous, every action by a member of that group can be interpreted as confirming the stereotype. The stereotype becomes a lens through which all evidence is filtered. Second, stereotypes are emotionally charged. They are not neutral categories. They are loaded with fear, anger, disgust, or contempt. These emotions make stereotypes powerful motivators of action. When we feel fear or anger toward a group, we are primed to act against them. The stereotype provides both the cognitive framework and the emotional fuel for scapegoating. Third, stereotypes are often embedded in larger belief systems. They are not isolated beliefs. They are connected to ideologies about the world, about history, about morality. When a group is stereotyped as dangerous, that stereotype is often part of a larger narrative about the group's malevolent intentions. The narrative makes the scapegoating seem not just justified, but necessary. It is not that we are blaming them for our problems, it is that they are actually responsible. The narrative provides the evidence. Scapegoating serves multiple psychological functions. The first is explanatory. When things go wrong, we need to know why. The scapegoat provides an answer. It is a simple answer, a satisfying answer, an answer that does not require us to examine our own role in the problem. The scapegoat allows us to maintain the belief that the world is just, that we are good, that the problem is external. It protects our self-image. The second function is regulatory. Scapegoating allows groups to manage internal conflict. When a group is under stress, internal tensions can threaten group cohesion. Scapegoating redirects that tension outward. The group unites against the scapegoat. Internal differences become less important than the shared opposition to the enemy. Scapegoating is a powerful mechanism of group cohesion. It is also a powerful mechanism of group cruelty. The third function is cathartic. Scapegoating provides an outlet for emotions that might otherwise be destructive to the self. Anger, fear, frustration. These emotions can be discharged against the scapegoat. The act of blaming, of punishing, of eliminating the scapegoat provides relief. It is a release, and that release is reinforcing. It makes scapegoating a habit. The history of scapegoating is the history of human suffering. The Jews have been scapegoats for millennia. The Roma have been scapegoats, the Armenians, the Tutsis, the Rohingya. The list is endless. In every case, the pattern is the same. A group is stereotyped as dangerous. A crisis occurs. The group is blamed. Violence follows. The scapegoats are destroyed. And the cycle repeats. Scapegoating is not a relic of the past. It is present in the politics of the present. Immigrants are scapegoated for economic problems. Minorities are scapegoated for crime. Outsiders are scapegoated for social change. The pattern is the same as it was in 1348. The scapegoat is identified, the narrative is constructed, the blame is assigned, and the violence, if not physical, is at least rhetorical. The scapegoat is attacked, and the attackers feel better. The antidote to scapegoating is complexity. It is the willingness to accept that the world is complicated, that problems have multiple causes, that blame is rarely simple. It is the refusal to accept the easy answer of "they did." It, the scapegoat, provides simplicity. The antidote is the embrace of complexity. It is the recognition that our problems are our own, that we cannot export responsibility, that the other is not the cause of our suffering. The antidote is also empathy. The scapegoat is always dehumanized. To scapegoat someone, we must first see them as less than human. The antidote is the effort to see them as human. It is the recognition that the scapegoat feels as we feel, fears as we fear, suffers as we suffer. When we see the other as human, scapegoating becomes harder. It does not become impossible, but it becomes harder. The story of stereotyping and scapegoating is a story about the dark side of human cognition, the same mental processes that allow us to navigate the world. Categorization, generalization, emotion can lead us to cruelty. The shortcuts that make thinking efficient can make thinking destructive. The desire for explanation can lead to persecution. The need for cohesion can lead to exclusion. The search for relief can lead to violence. The task is not to eliminate these mental processes. That is impossible. The task is to be aware of them, to recognize when we are stereotyping, to notice when we are scapegoating, to ask ourselves, is this really the cause of our problems? Is this group really responsible? Is there a more complex explanation? These questions are not guarantees, but they are defenses. And in the struggle against the psychology of evil, defenses matter. Chapter 26, The Anatomy of Prejudice. In the summer of 1998, a young black man named Amadou Diallo was standing outside his apartment building in the Bronx, New York. He was unarmed. He was reaching for his wallet. 4 plainclothes police officers, members of the Street Crimes Unit, saw him. They shouted, they saw him reach, they fired 41 shots, 19 hit him. He died on the steps of his building. The officers were later acquitted. They testified that they had believed Diallo was reaching for a gun. They were not lying. They were not, in any conventional sense, racists. They were, by all accounts, decent men. But they had been shaped by a system and a psychology that had taught them to see black men as dangerous. The anatomy of prejudice is the anatomy of a hidden architecture. It is not the prejudice of the hooded Klansman or the shouting bigot. That prejudice is real, but it is the surface. Beneath it lies a deeper, more pervasive, more insidious structure, the structure of implicit bias, automatic association, and unconscious categorization. This is the prejudice that operates without intention, without awareness, without malice. And it is, perhaps, the most dangerous form of prejudice of all, because it is invisible to those who hold it. For most of human history, prejudice was understood as an explicit attitude. The racist was the one who said racist things, who held racist beliefs, who acted on racist intentions. But beginning in the 1990s, a new generation of social psychologists began to show that prejudice was not just what we say. It was what we think without knowing we think it. It was the split-second association, the automatic stereotype, the gut-level reaction that happens before conscious thought can intervene. The development of the implicit association test by Anthony Greenwald and Mahzarin Banvi in 1998 revolutionized the study of prejudice. The test measures the speed with which people associate different groups with positive or negative concepts. It is simple. You press one key when you see a black face or a positive word, another key when you see a white face or a negative word, then the pairing is reversed. Black with negative, white with positive. The difference in reaction time reveals implicit associations, and the results have been consistent across hundreds of studies. The majority of Americans, including Black Americans, show an implicit preference for white faces over black faces. They show an implicit association of black faces with weapons, with danger, with threat. These implicit associations are not the product of conscious racism. They are the product of exposure. We live in a culture saturated with images that link blackness with criminality, with danger, with poverty. We absorb these associations without choosing to. They become part of the neural architecture of perception, and they shape behavior in ways that individuals do not intend and do not recognize. The police officers who killed Amadou Diallo did not intend to kill an unarmed man. They intended to protect themselves and their community, but their implicit associations, shaped by years of training, by media portrayals, by the culture of policing, told them that a black man reaching for his wallet was a black man reaching for a gun. The association fired faster than conscious thought, and Diallo died. The anatomy of prejudice is not limited to race. It operates on gender, on age, on sexual orientation, on religion, on every dimension of human difference. We have implicit associations about women and competence, about the elderly and weakness, about Muslims and violence. These associations are not beliefs we hold. They are associations we have absorbed. They are the residue of the culture we swim in, and they shape our judgments, our decisions, our actions in ways we do not see. The transition from implicit bias to overt hatred is a gradient. At one end of the gradient is the automatic association, the split-second stereotype. At the other end is the conscious ideology, the explicit belief in the inferiority or danger of the other. Between them are the rationalizations, the justifications, the narratives that transform implicit bias into explicit prejudice. The person who starts with an automatic association may, over time, build a belief system that justifies that association. The association becomes a conviction. The conviction becomes an identity. The identity becomes a cause. The anatomy of prejudice also includes the structural dimension. Prejudice is not just in our heads, it is in our institutions. It is in the laws that have historically discriminated, in the policies that continue to produce disparate outcomes, in the practices that advantage some and disadvantage others. Structural prejudice is the architecture of inequality. It is the set of arrangements that produce and reproduce group-based advantage and disadvantage. It is the context within which individual prejudice operates, and it is, in many ways, more powerful than individual prejudice, because it does not require anyone to be consciously biased. It simply requires the continuation of existing arrangements. The psychologist Gordon Allport, in his classic work, The Nature of Prejudice, identified the stages of prejudice, from anti-locution, talking negatively about a group, to avoidance, to discrimination, to physical attack, to extermination. The stages are not inevitable. They can be interrupted, but they represent the progression from implicit bias to overt hatred, from thought to word to action to atrocity. The person who begins with a casual stereotype may, if the conditions are right, end with genocide. The antidote to prejudice is not simply the elimination of explicit bigotry, it is the awareness of implicit bias. It is the recognition that we all carry associations we did not choose, that we all have prejudices we do not intend. The first step is to see them. The second step is to interrupt them. The third step is to build structures that counteract them. The research on implicit bias has shown that associations can be changed. Exposure to counter-stereotypical examples, seeing black doctors, black professors, black leaders, can weaken the automatic association between blackness and danger. Deliberate reflection, pausing before acting, asking whether an association is influencing a decision, can interrupt the automatic response. Structural interventions, blind auditions, diverse hiring panels, standardized procedures can reduce the impact of bias on outcomes. The Anatomy of Prejudice is a story about the hidden architecture of the mind. It is a reminder that we are not the authors of our own perceptions, that our minds are shaped by forces we do not control, that the prejudices we think we have rejected may still operate beneath the surface. This is not an excuse. It is a challenge. The challenge is to know ourselves, to recognize the biases we carry, to take responsibility for interrupting them, because the gap between implicit bias and overt hatred is not wide, and the journey from one to the other can happen in a split second, the time it takes to see a wallet as a gun. Chapter 27, The Robbers' Cave Experiment. In the summer of 1954, a group of 11-year-old boys arrived at a summer camp in the Robbers Cave State Park in Oklahoma. They did not know they were part of an experiment. They thought they were simply going to camp. But the psychologist, Muzaffar Sharif, and his colleagues had designed something more ambitious. They wanted to create conflict. They wanted to see if they could turn ordinary boys into enemies, and then they wanted to see if they could bring them back together. The Robbers' Cave Experiment has become a classic in the literature on intergroup conflict. Its findings are simple and profound. Put two groups in competition for scarce resources, and they will come to hate each other. Remove the competition, create superordinate goals that require cooperation, and the hatred can be transformed into friendship. The experiment demonstrated what Sharif called realistic conflict theory, the idea that intergroup hostility arises from competition over real resources, not from irrational prejudice or deep-seated personality flaws. The experiment unfolded in 3 stages. In the first stage, the boys were divided into 2 groups. They did not know the other group existed. They bonded within their groups, choosing names, the Eagles and the Rattlers, and developing group identities. In the second stage, the experimenters introduced competition. The groups were pitted against each other in a series of tournaments, baseball, tug-of-war, treasure hunts. The winners received prizes, the losers received nothing. Almost immediately, hostility erupted. The Eagles called the Rattlers stinkers and cheaters. The Rattlers burned the Eagles' flag. The groups raided each other's cabins. They stopped eating together. They stopped speaking to each other. In a matter of days, the experimenters had created enemies. In the third stage, the experimenters tried to reduce the hostility. They brought the groups together for pleasant activities, movies, meals, fireworks. It did not work. The groups used the opportunities to insult each other, to fight. To deepen the divide, the experimenters tried again. This time, they created superordinate goals. Goals that could only be achieved through cooperation. The camp's water supply was broken. Both groups had to work together to fix it. A truck broke down and needed both groups to pull it. The groups had to pool their money to rent a movie. Slowly, grudgingly, they began to cooperate. The hostility faded. Friendships formed across group lines. By the end of the camp, the boys insisted on riding home on the same bus. The enemies had become friends. The Robbers' Cave experiment is often cited as evidence that conflict is not inevitable, that groups can be brought together through cooperation, but it is also evidence of something darker. How easily hostility can be created. The boys in the experiment were not selected for aggression. They were ordinary 11-year-olds from stable, middle-class families. They had no history of conflict. They had no deep-seated prejudices, and yet, in a matter of days, they became enemies. All it took was competition over resources. Realistic conflict theory has profound implications for the psychology of evil. It suggests that much of the cruelty in the world is not the product of irrational hatred, but of rational competition. Groups compete for land, for water, for jobs, for political power. That competition generates hostility. The hostility justifies further competition. The cycle escalates. And before long, groups that had no reason to hate each other are committing atrocities against each other. The theory also explains why intergroup conflict is so difficult to resolve. The groups in the Robbers' Cave experiment did not respond to pleasant activities. They did not respond to appeals to reason. They responded only when they were forced to cooperate to achieve goals that mattered to them. The superordinate goals had to be real. They had to be compelling. They had to require genuine interdependence. Only then did the hostility dissolve, and before long, groups that had no reason to hate each other are committing atrocities against each other. The theory also explains why intergroup conflict is so difficult to resolve. The groups in the Robbers' Cave experiment did not respond to pleasant activities. They did not respond to appeals to reason. They responded only when they were forced to cooperate to achieve goals that mattered to them. The superordinate goals had to be real. They had to be compelling. They had to require genuine interdependence. Only then did the hostility dissolve. The Robbers' Cave experiment has been criticized on methodological grounds. Some have questioned the ethics of manipulating children without their knowledge. Others have pointed out that the boys were all from similar backgrounds, that the results might not generalize to more entrenched conflicts. But the basic finding that competition creates hostility and cooperation reduces it, has been replicated in dozens of studies across cultures and contexts. It is one of the most robust findings in social psychology. The implications for the psychology of evil are clear. If competition creates hostility, then the prevention of evil requires the reduction of competition and the creation of structures of cooperation. This is not naive idealism. It is practical psychology. The groups that have the most enduring conflicts, Israel and Palestine, Hutu and Tutsi, Protestants and Catholics in Northern Ireland, are groups that are locked in competition over real resources. The peace processes that have succeeded are those that have created structures of cooperation, economic interdependence, and shared goals. The Robbers Cave experiment also suggests that we should be skeptical of explanations of conflict that rely on ancient hatreds or irrational prejudice. These explanations are comforting. They suggest that conflict is beyond our control, that it is the product of forces we cannot change. But the Robbers Cave experiment suggests otherwise. Conflict is often the product of current competition, not ancient history, and if it is the product of current competition, it can be changed by changing the structure of incentives. The story of the Robbers Cave experiment is a story about the power of situation. The boys who burned each other's flags were not evil. They were not monsters. They were ordinary children who had been placed in a situation that made hostility rational. When the situation changed, they changed. The enemies became friends. The hatred became cooperation. The experiment is a reminder that the capacity for conflict is not fixed. It is shaped by the structures we create. And if we create structures of cooperation, we can shape it toward peace. Chapter 28. Punishment as Pleasure. In 2003, the neuroscientist Jonathan Teddle and his colleagues at University College London conducted a remarkable experiment. They brought participants into a functional magnetic resonance imaging scanner and had them play a game of economic exchange. The participants could invest money with other players who could either repay the investment or betray the trust. When a player betrayed, the participant had the opportunity to punish them at a cost to themselves, and when they chose to punish, something happened in their brains. The striatum, a region associated with reward, with pleasure, with satisfaction, lit up. The participants were enjoying the punishment. The study was one of the first to demonstrate the neural basis of what the Germans call Schadenfreude, at the pleasure in the suffering of others. Schadenfreude is not a pathology. It is a universal human emotion. We feel it when a rival fails, when an enemy suffers, when someone who has wronged us gets what they deserve. The feeling is real, it has a neural signature, and it plays a crucial role in the psychology of evil. The neuroscience of Schadenfreude reveals something uncomfortable about human nature. We are wired to take pleasure in punishment. The same brain regions that light up when we eat chocolate, when we win money, when we experience pleasure, also light up when we see a wrongdoer suffer. This neural wiring is not a flaw. It is an adaptation. The pleasure of punishment motivates us to enforce social norms, to punish cheaters, to maintain cooperation. In the ancestral environment, the pleasure of punishment was a mechanism for group cohesion. It ensured that those who violated the rules would be sanctioned and that the group would remain intact. But the same mechanism that enforces social norms can also fuel cruelty. The pleasure of punishment can escalate. The desire to see the wrongdoer suffer can become a desire to inflict suffering. The satisfaction of justice can become the satisfaction of cruelty. The line between retribution and sadism is thin. and the neural wiring that motivates one can easily tip into the other. The psychology of punishment is complex. We are motivated to punish not only because it feels good, but also because it feels fair. The philosopher Immanuel Kant argued that the only justification for punishment is retribution. The idea that wrongdoers deserve to suffer because they have chosen to do wrong. This intuition is deep in human psychology. We feel that the world should be just, that good should be rewarded, and evil punished. When we see evil punished, the world feels right. The punishment restores our sense of justice, and that restoration is pleasurable. But the pleasure of punishment can become dangerous. The desire for retribution can escalate into a desire for vengeance. The satisfaction of justice can become the satisfaction of cruelty. The punishment that begins as a proportionate response can become excessive, and the pleasure that accompanies punishment can reinforce the escalation. The more we punish, the more we want to punish. The more we enjoy it, the more we seek opportunities to enjoy it. The history of atrocity is filled with examples of punishment as pleasure. The lynch mob that gathered to watch a black man burn was not just enforcing racial hierarchy, they were enjoying it. The spectators who gathered to watch public executions were not just witnessing justice, they were taking pleasure in suffering. The soldiers who tortured prisoners at Abu Ghraib were not just following orders. Some of them were enjoying it. The photographs show smiles. The smiles are not incidental. They are the evidence of pleasure. The neuroscience of Schadenfreude does not excuse cruelty. It explains it. It helps us understand why ordinary people can take pleasure in the suffering of others. The pleasure is not the product of a diseased mind. It is the product of a normal brain responding to a situation that triggers reward circuitry. When we see an outgroup member suffer, when we see a transgressor punished, when we see an enemy humiliated, our brains reward us. The reward is real, and it can be addictive. The implications for the psychology of evil are profound. If punishment is pleasurable, then the machinery of cruelty has a built-in reinforcement mechanism. The more we harm, the more we want to harm. The more we harm, the more we justify the harm as deserved. The more we justify, the more we enjoy. The cycle is self-reinforcing. It is the neural basis of the escalation we have seen in so many contexts. The antidote to the pleasure of punishment is not the elimination of punishment. Society needs mechanisms for enforcing norms, for holding wrongdoers accountable, for maintaining justice. The antidote is the recognition of the pleasure. It is the awareness that our desire to punish is not pure. It is contaminated by the same neural circuitry that produces cruelty. When we punish, we must ask ourselves, is this justice or schadenfreude? Is this proportionate or excessive? Is this necessary or gratifying? The restorative justice movement has emerged, in part, as a response to the dangers of retributive pleasure. Restorative justice focuses not on punishment, but on repair. It seeks to address the harm, to heal the relationships. To restore the community, it does not deny the need for accountability, but it tries to move beyond the cycle of retribution and counter-retribution that has fueled so much cruelty. Restorative justice is not easy. It does not provide the immediate satisfaction of punishment, but it may provide something more durable, the possibility of peace. The story of punishment as pleasure is a story about the dark side of justice. It is a reminder that our desire for a just world can become a desire for a cruel one. The same neural machinery that makes us social beings can make us cruel beings. The challenge is to recognize the machinery, to understand its workings, and to build structures that channel it toward justice rather than cruelty. Chapter 29, Objectification. In the winter of 1944, a young woman named Etty Hillesum was working in the transit camp of Westerbork in the Netherlands. She was a Jewish prisoner, but she had been given a position of relative privilege working in the camp's social services. From her window, she watched the trains leave for Auschwitz. She saw the people packed into cattle cars. She saw the guards shouting. She saw the children crying, and she wrote in her diary, "They are no longer people to them. They are cargo." Objectification is the reduction of a person to a thing. It is the process by which a human being, with an inner life, with hopes and fears, with dignity and worth, is transformed into an object to be used, controlled, disposed of. Objectification is the psychological precondition for the worst forms of cruelty. Before you can enslave someone, you must see them as property. Before you can kill someone, you must see them as a target. Before you can ignore someone, you must see them as invisible. The philosopher Immanuel Kant argued that the fundamental moral principle is to treat humanity, whether in oneself or in another, always as an end and never merely as a means. Objectification is the violation of that principle. It is the treatment of a person as a means only, as a tool, a body, a resource. The objectified person is not seen as a subject with their own purposes, their own agency, their own dignity. They are seen as an object to be used. Objectification operates at multiple levels. At the individual level, it is the gaze that reduces a person to their body. The sexual objectification of women is the most studied form. The reduction of a woman to her physical attributes, her availability for use, her value as an object of desire. But objectification is not limited to gender. It is the way we look at the homeless person without seeing a person. It is the way we look at the worker on the pre-assembly line without seeing a life. It is the way we look at the refugee without seeing a story. At the institutional level, objectification is embedded in systems. Slavery was a system of objectification. The slave was property, not a person. The law defined the slave as a thing without rights, without legal standing. Without the capacity to own property, to marry, to testify, the objectification was not just in the minds of the slaveholders, it was in the law, in the economy, in the social structure. The system did the objectification for them. At the ideological level, objectification is woven into the narratives that justify exploitation and cruelty. The ideology of the Third Reich defined Jews as Untermenschen, subhumans. They were not persons. They were vermin, parasites, a threat to be eliminated. The ideology did the objectification. It provided the cognitive framework that made the killing thinkable. Without the ideology, the killing would have been unthinkable. With it, it became a duty. The psychology of objectification is the psychology of the gaze. When we look at another person, we have a choice. We can see them as a subject, a being with an inner life, with intentions, with feelings, with dignity, or we can see them as an object, a body, a function, a tool. The objectifying gaze is not neutral. It does something to the person who is looked at. It also does something to the person who is looking. The objectifying gaze trains the brain to see others as things. And once others are things, morality no longer applies. The philosopher Martha Nussbaum has identified 7 features of objectification: instrumentality, treating the person as a tool; denial of autonomy, treating the person as lacking agency; inertness, treating the person as lacking agency; fungibility, treating the person as interchangeable, violability, treating the person as lacking boundary integrity, ownership, treating the person as property, and denial of subjectivity, treating the person as lacking an inner life. These features are not always present together, but they form a pattern. They are the architecture of objectification. Objectification is not always violent. It is often mundane. It is the way we talk about collateral damage rather than dead children. It is the way we talk about human resources rather than workers. It is the way we talk about the market rather than the lives it disrupts. The language of objectification is everywhere, and the language matters. The words we use shape the way we see. If we use the language of objects, we will see objects. If we use the language of persons, we may see persons. The antidote to objectification is subjectification. It is the effort to see the other as a subject, as a being with an inner life, with intentions, with feelings, with dignity. It is the recognition that the other is not a means to our ends but an end in themselves. Subjectification is not easy. It requires effort. It requires attention. It requires the willingness to see beyond the surface, beyond the category, beyond the function. The story of objectification is a story about the gaze. It is a reminder that how we look at others matters. The gaze that reduces to an object is a form of violence. It is the violence that precedes physical violence. It is the violence that makes physical violence possible, and the gaze that recognizes a subject is a form of resistance. It is the resistance that precedes resistance. It is the recognition that makes solidarity possible. Etty Hillesum, watching the trains leave Westerbork, wrote in her diary, "I want to be the one who sees." She was speaking about the objectification of the prisoners, the reduction of human beings to cargo. She wanted to see them as people. She wanted to hold on to their humanity in the face of a system designed to strip it away. Her gaze was a form of resistance, and in the end, it was all she had. She died in Auschwitz in 1943. Her diary survived, and in her words, we see the possibility of seeing, of refusing, the objectifying gaze, of holding on to the humanity of the other, even when the world is determined to take it away. Chapter 30, Rehumanization. In 1994, after the genocide in Rwanda, the country was shattered. Nearly 1 million Tutsi had been killed. Hundreds of thousands of Hutu had participated in the killing. The survivors and the perpetrators lived side by side, in the same villages, the same hills, the same fields. They had to find a way to live together, and they began slowly, painfully, to try. The process of rehumanization in Rwanda has taken many forms. There have been truth commissions, community courts, reconciliation projects, but the most powerful rehumanization has happened in the small moments. The Hutu woman who nursed a Tutsi child after the war, the Tutsi man who testified on behalf of his Hutu neighbor, the survivors who listened to the confessions of the killers. In these moments, the categories of Hutu and Tutsi, perpetrator and victim, enemy and friend, began to dissolve. The other became human again. Rehumanization is the psychological antidote to dehumanization. It is the process by which we restore the humanity of those we have excluded from the circle of moral concern. It is the recognition that the other is not vermin, not cancer, not cargo. The other is a person with a face, with a name, with a story, with a life that matters. The mechanisms of rehumanization are the mirror images of the mechanisms of dehumanization. Where dehumanization denies agency, rehumanization restores it. Where dehumanization denies experience, rehumanization recognizes it. Where dehumanization attributes animalistic traits, rehumanization attributes human ones. The process is not automatic. It requires effort. It requires intention. It requires the willingness to see what we have trained ourselves not to see. The most powerful mechanism of rehumanization is contact. When people from different groups interact, when they talk, when they work together, when they share meals, the stereotypes begin to break down. The face becomes a face, the name becomes a name, the other becomes a person. This is the contact hypothesis first articulated by Gordon Allport and confirmed by decades of research. Contact reduces prejudice. It does not always work. It must be structured appropriately: equal status, common goals, institutional support. But when the conditions are right, contact is the most effective tool for rehumanization. Art is another mechanism of rehumanization. Stories, films, paintings, music, these forms can do what statistics cannot. They can show us the inner life of the other. They can make us feel what it is like to be someone else. A novel about a refugee can do more to rehumanize refugees than 1,000 policy papers. A film about a victim of police violence can do more to rehumanize victims than 1,000 statistics. Art is empathy, technology. It is the technology of rehumanization. Friendship is perhaps the most powerful mechanism of all. When we have a friend from another group, it becomes impossible to maintain the stereotype. The friend is not a category. The friend is a person, and if this person is human, then perhaps the group is human too. Friendship is the enemy of prejudice. It is the enemy of dehumanization, and it is the foundation of rehumanization. Perspective-taking is the cognitive mechanism that underlies rehumanization. It is the ability to imagine the world from another's point of view, to see through their eyes, to feel through their heart. Perspective-taking is not easy. It requires effort. It requires the suspension of our own perspective, the willingness to step outside ourselves. But when we do it, the other becomes real.
The other becomes human, and the dehumanization that made cruelty possible begins to dissolve. The research on perspective-taking is striking. When people are asked to take the perspective of a stigmatized group member, their attitudes toward the group improve. They become more willing to help. They become less prejudiced. They become more supportive of policies that benefit the group. The effect is not large, it is not permanent, but it is real and it is replicable. Rehumanization is not just an individual process, it is a social and political process. It requires institutions that promote contact, that tell stories, that encourage perspective-taking. It requires laws that protect the rights of minorities, that prohibit discrimination, that affirm the humanity of all. It requires education that teaches the history of dehumanization and the possibility of rehumanization. Rehumanization is a project. It is a project that never ends, because dehumanization is always waiting to return. The story of rehumanization is the story of hope. It is the story of the survivors of genocide who refuse to pass on the hatred to their children. It is the story of the former combatants who lay down their weapons and sit with their enemies. It is the story of the ordinary people who, in the midst of cruelty, choose to see the humanity of the other. The more we enjoy it, the more we seek opportunities to enjoy it. The history of atrocity is filled with examples of punishment as pleasure. The lynch mob that gathered to watch a black man burn was not just enforcing racial hierarchy, they were enjoying it. The spectators who gathered to watch public executions were not just witnessing justice, they were taking pleasure in suffering. The soldiers who tortured prisoners at Abu Ghraib were not just following orders. Some of them were enjoying it. The photographs show smiles. The smiles are not incidental. They are the evidence of pleasure. The neuroscience of Schadenfreude does not excuse cruelty. It explains it. It helps us understand why ordinary people can take pleasure in the suffering of others. The pleasure is not the product of a diseased mind. It is the product of a normal brain responding to a situation that triggers reward circuitry. When we see an outgroup member suffer, when we see a transgressor punished, when we see an enemy humiliated, our brains reward us. The reward is real, and it can be addictive. The implications for the psychology of evil are profound. If punishment is pleasurable, then the machinery of cruelty has a built-in reinforcement mechanism. The more we harm, the more we want to harm. The more we harm, the more we justify the harm as deserved. The more we justify, the more we enjoy. The cycle is self-reinforcing. It is the neural basis of the escalation we have seen in so many contexts. The antidote to the pleasure of punishment is not the elimination of punishment. Society needs mechanisms for enforcing norms, for holding wrongdoers accountable, for maintaining justice. The antidote is the recognition of the pleasure. It is the awareness that our desire to punish is not pure. It is contaminated by the same neural circuitry that produces cruelty. When we punish, we must ask ourselves, is this justice or Schadenfreude? Is this proportionate or excessive? Is this necessary or gratifying? The restorative justice movement has emerged in part as a response to the dangers of retributive pleasure. Restorative justice focuses not on punishment, but on repair. It seeks to address the harm, to heal the relationships, to restore the community. It does not deny the need for accountability, but it tries to move beyond the cycle of retribution and counter-retribution that has fueled so much cruelty. Restorative justice is not easy. It does not provide the immediate satisfaction of punishment, but it may provide something more durable, the possibility of peace. The story of punishment as pleasure is a story about the dark side of justice. It is a reminder that our desire for a just world can become a desire for a cruel one. The same neural machinery that makes us social beings can make us cruel beings. The challenge is to recognize the machinery, to understand its workings, and to build structures that channel it toward justice rather than cruelty.
Chapter 29, Objectification. In the winter of 1944, a young woman named Etty Hillesum was working in the transit camp of Westerbork in the Netherlands. She was a Jewish prisoner, but she had been given a position of relative privilege working in the camp's social services. From her window, she watched the trains leave for Auschwitz. She saw the people packed into cattle cars. She saw the guards shouting. She saw the children crying. And she wrote in her diary, "They are no longer people to them. They are cargo." Objectification is the reduction of a person to a thing. It is the process by which a human being, with an inner life, with hopes and fears, with dignity and worth, is transformed into an object to be used, controlled, disposed of. Objectification is the psychological precondition for the worst forms of cruelty. Before you can enslave someone, you must see them as property. Before you can kill someone, you must see them as a target. Before you can ignore someone, you must see them as invisible. The philosopher Immanuel Kant argued that the fundamental moral principle is to treat humanity, whether in oneself or in another, always as an end and never merely as a means. Objectification is the violation of that principle. It is the treatment of a person as a means only, as a tool, a body, a resource. The objectified person is not seen as a subject with their own purposes, their own agency, their own dignity. They are seen as an object to be used. Objectification operates at multiple levels. At the individual level, it is the gaze that reduces a person to their body. The sexual objectification of women is the most studied form. The reduction of a woman to her physical attributes, her availability for use, her value as an object of desire. But objectification is not limited to gender. It is the way we look at the homeless person without seeing a person. It is the way we look at the worker on the assembly line without seeing a life. It is the way we look at the refugee without seeing a story. At the institutional level, objectification is embedded in systems. Slavery was a system of objectification. The slave was property, not a person. The law defined the slave as a thing without rights, without legal standing, without the capacity to own property, to marry, to testify. The objectification was not just in the minds of the slaveholders, it was in the law, in the economy, in the social structure. The system did the objectification for them. At the ideological level, objectification is woven into the narratives that justify exploitation and cruelty. The ideology of the Third Reich defined Jews as Untermenschen, subhumans. They were not persons. They were vermin, parasites, a threat to be eliminated. The ideology did the objectification. It provided the cognitive framework that made the killing thinkable. Without the ideology, the killing would have been unthinkable. With it, it became a duty. The psychology of objectification is the psychology of the gaze. When we look at another person, we have a choice. We can see them as a subject, a being with an inner life, with intentions, with feelings, with dignity. Or we can see them as an object, a body, a function, a tool. The objectifying gaze is not neutral. It does something to the person who is looked at. It also does something to the person who is looking. The objectifying gaze trains the brain to see others as things. And once others are things, morality no longer applies. The philosopher Martha Nussbaum has identified 7 features of objectification: instrumentality, treating the person as a tool; denial of autonomy, treating the person as lacking agency; inertness, treating the person as lacking agency; fungibility, treating the person as interchangeable; violability, treating the person as lacking boundary, integrity; ownership, treating the person as property; and denial of subjectivity, treating the person as lacking an inner life. These features are not always present together, but they form a pattern. They are the architecture of objectification. Objectification is not always violent. It is often mundane. It is the way we talk about collateral damage rather than dead children. It is the way we talk about human resources rather than workers. It is the way we talk about the market rather than the lives it disrupts. The language of objectification is everywhere, and the language matters. The words we use shape the way we see. If we use the language of objects, we will see objects. If we use the language of persons, we may see persons. The antidote to objectification is subjectification. It is the effort to see the other as a subject, as a being with an inner life, with intentions, with feelings, with dignity. It is the recognition that the other is not a means to our ends, but an end in themselves. Subjectification is not easy. It requires effort. It requires attention. It requires the willingness to see beyond the surface, beyond the category, beyond the function. The story of objectification is a story about the gaze. It is a reminder that how we look at others matters. The gaze that reduces to an object is a form of violence. It is the violence that precedes physical violence. It is the violence that makes physical violence possible. and the gaze that recognizes a subject is a form of resistance. It is the resistance that precedes resistance. It is the recognition that makes solidarity possible. Etty Hillesum, watching the trains leave Westerbork, wrote in her diary, "I want to be the one who sees." She was speaking about the objectification of the prisoners, the reduction of human beings to cargo. She wanted to see them as people. She wanted to hold on to their humanity in the face of a system designed to strip it away. Her gaze was a form of resistance, and in the end, it was all she had. She died in Auschwitz in 1943. Her diary survived, and in her words, we see the possibility of seeing, of refusing the objectifying gaze, of holding on to the humanity of the other, even when the world is determined to take it away. Chapter 30. Rehumanization. In 1994, after the genocide in Rwanda, the country was shattered. Nearly 1 million Tutsi had been killed. Hundreds of thousands of Hutu had participated in the killing. The survivors and the perpetrators lived side by side. In the same villages, the same hills, the same fields, they had to find a way to live together. And they began slowly, painfully, to try. The process of rehumanization in Rwanda has taken many forms. There have been truth commissions, community courts, reconciliation projects. But the most powerful rehumanization has happened in the small moments. The Hutu woman who nursed a Tutsi child after the war, the Tutsi man who testified on behalf of his Hutu neighbor, the survivors who listened to the confessions of the killers. In these moments, the categories of Hutu and Tutsi, perpetrator and victim, enemy and friend, began to dissolve. The other became human again. Rehumanization is the psychological antidote to dehumanization. It is the process by which we restore the humanity of those we have excluded from the circle of moral concern. It is the recognition that the other is not vermin, not cancer, not cargo. The other is a person, with a face, with a name, with a story, with a life that matters. The mechanisms of rehumanization are the mirror images of the mechanisms of dehumanization. Where dehumanization denies agency, rehumanization restores it. Where dehumanization denies experience, rehumanization recognizes it. Where dehumanization attributes animalistic traits, rehumanization attributes human ones. The process is not automatic. It requires effort. It requires intention. It requires the willingness to see what we have, trained ourselves not to see. The most powerful mechanism of rehumanization is contact. When people from different groups interact, when they talk, when they work together, when they share meals, the stereotypes begin to break down. The face becomes a face, the name becomes a name, the other becomes a person. This is the contact hypothesis, first articulated by Gordon Allport and confirmed by decades of research. Contact reduces prejudice. It does not always work. It must be structured appropriately. Equal status, common goals, institutional support. But when the conditions are right, contact is the most effective tool for rehumanization. Art is another mechanism of rehumanization. Stories, films, paintings, music, these forms can do what statistics cannot. They can show us the inner life of the other. They can make us feel what it is like to be someone else. A novel about a refugee can do more to rehumanize refugees than 1,000 policy papers. A film about a victim of police violence can do more to rehumanize victims than 1,000 statistics. The psychopath's lack of empathy is not a choice. It is a structural feature of their psychology. Neuroimaging studies have shown that when psychopaths are shown images of people in pain, the brain regions that normally activate in response to others' suffering, the amygdala, the anterior insula, the anterior cingulate cortex, remain quiet. The psychopath does not feel what the other feels. They know intellectually that the other is suffering, but they do not feel it, and without the feeling, there is no constraint. The psychopath's lack of empathy is paired with a remarkable capacity for manipulation. The psychopath learns early that they can get what they want by mimicking the emotions they do not feel. They learn to smile when they are supposed to smile, to appear concerned when concern is expected, to express remorse when remorse is required. The performance is convincing because it is practiced. The psychopath has had a lifetime to perfect it, and because the performance is not grounded in genuine emotion, it is flexible. The psychopath can shift from charm to rage to feigned vulnerability in an instant. Whatever the situation requires, the psychopath's relationship to morality is instrumental, not intrinsic. The psychopath understands the rules of society. They know what is considered right and wrong, but they do not feel the force of those rules. Morality is not a constraint on behavior. It is a set of obstacles to be navigated, a language to be used when it serves their purposes. The psychopath does not choose to be immoral. They simply do not experience morality as a binding force. The rules that govern the behavior of others are, for the psychopath, merely strategies. The prevalence of psychopathy in the general population is estimated at about 1%. Among prison populations, the prevalence is much higher, 15 to 25%.
Art is empathy technology. It is the technology of rehumanization. Friendship is perhaps the most powerful mechanism of all. When we have a friend from another group, it becomes impossible to maintain the stereotype. The friend is not a category. The friend is a person. And if this person is human, then perhaps the group is human too. Friendship is the enemy of prejudice. It is the enemy of dehumanization, and it is the foundation of rehumanization. Perspective-taking is the cognitive mechanism that underlies rehumanization. It is the ability to imagine the world from another's point of view, to see through their eyes, to feel through their heart. Perspective-taking is not easy. It requires effort. It requires the suspension of our own perspective, the willingness to step outside ourselves. But when we do it, the other becomes real, the other becomes human, and the dehumanization that made cruelty possible begins to dissolve. The research on perspective-taking is striking. When people are asked to take the perspective of a stigmatized group member, their attitudes toward the group improve. They become more willing to help. They become less prejudiced. They become more supportive of policies that benefit the group. The effect is not large, it is not permanent, but it is real, and it is replicable. Rehumanization is not just an individual process, it is a social and political process. It requires institutions that promote contact, that tell stories, that encourage perspective-taking. It requires laws that protect the rights of minorities, that prohibit discrimination, that affirm the humanity of all. It requires education that teaches the history of dehumanization and the possibility of rehumanization. Rehumanization is a project. It is a project that never ends, because dehumanization is always waiting to return. The story of rehumanization is the story of hope. It is the story of the survivors of genocide who refuse to pass on the hatred to their children. It is the story of the former combatants who lay down their weapons and sit with their enemies. It is the story of the ordinary people who, in the midst of cruelty, choose to see the humanity of the other. These stories are not as dramatic as the stories of atrocity. They do not make headlines, but they are the stories that matter, because they are the stories that point toward the possibility of a different future. The psychologist Irvin Staub, who has studied rescue behavior during the Holocaust and reconciliation after genocide, argues that rehumanization is the key to breaking the cycle of violence.
The cycle begins with dehumanization, with the exclusion of the other from the circle of moral concern. It continues with violence, which deepens the dehumanization. It ends with trauma, which is passed down through generations. To break the cycle, we must rehumanize. We must see the other as human. We must recognize our shared humanity. We must build the structures that make that recognition possible. Rehumanization is not forgiveness. It does not require forgetting. It does not require excusing. The victims of genocide have a right to remember, to mourn, to demand justice. Rehumanization is something different. It is the recognition that the perpetrator is also human, flawed, broken, capable of evil, but also capable of change. It is the recognition that the cycle of violence can only be broken when we see the humanity in those who have harmed us. This is not easy. It may be the hardest thing humans are asked to do, but it is also the only thing that has ever worked. The story of rehumanization is the story of the long arc of history. It is the story of the expansion of the moral circle from tribe to nation to humanity. It is the story of the abolition of slavery, the extension of suffrage, the recognition of human rights. It is the story of the slow, painful, incomplete process of seeing the other as self. The arc is long. It bends. It does not bend on its own. It bends because people bend it. And the bending is rehumanization. Part 4. The Dark Triad and Personality. Focusing on the individual, the personality traits most associated with malevolence. Chapter 31. Psychopathy, the Architecture of the Conscience-Free Self. He was charming. That was the first thing people noticed. When he walked into a room, he commanded attention. He smiled easily, laughed readily, remembered names and details that made people feel seen. He was successful, driven, relentless. He had climbed the corporate ladder with a speed that left his peers bewildered. He had a wife who adored him, children who worshipped him, colleagues who admired him, and he was, by his own admission, incapable of love. The man was a psychopath, not the psychopath of Hollywood, the machete-wielding maniac, the serial killer in the dark. He was a corporate executive, a husband, a father. He had never killed anyone. He had never been arrested. He was, by any external measure, a success, but inside there was a void. He did not feel what others felt. He did not love. He did not grieve. He did not feel guilt. He had learned to mimic the emotions he did not possess, to perform the social rituals that others performed, to navigate a world he did not understand, and he had done it so well that no one knew. Psychopathy is the architecture of the conscience-free self. It is a personality structure defined by a profound deficit in empathy, a callous disregard for the rights and feelings of others, and a capacity for manipulation that is both strategic and effortless. The psychopath is not necessarily violent. Many psychopaths live ordinary lives, occupying positions of trust and authority, using their charm and ruthlessness to advance themselves at the expense of others. But whether violent or non-violent, the psychopath shares a common psychological architecture, a self that is not constrained by the moral emotions that govern most human beings. The study of psychopathy began with the work of Hervey Cleckley, a psychiatrist who published The Mask of Sanity in 1941. Cleckley described patients who appeared normal, charming, intelligent, socially adept, but who were, beneath the surface, profoundly disordered. They lacked the capacity for deep emotion. They were unable to form lasting attachments. They acted on impulse, without regard for consequences,
and they wore a mask of sanity that fooled almost everyone. Cleckley's work laid the foundation for the modern understanding of psychopathy as a distinct personality disorder. The psychologist Robert Hare developed the psychopath checklist, the gold standard for assessing psychopathy. The checklist identifies a constellation of traits: glibness and superficial charm, grandiosity, pathological lying, cunning and manipulativeness, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow affect, callousness and lack of empathy, failure to accept responsibility for actions, and a parasitic lifestyle. These traits cluster together to form a profile that is remarkably consistent across cultures and contexts.
But the majority of psychopaths are not in prison. They're in boardrooms, in law firms, in politics, in positions where their ruthlessness is rewarded, where their charm opens doors, where their lack of conscience is not a liability, but an asset. The successful psychopath is a figure who has learned to channel their traits into socially acceptable forms of dominance. The architecture of the psychopathic self raises profound questions about responsibility. If the psychopath cannot feel empathy, if they cannot experience guilt, if their brain is wired differently, can they be held responsible for their actions? The legal system has struggled with this question. In some cases, psychopathy is considered an aggravating factor. The psychopath is more dangerous, more likely to reoffend, more deserving of punishment. In other cases, it is considered a mitigating factor. The psychopath did not choose to be psychopathic, did not choose the brain they were born with. The question remains unresolved. But the question of responsibility is not the only question. There is also the question of prevention. If psychopathy is a structural feature of the brain, rooted in genetics and early development, can it be treated? The evidence is discouraging. Psychopathy is notoriously resistant to treatment. Traditional therapeutic approaches, which rely on the development of trust and empathy, are ineffective. In some cases, treatment may make psychopaths worse, providing them with new tools for manipulation. The prognosis for psychopathy is poor. The story of psychopathy is a story about the limits of human variation. It is a reminder that the spectrum of human personality extends to places most of us cannot imagine. The psychopath is not a monster. They are a human being with a profound deficit, a person who navigates the world without the emotional equipment that makes most of us human. They are capable of cruelty, but their cruelty is not born of passion. It is born of absence, the absence of empathy, the absence of guilt, the absence of love. These absences are not choices. They are the architecture of a self that is fundamentally different from the selves most of us inhabit.
Chapter 32: Machiavellianism, Strategic Manipulation and the Cold Pursuit of Power. In 1513, Niccolò Machiavelli, a minor Florentine diplomat who had been tortured and exiled, wrote a small book that would change the world. He called it The Prince. It was a manual for rulers, written in cold, clear prose, without sentiment, without illusion. Machiavelli advised princes to be feared rather than loved, to break their promises when it served their purposes, to appear virtuous while being prepared to act otherwise. He did not invent the strategies he described, he simply described them without apology. And in doing so, he gave his name to a personality trait that has shaped the course of human history. Machiavellianism is the psychology of strategic manipulation. It is the cold pursuit of power, status, and self-interest, unclouded by sentiment, unconstrained by morality. The Machiavellian sees the world as a chessboard, the people around them as pieces to be moved. They are not driven by rage or revenge, they are driven by calculation. They do not seek to harm for the sake of harm, they seek to advance. And if harm is required to advance, they will not hesitate.
The modern study of Machiavellianism began with the work of Richard Christie and Florence Geis in the 1970s. They developed the Mach 4 scale, a measure of Machiavellian personality. The scale includes items like, the best way to handle people is to tell them what they want to hear. Never tell anyone the real reason you did something unless it is useful to do so. And it is hard to get ahead without cutting corners here and there. People who score high on the Mach 4 scale are not necessarily evil. They are strategic, they are pragmatic, and they are remarkably successful in certain contexts. The Machiavellian is distinguished from the psychopath by the presence of intact emotional capacities. The Machiavellian can feel, they can love, they can grieve, they can experience guilt, but they have learned to suppress these emotions when they interfere with their goals. They have developed the capacity to compartmentalize, to set aside morality when it is inconvenient, to pursue their interests with a clarity that others find chilling. The Machiavellian is not a monster, they are a strategist, and their strategy often works. Machiavellianism thrives in certain environments. The corporate world, with its hierarchies and competitions, is a natural habitat for the Machiavellian. The political world, with its alliances and betrayals, is another. The Machiavellian is not the most creative, not the most brilliant, not the most charismatic, but they are often the most successful, because they are willing to do what others are not. They are willing to lie, to manipulate, to exploit, and in a competitive environment, these traits confer advantage. The Machiavellian's relationship to morality is pragmatic. They do not reject morality, they use it. They invoke moral principles when it serves their purposes. They appear virtuous when virtue is required. They are not constrained by moral consistency. Their morality is situational, flexible, instrumental. This is not hypocrisy in the conventional sense. The Machiavellian does not hold moral beliefs that they then violate. They hold moral beliefs as tools. The beliefs are not convictions, they are strategies. The Machiavellian's capacity for strategic manipulation is rooted in a deep understanding of human psychology. The Machiavellian knows what people want. They know that people are driven by self-interest, by the desire for approval, by the fear of rejection. They know how to exploit these motivations. They know how to make people feel seen, how to make them feel valued, how to make them feel indebted. The Machiavellian is a student of human nature, and their studies have taught them that human nature is easy to manipulate. The Machiavellian is not necessarily a loner. They can be charming, engaging, even warm. They form alliances, they build networks, they cultivate relationships. But the relationships are instrumental. The Machiavellian does not form attachments that might constrain their freedom of action. They are always calculating, they are always positioning, they are always ready to shift allegiances when it serves their purposes. The cold pursuit of power is not without costs. They may achieve success, but they rarely achieve satisfaction. The relationships they build are hollow. The trust they cultivate is fragile. The alliances they form are contingent. The Machiavellian may have many followers, but they have few friends. They may have power, but they do not have peace. The mind that is always calculating is never at rest. The story of Machiavellianism is a story about the dark side of strategy. It is a reminder that the capacity for manipulation is not a pathology. It is a human capacity that some develop to a high degree. The Machiavellian is not a monster. They are a person who has learned to navigate the world with a clarity that most of us cannot sustain. They have learned to set aside the emotions that cloud judgment, to pursue their interests with a single-minded focus, and in a world that rewards success, they often succeed. Chapter 33. Narcissism, Grandiosity, Entitlement, and the Rage when it is threatened. He was the most brilliant person he had ever met. That was his problem. He had been told from childhood that he was special.
His parents had celebrated his every achievement, excused his every transgression, inflated his every success. He had entered adulthood believing that the world owed him something, that the rules that applied to others did not apply to him, that his destiny was greatness. And when the world did not deliver what he was owed, he was filled with a rage that consumed him. Narcissism is the psychology of the self-inflated. It is the conviction of one's specialness, the expectation of preferential treatment, the need for constant admiration. The narcissist is not necessarily cruel, but their entitlement, when frustrated, can produce a rage that is devastating to those around them. The concept of narcissism comes from Greek mythology. Narcissus was a young man of extraordinary beauty who fell in love with his own reflection, unable to turn away, eventually wasting away at the edge of the pool. The myth captures something essential about the narcissistic condition, the self as object of fascination, the inability to see beyond the self, the emptiness that lies beneath the surface of grandiosity. The modern study of narcissism distinguishes between two forms, grandiose narcissism and vulnerable narcissism. Grandiose narcissism is the classic form, overt self-importance, dominance, extroversion, a need for admiration. Grandiose narcissists are often successful. Their confidence, their charisma, their willingness to take risks can propel them to positions of power. They are the executives, the politicians, the celebrities who seem to believe their own press. Vulnerable narcissism is different. It is characterized by hypersensitivity, defensiveness, a fragile self-esteem that is easily threatened. The vulnerable narcissist craves admiration but fears rejection. They oscillate between grandiosity and shame, and when their fragile self is threatened, they can lash out with a fury that is disproportionate to the provocation. Narcissism is not simply a personality trait, it is a structure of the self. The narcissist's self is constructed around the need for external validation. Without admiration, the self deflates. Without recognition, the self disappears. The narcissist is not self-sufficient. They are dependent on others to maintain their sense of worth, and this dependence makes them vulnerable. The admiration they crave can never be enough. The recognition they need can never be sufficient. There is always a gap between the self they believe themselves to be and the world's response, and the gap is filled with rage.
Chapter 34. The Dark Tetrad. Adding sadism, the enjoyment of cruelty for its own sake. For decades, psychologists have studied the dark triad: psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism. These three traits, overlapping but distinct, have been the focus of hundreds of studies on the dark side of human personality. But in recent years, a fourth trait has been added to the constellation: sadism. Sadism is not the same as psychopathy. The psychopath lacks empathy, but may not enjoy cruelty. The sadist enjoys it. For the sadist, the suffering of others is not just a means to an end, it is an end in itself. It is pleasurable. The dark tetrad, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and sadism, represents the constellation of personality traits most associated with cruelty. Each trait contributes something distinct. Psychopathy provides the absence of empathy. Machiavellianism provides the strategic manipulation. Narcissism provides the entitlement and the rage, and sadism provides the pleasure. Together, they form a personality structure that is capable of the most systematic, sustained, and intentional cruelty. Sadism is the enjoyment of cruelty. It is the experience of pleasure in the suffering of others. The sadist does not simply tolerate cruelty, they seek it out, they find it rewarding. The neural reward systems that light up for most of us when we experience pleasure, when we eat, when we win, when we are loved, light up for the sadist when they inflict suffering. The suffering is not a cost, it is the goal. The study of sadism has been complicated by the fact that sadism is often hidden. Unlike psychopathy, which can be assessed through the psychopathy checklist, sadism is not easily measured. Sadists do not advertise their enjoyment of cruelty. They hide it. They learn to mask their pleasure, to appear normal, to blend in. But the pleasure is there, beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity to express itself. The psychologist Del Powlhus and his colleagues have developed the Varieties of Sadism scale, which measures everyday sadism, the enjoyment of cruelty in mundane contexts. Everyday sadism is not the sadism of the serial killer. It is the sadism of the person who enjoys seeing others fail, who takes pleasure in others' humiliation, who finds satisfaction in the pain of their rivals. Everyday sadism is common. It is the quiet enjoyment of others' suffering that many of us experience, but few of us admit. The addition of sadism to the dark triad changes the picture of the dark personality. The dark triad describes a person who is willing to harm others to achieve their goals. The dark tetrad describes a person who finds the harming itself rewarding. The sadist does not need a reason to be cruel. They need an opportunity. And when the opportunity presents itself, they take it, not for gain, not for status, for pleasure. The sadist's relationship to cruelty is different from the psychopath's. The psychopath is indifferent to suffering. The sadist is drawn to it. The psychopath will harm if it serves their purposes. The sadist will harm because it feels good. The psychopath is cold. The sadist is warm, warm with the pleasure of inflicting pain. This warmth is what makes sadism so disturbing. The sadist is not absent. They are present. They are engaged. They are enjoying themselves. Sadism is not a rare pathology. It is a dimension of personality that exists on a continuum. Most of us have some sadistic impulses. We feel a flicker of pleasure when a rival fails. We take a small satisfaction in the punishment of those who have wronged us. These impulses are normal. They are part of human psychology. But for some, the impulses are stronger, more persistent, more rewarding. And for a small minority, the enjoyment of cruelty becomes a central organizing feature of their personality. The implications of sadism for the psychology of evil are profound.
If some people enjoy cruelty, then the prevention of cruelty is not just a matter of removing the conditions that produce it, it is a matter of identifying those who seek it out. The sadist will find opportunities to harm. They will create them if they do not exist. The sadist is not a passive participant in the systems of evil. They are an active agent. They are the one who pushes the system further, who escalates the cruelty, who finds pleasure in what others find disturbing. The story of sadism is a story about the darkest corner of human personality. It is a reminder that for some, the suffering of others is not a cost to be borne, but a reward to be sought. The sadist is not a monster. They are a person who has found pleasure in what most of us find painful. And in that difference lies one of the deepest mysteries of human psychology. How can one person take pleasure in what another cannot bear to see? Chapter 35. Everyday Sadism. The quiet enjoyment of others' pain in mundane life. In the winter of 2012, a young woman in London posted a photograph of herself on social media. It was a harmless photograph, a picture of her in a new dress, smiling for the camera. Within hours, the comments began. "You look like a whale. That dress is hideous. No one wants to see that." The comments were anonymous, delivered behind screens by people who would never say these things to a stranger on the street. They were everyday sadists, and they were enjoying themselves.
Everyday sadism is the quiet enjoyment of others' pain in mundane contexts. It is the pleasure taken in trolling, in bullying, in the humiliation of strangers. It is the satisfaction that comes from making someone else feel small. It is the delight in watching a rival fail. Everyday sadism does not involve violence. It does not involve criminal behavior. It is simply the enjoyment of cruelty in the small moments of everyday life. The research on everyday sadism has revealed that it is surprisingly common. In studies using the varieties of sadism scale, a significant minority of participants report that they enjoy watching. People fight, that they take pleasure in others' humiliation, that they find satisfaction in making people angry. These individuals are not psychopaths, they are not violent, they are ordinary people who, in certain contexts, experience pleasure in the suffering of others. The internet has become a playground for everyday sadists. The anonymity of online interaction removes the social constraints that normally inhibit cruelty. The person who would never insult a stranger on the street will, from behind a screen, unleash a torrent of abuse. The person who would never humiliate a colleague in a meeting will, in the comments section, take pleasure in destroying a stranger. The internet provides distance. And distance, as we have seen, facilitates cruelty. Trolling is a form of everyday sadism. The troll does not seek to persuade. They do not seek to inform. They seek to provoke. They want to make others angry, to cause distress, to watch the reaction. The pleasure is in the reaction. The troll does not care about the content of the argument. They care about the emotional response. And when they get it, they are satisfied. Bullying is another form of everyday sadism. The bully does not bully because they need something from their victim. They bully because it feels good. The experience of power, of dominance, of control is rewarding. The suffering of the victim is not a side effect. It is the point. The bully takes pleasure in the pain they inflict. Everyday sadism is not confined to the internet. It is present in workplaces, in schools, in families. It is the colleague who takes pleasure in your failure. It is the friend who subtly undermines your confidence. It is the family member who enjoys your discomfort. Everyday sadism is the quiet cruelty that many of us experience, but few of us name. The existence of everyday sadism challenges the assumption that cruelty is always instrumental. The person who enjoys your failure is not trying to get something from you. They are not trying to advance their own position. They are simply enjoying your suffering. The cruelty is not a means, it is an end, and that makes it harder to prevent. There is no rational calculus to disrupt. There is no interest to align. There is only the pleasure of cruelty. The antidote to everyday sadism is not simple. It is not a matter of removing incentives or changing structures. The pleasure of cruelty is intrinsic. It is rewarding, and rewards are reinforcing. The everyday sadist will continue to seek opportunities for cruelty because the cruelty itself is rewarding. The only defense is social. It is the creation of norms that condemn everyday cruelty, that make it costly, that deprive it of its pleasure. When cruelty is met with disapproval, the pleasure diminishes. When cruelty is normalized, the pleasure grows. The story of everyday sadism is a story about the banality of cruelty. It is a reminder that the capacity for cruelty is not confined to the extremes. It is present in the small moments, in the quiet interactions. In the ordinary lives of ordinary people, the person who takes pleasure in your failure is not a monster. They are a person who has found a small, dark pleasure in the suffering of others. And in that small pleasure lies the seed of larger cruelties. Chapter 36, Subclinical vs. So Clinical, How Successful Psychopaths Function and Thrive in Corporate and Political Spheres. In 1987, a young man named Robert graduated from Harvard Business School. He was brilliant, charismatic, driven. He had a gift for reading people, for knowing what they wanted, for giving it to them in a way that made them indebted to him. He rose quickly through the ranks of a major corporation, becoming CEO by the age of 40. He was ruthless. He fired without hesitation. He lied without compunction. He manipulated without remorse, and he was celebrated as a visionary. He was a successful psychopath. The successful psychopath is a figure who has learned to channel the traits of psychopathy, charm, ruthlessness, lack of empathy, into socially acceptable forms. They are not in prison. They are in boardrooms. They are not criminals. They are executives. They have found environments where their lack of conscience is not a liability but an asset. And they have thrived. The distinction between subclinical and clinical psychopathy is important. Clinical psychopathy is a diagnosable disorder. It is associated with criminal behavior, with violence, with a life of instability and failure. Subclinical psychopathy is different. The subclinical psychopath has the same traits, the lack of empathy, the manipulation, the grandiosity, but they have learned to manage them. They have learned to control their impulses. They have learned to channel their ruthlessness into socially valued pursuits. They have learned to wear the mask of sanity so well that no one sees what lies beneath. The corporate world is a natural habitat for the successful psychopath. The traits that define psychopathy, charm, ruthlessness, strategic thinking, lack of empathy, are traits that are rewarded in competitive business environments. The successful psychopath is not held back by the moral scruples that constrain others. They are willing to do what others are not. They are willing to lie, to manipulate, to exploit. And in a world that rewards results, they succeed. The political world is another natural habitat. The successful psychopath in politics is charming, charismatic, able to inspire loyalty. They are also ruthless, willing to destroy their opponents, willing to sacrifice their allies, willing to do whatever it takes to maintain power. They are not constrained by the moral emotions that limit others. They do not feel guilt. They do not feel shame. They do not feel the weight of the lives they affect. And in a system that rewards winning, they often win. The successful psychopath is not a myth. Research has shown that the prevalence of psychopathic traits is higher among corporate executives than in the general population. It is higher among politicians than in the general population. The traits that make a psychopath dangerous in the general population, the lack of empathy, the manipulation, the ruthlessness, are traits that are rewarded in certain elite contexts. The successful psychopath has found their niche. The existence of successful psychopaths raises profound questions about our social structures. If psychopathy is rewarded in certain contexts, then our social structures are selecting for psychopathy. The systems we have created to allocate power and resources are not just tolerating psychopathy, they are preferring it. They are elevating the very traits that cause the most harm. The successful psychopath is not a monster. They are a product of a system that rewards the traits they possess. They have learned to navigate that system, to exploit its weaknesses, to rise to its heights. And in doing so, they have demonstrated that the line between pathology and success is not as clear as we would like to believe. The same traits that land a person in prison can, in the right context, land them in the boardroom. Chapter 37, Genetics of Cruelty, Heritability of Aggression and the MAOA Warrior Genes. In 1993, a Dutch family came to the attention of geneticists. For generations, the men in this family had been prone to violence. They had committed arson, attempted rape, exhibitionism. They had been involved in violent altercations that left others injured. The family had been studied for years, and the researchers had found something remarkable. The men who displayed this pattern of violence shared a genetic mutation. They had a defect in the gene that codes for monoamine oxidase A, an enzyme that breaks down neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. The gene became known as the warrior gene, and its discovery opened a new chapter in the study of the biology of cruelty. The genetics of cruelty is a field that has been fraught with controversy. The idea that there might be a gene for violence, a gene for aggression, a gene for evil, touches on deep anxieties about free will, responsibility, and human nature. But the science is more complex than the headlines suggest. There is no single gene for cruelty. There are genes that influence aggression, that shape temperament, that affect impulse control, and these genes interact with environment in ways that are still poorly understood. The MAOA gene is the most studied gene in the biology of aggression. The low-activity variant of the gene, the warrior gene, has been associated with increased risk of antisocial behavior, but only in certain contexts. The gene does not determine behavior, it influences it, and its influence depends on the environment. Individuals with the low-activity variant who were abused as children are at much higher risk of antisocial behavior than those with the low-activity variant who were not abused. The gene is not destiny, it is a vulnerability. The heritability of aggression is substantial. Twin studies have shown that genetic factors account for about 40 to 50% of the variance in aggressive behavior. This means that genes matter. They matter a lot, but they do not determine. The other 50 to 60% is environment. The child who is born with a genetic vulnerability to aggression is not destined to become violent. Their path depends on the environment they encounter, the parenting they receive, the schools they attend, the peers they associate with, the stressors they face. The discovery of genetic influences on aggression has been controversial. Critics worry that genetic explanations of violence will be used to excuse behavior, to justify eugenics, to blame the victim. These are legitimate concerns, but the alternative, ignoring the biology, is not a solution. If we want to prevent violence, we need to understand its causes, and genetics is part of those causes. The story of the Mawa gene is a story about the complexity of biology. It is a reminder that genes are not blueprints. They are dials. They turn up or down the probability of certain outcomes, but the outcomes themselves are shaped by environment. The child with the warrior gene who is raised in a loving, stable home is not at elevated risk for violence. The gene only expresses its effect in the context of adversity. The biology is real, but it is not destiny. Chapter 38: Neurology of Empathy, Brain Injuries, Tumors, and the Biological Roots of Callousness. In 1848, a railroad construction foreman named Phineas Gage suffered one of the most famous accidents in the history of neuroscience. An explosion drove a iron rod through his skull, destroying much of his frontal lobe. Remarkably, he survived, but he was not the same. Before the accident, Gage was described as responsible, industrious, socially adept. After the accident, he became impulsive, profane, unreliable. He could not hold a job. He could not maintain relationships. He had lost, his doctor said, the balance between his intellectual faculties and his animal propensities. He had lost his capacity for social restraint. He had, in a sense, lost his conscience. The case of Phineas Gage was the first clue that the capacity for empathy, for moral judgment, for social behavior is rooted in the brain. Since Gage, neuroscience has mapped the neural circuits that underlie empathy: the anterior insula, the anterior cingulate cortex, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex. These regions form a network that allows us to feel what others feel, to anticipate the consequences of our actions, to regulate our impulses. When these regions are damaged, the capacity for empathy is compromised. Brain injuries can produce profound changes in personality. A person who is loving and responsible can become callous and impulsive. A person who is gentle can become aggressive. The changes are not the person's fault. They are the result of damage to the neural structures that support moral behavior. The person is not choosing to be cruel. They are living with a brain that no longer provides the constraints that most of us take for granted. Tumors can have similar effects. There are cases of individuals who developed tumors in the frontal lobes and began to behave in ways that were out of character, compulsively, impulsively, sometimes violently. When the tumors were removed, the behavior returned to normal. The cruelty was not a choice, it was a symptom. The tumor had damaged the neural circuitry that supports moral judgment. The neurology of empathy raises profound questions about responsibility. If a person's cruelty is the result of a brain tumor, are they responsible? If a person's callousness is the result of a genetic variant, are they responsible? The legal system has struggled with these questions. In some cases, brain injuries have been used as mitigating factors. In others, they have been ignored, and the question remains unresolved. But the neurology of empathy also offers hope. If the capacity for empathy is rooted in the brain, then perhaps it can be strengthened. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change in response to experience, suggests that the neural circuits that support empathy can be developed, compassion can be trained, empathy can be cultivated. The brain is not fixed, it is plastic, and the plasticity of the brain is the biological basis for the possibility of change. The story of Phineas Gage is a story about the biology of the self. It is a reminder that the self we take for granted, the self that feels, that cares, that restrains, is built on neural structures that can be damaged, that can fail, that can change. The person who loses their capacity for empathy is not a monster. They are a person who has lost something essential, and the rest of us who still have that capacity have a responsibility to use it. Chapter 39, Attachment Disorders. How early childhood neglect and abuse can, but do not always, create perpetrators. In the early years of the 20th century, a German orphanage kept its infants in sterile conditions. The infants were fed, they were kept clean, they were given medical care, but they were not held. They were not spoken to, they were not loved. They did not cry because no one came when they cried. They lay in their cribs, silent, still, staring at the ceiling, and when they were old enough to be adopted, they were damaged in ways that could not be repaired. They had never learned to trust. They had never learned to love. They had never learned that other human beings were sources of comfort and safety. They had learned, instead, that the world was empty and cold. The story of attachment disorders begins with the work of John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth, who demonstrated that the quality of early care shapes the capacity for relationships throughout life. Infants who are cared for consistently, who are responded to sensitively, who experience their caregivers as reliable sources of comfort, develop secure attachment. They learn that the world is safe, that others can be trusted, that relationships are rewarding. Infants who are neglected, abused, or inconsistently cared for develop insecure attachment. They learn that the world is dangerous, that others cannot be trusted, that relationships are sources of pain. The link between early attachment and later cruelty is complex. Not all children who are abused become abusers. Most do not. But the risk is elevated. Children who experience severe neglect or abuse are at higher risk for antisocial behavior, for aggression, for violence. The early experience of cruelty can teach a child that cruelty is normal, that the world is hostile, that the only way to survive is to dominate. The mechanism of transmission is both psychological and biological. Psychologically, the child learns patterns of relating that are carried into adulthood. The child who has never been loved does not know how to love. The child who has been abused learns that abuse is a way of relating. Biologically, early adversity affects the developing brain. Chronic stress in childhood alters the development of the stress response system, the prefrontal cortex, the amygdala. The brain that develops in an environment of threat is a brain that... Part 5. Groups, Tribes, and Ideology. Examining how group dynamics, ideology, and culture create a moral framework for cruelty. Chapter 41. Groupthink. How the desire for cohesion overrides moral judgment. In the early morning hours of April 17, 1961, a brigade of Cuban exiles, trained and armed by the Central Intelligence Agency, waded ashore at the Bay of Pigs. Chapter 37, Genetics of Cruelty, Heritability of Aggression, and the MAOA warrior gene. In 1993, a Dutch family came to the attention of geneticists. For generations, the men in this family had been prone to violence. They had committed arson, attempted rape, exhibitionism. They had been involved in violent altercations that left others injured. The family had been studied for years, and the researchers had found something remarkable. The men who displayed this pattern of violence shared a genetic mutation. They had a defect in the gene that codes for monoamine oxidase A, an enzyme that breaks down neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. The gene became known as the warrior gene. and its discovery opened a new chapter in the study of the biology of cruelty. The genetics of cruelty is a field that has been fraught with controversy. The idea that there might be a gene for violence, a gene for aggression, a gene for evil, touches on deep anxieties about free will, responsibility, and human nature, but the science is more complex than the headlines suggest. There is no single gene for cruelty. There are genes that influence aggression, that shape temperament, that affect impulse control. And these genes interact with environment in ways that are still poorly understood. The MAOA gene is the most studied gene in the biology of aggression. The low-activity variant of the gene, the warrior gene, has been associated with increased risk of antisocial behavior, but only in certain contexts. The gene does not determine behavior, it influences it, and its influence depends on the environment. Individuals with the low-activity variant who were abused as children are at much higher risk of antisocial behavior than those with the low-activity variant who were not abused. The gene is not destiny, it is a vulnerability. The heritability of aggression is substantial. Twin studies have shown that genetic factors account for about 40 to 50% of the variance in aggressive behavior. This means that genes matter. They matter a lot, but they do not determine. The other 50 to 60% is environment. The child who is born with a genetic vulnerability to aggression is not destined to become violent. Their path depends on the environment they encounter, the parenting they receive, the schools they attend, the peers they associate with, the stressors they face. The discovery of genetic influences on aggression has been controversial. Critics worry that genetic explanations of violence will be used to excuse behavior, to justify eugenics, to blame the victim. These are legitimate concerns, but the alternative, ignoring the biology, is not a solution. If we want to prevent violence, we need to understand its causes, and genetics is part of those causes. The story of the MAOA gene is a story about the complexity of biology. It is a reminder that genes are not blueprints, they are dials. They turn up or down the probability of certain outcomes, but the outcomes themselves are shaped by our environment. The child with the warrior gene who is raised in a loving, stable home is not at elevated risk for violence. The gene only expresses its effect in the context of adversity. The biology is real, but it is not destiny. Chapter 38: Neurology of Empathy, Brain Injuries, Tumors, and the Biological Roots of Callousness. In 1848, a railroad construction foreman named Phineas Gage suffered one of the most famous accidents in the history of neuroscience. An explosion drove a iron rod through his skull, destroying much of his frontal lobe. Remarkably, he survived, but he was not the same. Before the accident, Gage was described as responsible, industrious, socially adept. After the accident, he became impulsive, profane, unreliable. He could not hold a job. He could not maintain relationships. He had lost, his doctor said, the balance between his intellectual faculties and his animal propensities. He had lost his capacity for social restraint. He had, in a sense, lost his conscience. The case of Phineas Gage was the first clue that the capacity for empathy, for moral judgment, for social behavior is rooted in the brain. Since Gage, neuroscience has mapped the neural circuits that underlie empathy: the anterior insula, the anterior cingulate cortex, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex. These regions form a network that allows us to feel what others feel, to anticipate the consequences of our actions, to regulate our impulses. When these regions are damaged, the capacity for empathy is compromised. Brain injuries can produce profound changes in personality. A person who was loving and responsible can become callous and impulsive. A person who was gentle can become aggressive. The changes are not the person's fault. They are the result of damage to the neural structures that support moral behavior. The person is not choosing to be cruel. They are living with a brain that no longer provides the constraints that most of us take for granted. Tumors can have similar effects. There are cases of individuals who developed tumors in the frontal lobes and began to behave in ways that were out of character compulsively, impulsively, sometimes violently. When the tumors were removed, the behavior returned to normal. The cruelty was not a choice, it was a symptom. The tumor had damaged the neural circuitry that supports moral judgment. The neurology of empathy raises profound questions about responsibility. If a person's cruelty is the result of a brain tumor, are they responsible? If a person's callousness is the result of a genetic variant, are they responsible? The legal system has struggled with these questions. In some cases, brain injuries have been used as mitigating factors. In others, they have been ignored. The question remains unresolved. But the neurology of empathy also offers hope. If the capacity for empathy is rooted in the brain, then perhaps it can be strengthened. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change in response to experience, suggests that the neural circuits that support empathy can be developed. Compassion can be trained. Empathy can be cultivated. The brain is not fixed, it is plastic. And the plasticity of the brain is the biological basis for the possibility of change. The story of Phineas Gage is a story about the biology of the self. It is a reminder that the self we take for granted, the self that feels, that cares, that restrains, is built on neural structures that can be damaged, that can fail. That can change. The person who loses their capacity for empathy is not a monster. They are a person who has lost something essential, and the rest of us who still have that capacity have a responsibility to use it. Chapter 39. Attachment Disorders. How early childhood neglect and abuse can, but do not always, create perpetrators. In the early years of the 20th century, a German orphanage kept its infants in sterile conditions. The infants were fed, they were kept clean, they were given medical care, but they were not held. They were not spoken to. They were not loved. They did not cry. Because no one came when they cried, they lay in their cribs, silent, still, staring at the ceiling. And when they were old enough to be adopted, they were damaged in ways that could not be repaired. They had never learned to trust. They had never learned to love. They had never learned that other human beings were sources of comfort and safety. They had learned, instead, that the world was empty and cold. The story of attachment disorders begins with the work of John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth, who demonstrated that the quality of early care shapes the capacity for relationships throughout life. Infants who are cared for consistently, who are responded to sensitively, who experience their caregivers as reliable sources of comfort, develop secure attachment. They learn that the world is safe, that others can be trusted, that relationships are rewarding. Infants who are neglected, abused, or inconsistently cared for develop insecure attachment. They learn that the world is dangerous, that others cannot be trusted, that relationships are sources of pain. The link between early attachment and later cruelty is complex. Not all children who are abused become abusers. Most do not, but the risk is elevated. Children who experience severe neglect or abuse are at higher risk for antisocial behavior, for aggression, for violence. The early experience of cruelty can teach a child that cruelty is normal, that the world is hostile, that the only way to survive is to dominate. The mechanism of transmission is both psychological and biological. Psychologically, the child learns patterns of relating that are carried into adulthood. The child who has never been loved does not know how to love. The child who has been abused learns that abuse is a way of relating. Biologically, early adversity affects the developing brain. Chronic stress in childhood alters the development of the stress response system, the prefrontal cortex, the amygdala, the brain that develops in an environment of threat. Part 5. Groups, Tribes, and Ideology. Examining how group dynamics, ideology, and culture create a moral framework for cruelty. Chapter 41. Groupthink, How the Desire for Cohesion Overrides Moral Judgment. In the early morning hours of April 17, 1961, a brigade of Cuban exiles, trained and armed by the Central Intelligence Agency, waded ashore at the Bay of Pigs. They expected a popular uprising. They expected the Cuban people to rise up and join them. They expected the invasion to be the spark that would topple Fidel Castro. Instead, they were met by 20,000 Cuban soldiers. Within 3 days, the invasion had been crushed. More than 100 of the invaders were dead, more than 1,000 were captured, and the United States was humiliated. In the aftermath, the questions came fast. How could the CIA, one of the most sophisticated intelligence agencies in the world, have launched such a poorly planned operation? How could President Kennedy and his advisors have approved it? How could so many smart, experienced, well-informed people have made such a catastrophic decision? The answer, according to the psychologist Irving Yannis, was groupthink. Groupthink is the psychological phenomenon that occurs when the desire for cohesion within a group overrides the motivation to realistically appraise alternatives. It is the tendency of groups to make bad decisions because the members are more concerned with getting along than with getting it right. It is the pathology of consensus, the disease of unanimity, and it has been responsible for some of the greatest disasters in human history. Yannis identified the symptoms of groupthink: an illusion of invulnerability, a belief in the inherent morality of the group, the stereotyping of outgroups, self-censorship, an illusion of unanimity, direct pressure on dissenters, and the emergence of self-appointed mind guards who protect the group from dissenting information. When these symptoms are present, the group's decision-making capacity is compromised. The group becomes closed, insular, unable to see the flaws in its own plans. The Bay of Pigs was a classic case of groupthink. Kennedy's advisors, brilliant men, experienced men, men who had served in the highest levels of government, failed to challenge the assumptions underlying the invasion. They did not ask whether the plan was feasible. They did not ask whether the intelligence was reliable. They did not ask what would happen if the uprising did not materialize. They did not ask because they wanted to be good team players. They did not ask because they did not want to disrupt the cohesion of the group. They did not ask because groupthink had taken hold. The tragedy of groupthink is that it is driven by a desire for something good: cohesion. Groups are essential to human survival. We need to work together, to trust each other, to function as a unit. But the same desire that makes groups possible also makes them dangerous. When cohesion becomes an end in itself, when dissent is suppressed, when critical thinking is sacrificed for harmony, the group becomes capable of decisions that no individual member would make alone. The prevention of groupthink requires deliberate effort. Leaders must encourage dissent. They must create structures that protect the expression of minority views. They must appoint devil's advocates, seek outside opinions, and remain open to criticism. The most effective leaders are those who cultivate an environment in which dissent is not just tolerated, but valued. because the group that cannot hear the dissenting voice is the group that will make the catastrophic decision. Chapter 42 in hingga group out, hingga group, bias the automatic preference for us over them. In the 1970s, a British social psychologist named Henri Tajfel conducted a series of experiments that changed the way we think about prejudice. He brought boys into his laboratory and divided them into groups. The grouping was arbitrary. Some boys were told they were in the Klee group because they preferred the paintings of Paul Klee. Others were told they were in the Kandinsky group because they preferred Wassily Kandinsky. The boys did not know the other members of their group. They had never met them. They had no history with them. They had no reason to prefer one group over another. And yet, when given the opportunity to allocate rewards, the boys favored their own group. They gave more to the Klee group if they were in the Klee group, more to the Kandinsky group if they were in the Kandinsky group. They did not know the individuals they were favoring. They did not know the individuals they were disadvantaging. They favored their group simply because it was their group. The preference was automatic. It was unconscious, and it was powerful. Tajfel's discovery of in-group, out-group bias was a landmark in the psychology of intergroup relations. It demonstrated that the preference for us over them does not require history, does not require conflict, does not require competition. It requires only categorization. The simple act of dividing people into groups is enough to create bias. The us is favored, the them is disadvantaged, and the bias operates automatically. Beneath the level of conscious awareness, in-group bias is not a pathology, it is a feature of human cognition. The human brain is wired to favor the familiar, to trust the known, to prefer the group. This bias is adaptive. It allows groups to form, to cooperate, to survive. But it also has a dark side. The same bias that binds the group together also blinds the group to the humanity of outsiders. The them is not seen as individuals. The them is seen as a category, and categories are easier to harm than individuals. The in-group, out-group bias is the foundation of prejudice. It is the automatic preference that precedes explicit discrimination. It is the cognitive soil in which the seeds of hatred grow. When we see the world in terms of us and them, we are already on the path to seeing them as less than us. And when them is less than us, cruelty becomes easier. The antidote to in-group bias is the recognition of common humanity. It is the effort to see the them as individuals, to break the category, to find the shared identity that transcends group boundaries. This is not easy. The bias is automatic. It operates before we can catch it, but we can learn to catch it. We can learn to question our automatic preferences. We can learn to see the stranger not as them, but as a person. And in that recognition, the foundation of cruelty begins to crack. Chapter 43. Identity Fusion, when personal identity becomes inseparable from the group. In the summer of 2017, a young man drove his car into a crowd of protesters in Charlottesville, Virginia. He killed one woman and injured dozens more. He had been at the Unite the Right rally, marching with white nationalists, chanting slogans, carrying a torch. He did not act alone. He acted as part of a group, but he was not simply following orders. He was not simply conforming. He had fused his identity with the group. The group's cause was his cause. The group's enemies were his enemies. The group's violence was his violence. Identity fusion is the psychological state in which personal identity becomes inseparable from group identity. The fused individual does not see themselves as separate from the group. They see themselves as one with the group. The boundaries between self and group dissolve. The individual's sense of who they are is bound up with the group's sense of who it is. And when the group is threatened, the individual experiences the threat as personal. When the group calls for action, the individual experiences the call as a call from within. Identity fusion is different from group identification. Group identification is the sense of belonging to a group, of being part of something larger. Identity fusion is more profound. The fused individual does not simply belong to the group, they are the group. The group is them. This fusion has consequences. It predicts extreme behavior. The fused individual is willing to sacrifice for the group, to fight for the group, to die for the group, and they are willing to kill for the group. The psychologist William Swan and his colleagues have studied identity fusion extensively. They have found that fused individuals are more willing to engage in extreme pro-group behavior. They are more willing to fight, more willing to sacrifice, more willing to kill. The fusion is not about obedience. It is about identification. The fused individual does not need to be ordered to act. They act because the group's cause is their own. Identity fusion can be a force for good. The fused individual who identifies with a group dedicated to peace, to justice, to compassion, will act with extraordinary courage. The history of social movements is the history of fused individuals, people who so identified with the cause that they were willing to risk everything. But identity fusion can also be a force for evil. The fused individual who identifies with a group dedicated to hatred, to violence, to domination will act with the same intensity. The fusion is not the problem. The group's values are. The challenge of identity fusion is the challenge of group identity itself. The groups we fuse with shape who we become. The cause we commit to shapes what we do. The question is not whether we will fuse. The question is what we will fuse with. And that question is one of the most important questions in the psychology of evil. Chapter 44, Moral Disengagement. Albert Bandura's 8 Mechanisms for Turning Off Morality. Albert Bandura, one of the most influential psychologists of the 20th century, spent the later years of his career studying a phenomenon he called moral disengagement. He wanted to understand how ordinary people who had been socialized to be moral, who had internalized standards of right and wrong, could commit inhumane acts without experiencing guilt or shame. His answer was that they do not turn off their morality. They disengage it. They learn to selectively activate and deactivate their moral self-sanctions. And they do this through 8 mechanisms, each of which allows them to justify cruelty to themselves. The first mechanism is moral justification. The perpetrator reframes the harmful act as serving a higher purpose. The violence is not violence. It is defense of the nation, a purification of the race, a protection of the community. The act is not cruel. It is necessary. Moral justification is the foundation upon which other mechanisms are built. It provides the narrative that makes the cruelty seem not just acceptable but noble. The second mechanism is euphemistic labeling. The perpetrator uses sanitized language to mask the reality of the act. Killing becomes collateral damage. Torture becomes enhanced interrogation. Civilian deaths become accidental casualties. The euphemisms distance the perpetrator from the reality of their actions. They make the harm abstract. And abstraction, as we have seen, facilitates cruelty. The third mechanism is advantageous comparison. The perpetrator compares their actions to worse actions. What we are doing is nothing compared to what they have done. At least we are not like them. The advantageous comparison makes the perpetrator's actions seem mild, reasonable, justified. It is a form of moral self-deception that allows the perpetrator to maintain a positive self-image while doing harm. The fourth mechanism is displacement of responsibility. The perpetrator attributes their actions to the orders of an authority. I was just following orders. I was doing what I was told. The displacement of responsibility allows the perpetrator to see themselves not as agents but as instruments. They are not responsible. The authority is. This is the agentic state that Milgram described. The fifth mechanism is diffusion of responsibility. The perpetrator attributes their actions to the group. Everyone is doing it. I was just one of many. When responsibility is spread across many people, no single person feels responsible. The group takes the burden. The individual is free. The sixth mechanism is disregarding or distorting the consequences. The perpetrator minimizes or ignores the harm they are causing. They do not look. They do not ask. They do not think about what is happening to the victims. The consequences are abstract, distant, invisible, and when the consequences are invisible, the moral brakes are released. The seventh mechanism is dehumanization. The perpetrator strips the victim of their humanity. The victim is not a person. They are an animal, a pest, a disease. Dehumanization is the most powerful mechanism of moral disengagement because it removes the victim from the category of beings who deserve moral consideration. When the victim is not human, cruelty is not wrong. The eighth mechanism is attribution of blame. The perpetrator blames the victim. They brought it on themselves. They deserved it. The attribution of blame allows the perpetrator to see themselves not as aggressors, but as responders. They are not doing harm. They are responding to a threat. The victim is responsible. The perpetrator is innocent. These 8 mechanisms do not operate in isolation. They work together. They form a system of self-deception that allows ordinary people to commit extraordinary harm. The genius of Bandura's framework is that it shows us that moral disengagement is not a pathology, it is a set of skills. Skills that can be learned, skills that can be taught, skills that are taught implicitly and explicitly in the institutions that prepare people for cruelty. The implication of Bandura's work is that the prevention of evil requires the prevention of moral disengagement. It requires teaching people to recognize the mechanisms of self-deception. It requires creating institutions that hold individuals accountable, that expose euphemisms, that refuse advantageous comparisons. It requires building a culture in which moral engagement is the norm, in which the mechanisms of disengagement are recognized for what they are. The architecture of cruelty. Chapter 45, Euphemistic Labeling, Using Sanitized Language to Mask Evil. In the spring of 1942, the German government issued a directive. It was titled, Guidelines for the Evacuation of Jews to the East. The word evacuation was a euphemism. It meant deportation. It meant forced relocation. It meant, in many cases, death. But the word evacuation did not carry those meanings. It was clean, it was bureaucratic, it was the language of administration, not atrocity, and that was the point. Euphemistic labeling is the use of sanitized language to mask the reality of harmful acts. It is the substitution of a neutral or positive term for a term that would evoke moral disapproval. Killing becomes termination. Torture becomes enhanced interrogation. Civilian deaths become collateral damage. The euphemism does not change the act. It changes the way the act is perceived. It changes the way the actor perceives the acts, and that change is essential to moral disengagement. The power of euphemism lies in its ability to distance. When we use a euphemism, we do not have to confront the reality of what we are doing. The euphemism abstracts. It sanitizes. It makes the harm invisible. And when the harm is invisible, the moral brakes are released. The person who is evacuating Jews is not killing them. The person who is producing collateral damage is not killing children. The euphemism protects the perpetrator from the moral weight of their actions. Euphemistic labeling is not confined to extreme contexts. It is present in everyday language. Corporations do not fire people. They downsize or right-size. The military does not kill civilians. It causes collateral damage. Governments do not torture. They use enhanced interrogation techniques. The euphemisms are so common that we barely notice them, but they are doing the same work that the Nazi euphemisms did. They are masking harm. They are making cruelty abstract. They are protecting the perpetrators from the moral weight of their actions. The antidote to euphemistic labeling is to call things by their names. It is to insist on the language of reality. The person who has been fired has been fired. The child who has been killed has been killed. The prisoner who has been tortured has been tortured. The language of reality is uncomfortable. It forces us to confront the harm. But that discomfort is essential. It is the feeling of morality. And when we lose that feeling, we lose the capacity to resist cruelty. Chapter 46. Advantageous comparison, comparing one's own atrocities to worse ones for justification. In the aftermath of the My Lai massacre, in which American soldiers killed more than 500 unarmed Vietnamese civilians, the soldiers were asked to explain their actions. Some of them said, "We did not do anything worse than the Viet Cong." They were comparing their own atrocities, the killing of women, children, and the elderly, to the atrocities of the enemy. The comparison made their actions seem less severe. It provided a justification. It allowed them to maintain a sense of moral superiority while doing things that would otherwise be unthinkable. Advantageous comparison is the mechanism of moral disengagement in which the perpetrator compares their own harmful actions to more extreme actions. The comparison makes the perpetrator's actions seem mild, reasonable, justified. It is a form of moral self-deception that allows the perpetrator to maintain a positive self-image while doing harm. The power of advantageous comparison lies in its ability to shift the reference point. Morality is not absolute. It is comparative. We judge our actions not against an abstract standard of right and wrong, but against the actions of others. If others are doing worse things, our own actions seem acceptable. The reference point is everything, and the perpetrator can choose the reference point. They can choose to compare themselves to the worst, and in that comparison, they can find justification for almost anything. Advantageous comparison is not confined to extreme contexts. It is present in everyday life. The employee who cheats on their expenses compares themselves to the employee who steals from the company. The student who plagiarizes compares themselves to the student who buys papers online. The politician who lies compares themselves to the politician who takes bribes. The comparison makes the transgression seem minor. It provides a justification. It allows the individual to maintain a sense of moral integrity while doing things they know are wrong. The antidote to advantageous comparison is an absolute standard. It is the recognition that the wrongness of an act does not depend on the acts of others. Killing is wrong, not because someone else is killing more. Killing is wrong because it is killing. Lying is wrong not because someone else is lying more. Lying is wrong because it is lying. The absolute standard is harder to maintain. It does not provide the easy justifications that advantageous comparison provides, but it is the only standard that can hold us accountable. Chapter 47, Displacement of Responsibility. I was just following orders. In the spring of 1946, at the Nuremberg trials, the surviving leaders of the Third Reich were asked to explain their actions. Many of them gave the same answer: I was just following orders. The defense was not new, it was as old as authority itself, but at Nuremberg the answer was rejected. The tribunal held that following orders is not a defense for crimes against humanity. The individual is responsible. The conscience cannot be outsourced. Displacement of responsibility is the mechanism of moral disengagement in which the perpetrator attributes their actions to the orders of an authority. The perpetrator does not see themselves as responsible. The responsibility belongs to the authority who gave the order. The perpetrator is simply an instrument, an agent, a tool. This is the agentic state that Milgram described, and it is one of the most powerful mechanisms of moral disengagement. The power of displacement of responsibility lies in its ability to relieve the perpetrator of the burden of choice. When the perpetrator believes they have no choice, they do not have to confront the moral weight of their actions. They are not acting, they are being acted upon. The responsibility is elsewhere, the conscience is silent, and the cruelty becomes possible. But the displacement of responsibility is a fiction. The perpetrator always has a choice. Milgram's participants could have stopped. The soldiers at My Lai could have refused. The bureaucrats who scheduled the trains to Auschwitz could have resigned. The choice is always there. The displacement of responsibility is a way of avoiding that choice. It is a way of pretending that the choice does not exist, and in that pretense, the perpetrator surrenders their humanity. The antidote to displacement of responsibility is the recognition of choice. It is the insistence that the individual is always responsible for their actions. The order does not relieve the burden. The authority does not absorb the guilt. The choice remains, and the recognition of choice is the foundation of moral responsibility. Chapter 48, Diffusion of Responsibility. When everyone is responsible, no one is responsible. In 1964, when Kitty Genovese was attacked outside her apartment building, 38 people heard her screams. Not one of them called the police. Later, when asked why they had not intervened, many of them said the same thing. I thought someone else would call. The responsibility was diffused. Each person assumed that someone else would act, and in the diffusion, no one acted. Diffusion of responsibility is the mechanism of moral disengagement in which the perpetrator attributes their actions, or their inaction, to the group. When responsibility is spread across many people, no single person feels responsible. The group takes the burden, the individual is free. The diffusion of responsibility is one of the most powerful mechanisms of inaction. It explains why bystanders do not intervene, why organizations fail to act, why systems of cruelty persist. The power of diffusion of responsibility lies in its ability to make inaction feel reasonable. When everyone is responsible, no one is responsible. The individual does not have to feel guilty for not acting because they were not the only one who could have acted. The responsibility is distributed, and in the distribution, it disappears. The antidote to diffusion of responsibility is the assumption of personal responsibility. It is the recognition that the group is not a shield. The individual is responsible, not because they are the only one who could act, but because they are one who could act. The assumption of personal responsibility is the foundation of moral action. It is the refusal to hide in the crowd. It is the willingness to be the one who calls. Chapter 49. Attribution of blame. Blaming the victim to justify the aggressor's actions. In 1972, a psychologist named William Ryan published a book called Blaming the Victim. He described a pattern that he had observed in social policy, the tendency to attribute the problems of marginalized groups to the groups themselves. The poor are poor because they are lazy. The sick are sick because they are careless. The oppressed are oppressed because they are inferior. The attribution of blame is a way of justifying the status quo. It is a way of saying that those who suffer deserve their suffering. And it is a powerful mechanism of moral disengagement. Attribution of blame is the mechanism in which the perpetrator blames the victim for their own suffering. The victim brought it on themselves. The victim deserved it. The victim is responsible. The attribution of blame allows the perpetrator to see themselves not as aggressors but as responders. They are not doing harm. They are responding to a threat. The victim is responsible. The perpetrator is innocent. The power of attribution of blame lies in its ability to reverse the roles of perpetrator and victim. The perpetrator becomes the victim. The victim becomes the aggressor. The moral calculus is inverted, and in the inversion, the perpetrator can act with a clear conscience. They are not harming an innocent. They are defending themselves against a threat. The attribution of blame is present in every form of oppression. The slaveholder blamed the slave for being lazy. The colonizer blamed the colonized for being uncivilized. The rapist blamed the victim for being provocative. The pattern is consistent. The victim is blamed, the perpetrator is justified, and the cruelty continues. The antidote to attribution of blame is the recognition of innocence. It is the insistence that no one deserves to be harmed. It is the refusal to accept the narrative that blames the victim. The victim is not responsible for their suffering. The perpetrator is, and the recognition of that responsibility is the beginning of justice. Chapter 50. Dehumanization as a mechanism. Revisiting it as the capstone of moral disengagement. Of all the mechanisms of moral disengagement, dehumanization is the most powerful. It is the capstone. It is the mechanism that makes all the others possible. Because when the victim is not human, the other mechanisms are not needed. The victim is not a person. They do not feel, they do not suffer, they do not matter. The moral brakes are released, and the cruelty becomes not just possible but easy. Dehumanization is the process of stripping the victim of their humanity. It is the denial of the qualities that make a person a person: consciousness, emotion, agency, dignity. The dehumanized victim is not seen as a subject with an inner life. They are seen as an object, an animal, a pest, and objects do not deserve moral consideration. The mechanisms of dehumanization are the mirror images of the qualities of humanity. The victim is denied agency. They are not acting, they are being acted upon. They are denied experience. They do not feel. They are empty. They are denied identity. They are not individuals. They are a category. They are denied dignity. They are not worthy of respect. They are contemptible. Dehumanization is the foundation of genocide. Before the killing, there is the dehumanization. The victims are called vermin, cockroaches, rats. They are portrayed as diseases, as plagues, as threats to be eliminated. The dehumanization does the work of moral disengagement. It removes the victims from the circle of moral concern, and once they are outside the circle, the killing is not killing. It is pest control. It is hygiene. It is purification. Dehumanization is not a relic of the past. It is present in the politics of the present. It is present when immigrants are called an infestation. It is present when protesters are called animals. It is present when the other is reduced to a category, stripped of individuality, denied humanity. The dehumanization is not just rhetoric. It is preparation. It is the moral disengagement that makes cruelty possible. The antidote to dehumanization is rehumanization. It is the effort to see the other as human. It is the recognition that the other feels as we feel, loves as we love, suffers as we suffer. Rehumanization is not easy. It requires effort. It requires attention. It requires the willingness to see beyond the category, beyond the stereotype, beyond the dehumanizing narrative, but it is the only defense. Because when the other is human, cruelty is not possible. And when the other is not human, everything is possible. Part V, Political Evil and Systemic Atrocity, applying the psychology to historical and contemporary examples of state-sponsored evil. Chapter 51, The Psychology of Genocide, a step-by-step psychological model. Genocide does not erupt from nothing. It is not a sudden explosion of irrational hatred. It is a process, a step-by-step process, each step building on the last, each step making the next possible. The psychologist Gregory Stanton, who founded Genocide Watch, has articulated a model of this process, 8 stages that lead from classification to denial. The model is not a prediction. It is a warning. It tells us what to look for, and it tells us where intervention is possible. The first stage is classification. Human beings categorize the world. It is what we do. We divide people into us and them. The classification is not itself genocidal, but it is the foundation. Without the distinction between groups, genocide cannot occur. The classification can be based on race, ethnicity, religion, nationality. The categories may be ancient or they may be invented, but they must be in place before the next stage can begin. The second stage is symbolization. The groups are given names, symbols, markers that distinguish them. The symbols may be visible, a yellow star, a red scarf, a particular style of dress. Or they may be invisible, a name, an accent, a religious practice. The symbols make the classification concrete. They make it visible. And visibility makes targeting possible. The third stage is dehumanization. The outgroup is portrayed as subhuman. They are vermin, cockroaches, rats. They are diseases, plagues, cancers. The dehumanization does the work of moral disengagement. It removes the outgroup from the circle of moral concern. It makes killing not killing, but pest control. Dehumanization is the most important stage because without it, the next stages are impossible. The fourth stage is organization. Genocide is not spontaneous. It requires organization. It requires planning, training, resources. The organization may be state-sponsored, as in the Holocaust, or it may be organized by militias, as in Rwanda, but it must be organized. The organization transforms hatred into policy. It turns the impulse to kill into a system of killing. The fifth stage is polarization. The society is divided into 2 groups, the pure and the impure, the loyal and the traitorous, the worthy and the unworthy. Moderates are eliminated. Those who might stand between the groups are silenced. The middle ground disappears. You are either with us or against us, and those who are against us are enemies. The sixth stage is preparation. The perpetrators are trained. The weapons are gathered. The lists are made. The victims are identified, rounded up, concentrated in ghettos, camps, or designated areas. The preparation is logistical, but it is also psychological. The perpetrators are prepared to kill. The bystanders are prepared to look away. The seventh stage is extermination. The killing begins. It may be fast, as in Rwanda, where nearly 1 million people were killed in 100 days. It may be slow, as in the Holocaust, which unfolded over years. But the extermination is the culmination of the process. It is what the previous stages have made possible. The eighth stage is denial. The perpetrators deny that the killing happened. They claim it was self-defense. They claim it was a fabrication. They rewrite history. The denial is not just a cover-up, it is a continuation of the genocide. It is the attempt to erase the victims from history, to destroy the memory of what was done. Stanton's model is a map of atrocity. It shows us the steps, and it shows us where intervention is possible. At each stage, there are points of leverage. At classification, we can refuse to categorize. At symbolization, we can challenge the symbols. At dehumanization, we can rehumanize. At organization, we can disrupt. At polarization, we can protect moderates. At preparation, we can intervene. At extermination, we can stop. At denial, we can remember. The model is not a prophecy of inevitability. It is a call to action, because genocide is not inevitable. It is made, and what is made can be unmade. Chapter 52, The Nazi Psychocracy, How the Third Reich Weaponized Psychology and Law. When the Nazis came to power in 1933, they did not simply impose their will by force. They understood something that the students of tyranny have always understood, that the most durable form of power is not the power of the gun, but the power of the mind. They built a regime that was, in the words of the historian Eric Vogelin, a psychocracy, a government that ruled not just through laws and police, but through the systematic manipulation of the psyche. The Nazi psychocracy was built on two foundations, law and psychology. The law was the first instrument. The Nazis did not simply ignore the law, they used it. They passed laws that defined Jews as non-citizens. They passed laws that legalized discrimination, then segregation, then expropriation, then deportation, then killing. The laws were not arbitrary. They were carefully crafted to appear legitimate. They created a legal framework that made the unthinkable thinkable. The bureaucrat who sent Jews to Auschwitz was not violating the law. He was enforcing it. The psychological weaponry was more subtle. The Nazis understood the power of propaganda, of symbols, of repetition. They understood that if you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes truth. They understood that if you dehumanize a group enough, the population will accept their destruction. They understood that if you create a cult of personality around the leader, the people will surrender their judgment to his will. The Nazi psychocracy was a laboratory of psychological manipulation, and the lessons learned there have been applied by tyrants ever since. The Nazi psychocracy also operated through the co-optation of trusted institutions. The universities, the churches, the medical profession, and the legal profession. These institutions lent their legitimacy to this regime. The professors who taught racial theory, the doctors who performed euthanasia, the judges who enforced the Nuremberg laws, the pastors who blessed the swastika. They were not coerced. Many of them believed, and their belief gave the regime the legitimacy it needed. The weaponization of psychology was perhaps the most sinister innovation. The Nazis understood the power of fear, of shame, of guilt. They understood that if they could make the German people feel guilty for the humiliation of Versailles, they could channel that guilt into hatred. They understood that if they could make the German people fear the Bolshevik hordes, they could justify any militarism. They understood that if they could make the German people ashamed of weakness, they could sell them cruelty as strength. The Nazi psychocracy is a warning. It tells us that the tools of psychology can be used for evil as well as for good. It tells us that law can be a weapon as well as a shield. It tells us that institutions can be corrupted, that professions can be co-opted, that the most trusted authorities can become agents of atrocity. And it tells us that the defense against such corruption is vigilance, the willingness to question authority, to resist the manipulation, to refuse the comfort of belonging to a regime that demands our complicity. Chapter 53, The Banality of the Holocaust, examining the ordinary backgrounds of Einsatzgruppen members. In the summer of 1941, as the German army advanced into the Soviet Union, 4 special units followed behind. They were called Einsatzgruppen. Their mission was to kill. They were not soldiers in the conventional sense. They were murderers. In the course of 2 years, they killed more than 1 million Jews, shooting them at the edge of a pit. Women and children, old men and infants. In the forests and fields of Eastern Europe, the Einsatzgruppen were the face of the Holocaust before the gas chambers. And the men who served in them were, by almost any measure, ordinary. The historian Christopher Browning, in his landmark study Ordinary Men, examined the records of Reserve Police Battalion 101, one of the units that carried out the mass shootings in Poland. The men were not SS elites. They were not Nazi fanatics. They were middle-aged working-class men from Hamburg, truck drivers, warehouse clerks, factory workers. They had been drafted into the police and sent to the East. They were given the choice to participate in the shootings or to step aside. Only a dozen refused. What made these men kill? Browning's answer is not personality or ideology, it is situation. The men were placed in a context where obedience was expected, where refusal was costly, where the victims were dehumanized, where the killing was distributed across the group. They were not monsters. They were ordinary men who, in an extraordinary situation, became killers. The banality of the Holocaust is not that the Holocaust was banal, it is that the perpetrators were banal. They were ordinary, and that ordinariness is the most disturbing finding of all. The historian Daniel Jonah Goldhagen went further. In Hitler's Willing Executioners, he argued that the perpetrators were not just ordinary. They were motivated by a deep-seated, specifically German anti-Semitism. The killing was not the product of situational pressure, it was the expression of a cultural commitment. They were called Einsatzgruppen. Their mission was to kill. The debate between Browning and Goldhagen has shaped the scholarship on the Holocaust for decades, but both agree on the central fact: the perpetrators were not psychopaths. They were ordinary people who, in the context of a genocidal regime, became killers. The lesson of the Einsatzgruppen is the lesson that runs through this book. The capacity for cruelty is not a rare pathology, it is a universal potential. Under the right conditions, ordinary people will do extraordinary harm. The conditions are not exotic. They are the conditions of obedience, dehumanization, group pressure, and gradual escalation that we have seen throughout this journey. The perpetrators of the Holocaust were not different from us, they were us. And that recognition is the beginning of the responsibility to ensure that it does not happen again. Chapter 54, Holocaust Revisionism, the Psychology of Denial as a Continuation of the Perpetrator Ideology. In the decades since the end of World War II, a movement has grown that seeks to deny the reality of the Holocaust. The deniers claim that the gas chambers did not exist, that the 6 million figure is a fabrication, that the Holocaust is a myth invented by the Jews to extract reparations and sympathy. The claims are absurd. They are refuted by mountains of evidence, by the testimony of survivors, by the documents of the perpetrators themselves. But the claims persist, and the psychology of Holocaust denial is as revealing as the psychology of the Holocaust itself. Holocaust denial is not a failure of evidence. It is a failure of morality. The deniers are not simply mistaken. They are engaged in a project of ideological continuation. They are doing the work that the perpetrators began, the erasure of the victims, the rewriting of history, the rehabilitation of the killers. The denial is not an interpretation of history. It is a continuation of the genocide. The psychology of denial is the psychology of moral disengagement. The deniers use the same mechanisms that the perpetrators used. They dehumanize the victims. They displace responsibility. They distort the consequences. They engage in advantageous comparison, comparing the Holocaust to other historical events to minimize its significance. The denial is not a departure from the perpetrator ideology. It is the perpetrator ideology in a new form. The deniers also serve a psychological function for those who would prefer not to remember. The Holocaust is a burden. It is a weight on the conscience of Western civilization. It is easier to deny than to bear. The deniers offer an escape from that burden. They offer the comfort of forgetting, and for those who are uncomfortable with the implications of the Holocaust, the implications for human nature, for civilization, for themselves, the denial is seductive. The antidote to Holocaust denial is memory. It is the refusal to forget. It is the insistence on bearing the weight of what happened. The survivors who testified, the historians who documented, the educators who teach, they are the resistance to denial. They are the ones who say, this happened, these people lived, these people died, their names are known, their faces are remembered. The denial cannot erase them. But the denial can be resisted, and the resistance is memory. Chapter 55, Stalin and the Cult of Personality, the Role of Fear and Paranoid Projection in Totalitarianism. In the 1930s, the Soviet Union was consumed by a terror. Millions of people were arrested, sent to labor camps, executed. The terror was not random. It was systematic. It was orchestrated by Joseph Stalin, the leader of the Soviet Union, who had built a cult of personality around himself that was unprecedented in its scope and intensity. His image was everywhere, his name was invoked in every speech, his authority was absolute, and his paranoia was lethal. Stalin's terror was driven by a psychology that is characteristic of totalitarian leaders, the psychology of paranoid projection. Stalin saw enemies everywhere. The enemies were not real. They were projections of his own fears, his own ambitions, his own cruelty. But the projections had consequences. The people he imagined as enemies were arrested, tortured, killed. The terror was not a response to threat. It was the creation of threat. It was the manufacture of enemies to justify the power of the leader. The cult of personality served to concentrate power. By elevating Stalin to the status of a demigod, the regime made him the source of all authority, all wisdom, all judgment. The individual citizen did not need to think. Stalin thought for them. The individual did not need to judge. Stalin judged for them. The cult of personality was a mechanism of moral disengagement on a national scale. It displaced responsibility onto the leader. It made the citizen an instrument of the leader's will. The fear was essential. The cult of personality was not just adulation, it was terror. The citizen who failed to show sufficient devotion could be arrested. The citizen who questioned the leader could be executed. The fear was not incidental, it was the mechanism of control. The terror did not need to be universal, it needed to be unpredictable. The citizen never knew who would be next, and in that uncertainty, the citizen learned to comply. Stalin's regime is a case study in the psychology of totalitarianism. It shows us how fear can be weaponized, how paranoia can be projected, how the cult of personality can displace individual judgment. It shows us the architecture of a system that turns ordinary people into perpetrators, into victims, into bystanders. And it shows us the cost of that system. Millions dead, a society traumatized, a generation broken. The legacy of Stalin is a warning. It tells us that the cult of personality is not just a political phenomenon, it is a psychological one, and it can happen anywhere. Chapter 56, The Khmer Rouge, Emptying the Cities, How Utopian Ideology Requires the Destruction of the Impure. On April 17, 1975, the Khmer Rouge entered Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia. They declared that the war was over, and then they ordered the entire population to leave. Everyone, the sick, the elderly, the pregnant women, the newborn infants, everyone was forced into the countryside. The city was to be emptied. Within days, 2 million people had been expelled. Thousands died on the roads, and the Khmer Rouge began the construction of a new society. The Khmer Rouge were driven by a utopian ideology. They believed that they could create a pure agrarian society, free from the corruptions of modernity. The cities were the source of corruption. The intellectuals were the source of corruption. The professionals, the teachers, the doctors, the monks, they were the enemy. They had to be eliminated. The utopia required purification, and purification required destruction. In the 4 years that followed, the Khmer Rouge killed an estimated 2 million Cambodians, a quarter of the population. They killed not out of hatred, but out of ideology. The killing was systematic. It was organized. It was justified by the vision of a perfect society. The victims were not enemies. They were obstacles. They were impurities to be removed, and their removal was the work of building paradise. The psychology of the Khmer Rouge is the psychology of utopian ideology. It is the belief that the perfect society is possible and that the destruction of the impure is the price of perfection. The utopian is not motivated by greed or sadism. They are motivated by a vision. And that vision can be more dangerous than any personal vice. The person who kills for profit can be deterred. The person who kills for paradise cannot. There is no cost too high for paradise. The Khmer Rouge also demonstrated the power of dehumanization. The victims were not seen as people. They were new people, a category of suspicion. They were the enemy who lurked within. The categories stripped the victims of their individuality, their dignity, their humanity, and without humanity, killing was not killing, it was purification. The legacy of the Khmer Rouge is a reminder that the most dangerous ideologies are not the ones that seem evil, they are the ones that seem good. The utopian who dreams of paradise is capable of horrors that the cynic cannot imagine. Because the cynic is constrained by reality, the utopian is not. And in the absence of reality, anything is possible. Chapter 57. Rwandan genocide, the role of radio propaganda and rapid dehumanization. In the early 1990s, a radio station began broadcasting in Rwanda. It was called Radio Télévision Libre de Mille Collines. It played popular music. It featured lively talk shows. It was entertaining, and it was preparing a genocide. The radio station broadcast a steady stream of propaganda that portrayed the Tutsi minority as cockroaches, as vermin, as enemies of the Hutu majority. The language was dehumanizing. It was designed to make the Tutsi seem not human, and it worked. When the genocide began in April 1994, the radio played a crucial role. It broadcast the names of Tutsi to be killed. It directed the killers to the hiding places. It exhorted the Hutu population to do their duty. The radio was not just reporting the genocide, it was orchestrating it. The broadcasters did not hold guns, they held microphones, but their weapons were as lethal as any machete. The Rwandan genocide was notable for its speed. In 100 days, nearly 1 million people were killed. The killing was done by ordinary people. Farmers, shopkeepers, teachers, priests, armed with machetes and clubs. The killers were not soldiers. They were civilians who had been mobilized by propaganda, by fear, by the pressure of their neighbors. The dehumanization was rapid. The killing was rapid. And the international community did nothing. The role of radio in the Rwandan genocide is a case study in the power of propaganda. The broadcasters understood that repetition works. They understood that dehumanization works. They understood that if you say something often enough, people will believe it. The radio was the engine of the genocide. It was the mechanism that transformed ordinary Hutu into killers, and it was the mechanism that told the world that what was happening was not genocide but tribal war. The aftermath of the Rwandan genocide has been a long struggle for justice and reconciliation. The perpetrators have been tried in community courts, in national courts, in international tribunals. The survivors have tried to rebuild their lives. The country has tried to heal. But the wounds are deep, and the question that haunts Rwanda is the question that haunts all genocides. How could ordinary people do this? The answer, in Rwanda as elsewhere, is dehumanization. The radio did it, the propaganda did it, the language of cockroaches did it, and the rest of us watched. Chapter 58: Torture and the Ticking Bomb. The Psychology of Interrogators and the Slippery Slope of State-Sanctioned Cruelty. There is a scenario that has been used to justify torture for decades. It is called the ticking bomb scenario. A bomb is hidden in a city. It will kill thousands. The terrorist who planted it has been captured. He knows where the bomb is, but he will not talk. The question is, would you torture him to get the information? The scenario is compelling. It appeals to our desire to protect the innocent. It seems to make torture a necessity, a lesser evil, a tragic but necessary tool, and it has been used to justify state-sanctioned torture in the United States and elsewhere. The problem is that the ticking bomb scenario is a fantasy. It almost never happens. Real-world interrogations are not about ticking bombs. They are about building intelligence, cultivating sources, extracting information over time. The ticking bomb scenario is a rhetorical device. It is designed to make torture seem reasonable, and it has been used to justify policies that have led to the systematic torture of hundreds of people, most of whom were innocent. The psychology of interrogators who use torture is the psychology of moral disengagement. They justify their actions through advantageous comparison. What we do is nothing compared to what they do. They use euphemistic labeling, enhanced interrogation techniques, rather than torture. They displace responsibility. We are just following orders. They dehumanize the victim. The detainee is not a person, but a terrorist, and they engage in the fiction of the ticking bomb, telling themselves that they are saving lives. But the ticking bomb scenario has another effect. It creates a slippery slope. The interrogator who begins with the belief that they are torturing to save lives may, over time, lose sight of that justification. The torture becomes routine. The interrogator becomes desensitized. The cruelty escalates, and the interrogator who started with the belief that they were a moral person doing a necessary evil may become someone who takes pleasure in the suffering they inflict. The use of torture by the United States after September 11, 2001, is a case study in the psychology of state-sanctioned cruelty. The interrogators were not sadists. Most of them were ordinary people who believed they were doing their duty. They were placed in a system that encouraged cruelty, that rewarded cruelty, that normalized cruelty, and they became cruel. The ticking bomb scenario was the justification, but the reality was something else. The systematic abuse of power, the erosion of legal constraints, the corruption of the institutions that were supposed to protect human dignity. The legacy of torture is not just the suffering of the victims, it is the corruption of the torturers. The person who tortures is changed. They lose something. They lose the capacity for empathy, the capacity for moral judgment, the capacity to see the other as human. The torture does not just harm the victim, it harms the perpetrator, and it harms the society that sanctions it. The use of torture is a sign that a society has lost its moral bearings. It is a sign that the slippery slope has been descended. Chapter 59, Authoritarian Personality, the Legacy of Adorno, Who is Susceptible to Fascism? In the aftermath of World War II, a group of researchers led by Theodor Adorno set out to answer a question that haunted the world. What kind of person is susceptible to fascism? Their answer was the authoritarian personality, a personality type characterized by rigid adherence to conventional values, submission to authority, aggression toward outgroups, and a tendency to see the world in black and white. The authoritarian personality, they argued, was the psychological foundation of fascism, and it was not confined to Germany. It was present everywhere. The study of the authoritarian personality was controversial from the start. Critics argued that it was politically biased, that it pathologized conservative values, that it was methodologically flawed. But the concept has endured. The authoritarian personality, now often called right-wing, authoritarianism has been studied for decades, and the findings are consistent. Individuals who score high on measures of authoritarianism are more likely to be prejudiced, more likely to support aggressive policies, more likely to submit to authority, more likely to punish outgroups. The authoritarian personality is not a simple personality type. It is a constellation of traits that cluster together: conventionalism, authoritarian submission, authoritarian aggression, anti-intellectualism, superstition, destructiveness. Projectivity, the tendency to project one's own unacceptable impulses onto others. These traits form a coherent psychological profile, and they are associated with support for authoritarian leaders, authoritarian policies, and authoritarian violence. But the authoritarian personality is not destiny. The same individual who scores high on authoritarianism in one context may not support authoritarianism in another. The personality interacts with the situation, and the situation, the political climate, the economic conditions, the social pressures can activate or suppress authoritarian tendencies. The authoritarian personality is a vulnerability. It is not a guarantee. The legacy of Adorno's work is the recognition that the susceptibility to fascism is not a German problem or a European problem. It is a human problem. The authoritarian personality exists everywhere. It is present in every society, in every culture, in every political system. The question is not whether authoritarianism exists. The question is whether the conditions are right for it to be activated, and that question is one of the most urgent questions of our time. Chapter 60, Propaganda and Persuasion, How Beliefs Are Manufactured to Justify Atrocity. In 1933, Joseph Goebbels was appointed Minister of Propaganda in the Third Reich. He understood something that the students of persuasion have always understood, that beliefs are not reasoned. They are manufactured. They are created through repetition, through emotion, through symbols, through the control of information. Goebbels did not set out to persuade the German people of the truth. He set out to create a truth, and he succeeded. Propaganda is the systematic attempt to shape beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. It is not education. Education seeks to inform. Propaganda seeks to control. It uses the tools of psychology, emotion, association, repetition, simplification, to create a worldview that serves the interests of the propagandist, and it is one of the most powerful tools in the arsenal of tyranny. The techniques of propaganda are well understood. The first is simplification. Complex issues are reduced to simple slogans. The enemy is reduced to a single trait. The solution is reduced to a single action. Simplification makes the world manageable. It makes complex moral questions seem simple, and it makes atrocity seem reasonable. The second is repetition. The slogan is repeated until it becomes truth. The lie is repeated until it is accepted. Repetition does not persuade through reason. It persuades through familiarity. The more often we hear something, the more true it seems. The propagandist understands that repetition is more powerful than evidence. The third is emotional appeal. Propaganda does not appeal to reason. It appeals to fear, to anger, to pride, to hope. The emotions bypass the critical faculties. They go directly to the limbic system, the seat of instinct and feeling. The propagandist who can make you afraid can make you do anything. The fourth is the creation of an enemy. Propaganda requires an enemy. The enemy is the source of all problems. The enemy is the obstacle to the good society. The enemy must be destroyed. The creation of the enemy is the central act of propaganda, because without an enemy, there is no justification for cruelty. The fifth is the control of information. Propaganda requires the suppression of dissent. The propagandist cannot allow competing narratives to exist. The information environment must be controlled. The sources of alternative information must be silenced. The citizen must have no access to views that challenge the propaganda. The history of the 20th century is the history of propaganda. The Nazis, the Soviets, the Khmer Rouge, the propagandists of genocide, all of them understood that the first step to atrocity is the manufacture of belief. If you can make people believe that the other is vermin, you can make them kill. If you can make people believe that the sacrifice is necessary, you can make them accept anything. Propaganda is not just persuasion, it is the architecture of complicity. The antidote to propaganda is critical thinking. It is a refusal to accept the simplified message. It is the willingness to seek out alternative sources. It is the capacity to recognize emotional manipulation. It is the habit of questioning. Critical thinking is not a luxury. It is a defense. It is the only defense against the manufacture of belief. And in a world where propaganda is more sophisticated than ever, it is the most important skill we can cultivate. Part VII, Evil in the Digital Age. How New Technologies Create Novel Arenas for Cruelty. Chapter 61, Online Disinhibition Effect. Why people say things online they would never say in person. In the early days of the internet, a psychologist named John Suler observed something peculiar. People were saying things online that they would never say in person. They were crueler, more aggressive, more uninhibited. They were revealing parts of themselves that they kept hidden in face-to-face interactions. Suler called this the online disinhibition effect, and he identified 6 factors that explained why the screen makes us mean. The first factor is dissociative anonymity. Online, you can hide. You can use a pseudonym, an avatar, a username that bears no relation to your real identity. You are invisible, and invisibility confers freedom. The person who would never insult a stranger on the street will, from behind a screen, unleash a torrent of abuse. The anonymity separates the action from the actor. You are not you, and because you are not you, you are not responsible. The second factor is invisibility. In face-to-face interactions, we are constantly reading cues, facial expressions, body language, tone of voice. These cues moderate our behavior. We see the impact of our words on the other person, and we adjust. Online, the other person is invisible. We cannot see their face fall. We cannot see them flinch. We cannot see them cry. The invisibility of the other makes cruelty easier. We are not confronted with the consequences of our words. The third factor is asynchronicity. In face-to-face conversations, the interaction is immediate. We say something and the other responds. Online, there is a gap. We can post something and walk away. We do not have to witness the reaction. We can disconnect from the consequences. The asynchronicity allows us to act without feeling the impact of our actions. It is cruelty without the burden of witnessing. The fourth factor is solipsistic introjection. When we communicate online, we imagine the other person. We construct them in our minds, and we often construct them as characters in our own internal drama. The other person is not a real person with a real life. They are a projection, and projections are easier to harm than real people. The fifth factor is dissociative imagination. Online, we tell ourselves that it is not real. The screen creates a boundary between the online world and the real world. What happens online is not real. The people online are not real. The harm we do online is not real. The dissociation allows us to do things we would never do in the real world. Because we have convinced ourselves that the online world does not count. The sixth factor is minimization of authority. Online, there is no authority figure to constrain us. No parent, no teacher, no police officer. The absence of authority removes the external constraints that normally moderate behavior. We are free to act on impulses that would otherwise be suppressed. The online disinhibition effect is not all bad. The same factors that enable cruelty also enable vulnerability. People reveal their deepest fears, their most painful experiences, their truest selves, in ways they would never do in person. The disinhibition can be a force for connection, for healing, for a community, but it can also be a force for cruelty. And the same anonymity that allows a survivor to share their story allows a troll to destroy a stranger. The challenge of the online disinhibition effect is the challenge of living in a world where the constraints that normally govern behavior have been removed. We have not evolved to navigate this environment. Our brains did not develop to handle anonymous, invisible, asynchronous interactions with strangers who exist only as projections. We are learning as we go, and we are learning that the screen can bring out the worst in us. Chapter 62, The Architecture of Outrage, How Social Media Algorithms Reward Anger and Unpolarization. In 2018, a former Facebook executive named Chamath Palihapitiya made a confession. He said that the platform he had helped build was ripping apart the social fabric. He said that the algorithms that powered Facebook were designed to maximize engagement, and that the most effective way to maximize engagement was to feed people outrage. The algorithm did not care about truth. It did not care about civility. It cared about what kept people on the platform, and what kept people on the platform was anger. The architecture of outrage is built into the infrastructure of social media. The algorithms are designed to maximize attention. They learn what you react to, and they give you more of it. If you click on a post that makes you angry, the algorithm notes that. If you comment on a post that outrages you, the algorithm notes that. If you share a post that polarizes, the algorithm notes that, and the algorithm gives you more. It feeds you a diet of outrage, because outrage is engaging, and engagement is profit. The consequences of this architecture are profound. The algorithm does not create outrage, it amplifies it. It takes the natural human tendency to react to threats, to attend to conflict, to favor the negative, and it supercharges it. The algorithm is a machine for turning small disagreements into bitter enmities. It is a machine for turning misunderstandings into conspiracies. It is a machine for turning differences into hatred. The algorithm also rewards polarization. The middle ground is not engaging. Nuance does not go viral. Complexity does not generate clicks. What generates clicks is the extreme, the outrageous, the polarizing. The algorithm pushes us to the edges. It rewards the most extreme voices. It silences the moderates. And in doing so, it creates a world in which compromise is impossible, in which the other is not just wrong but evil, in which the only acceptable outcome is victory. The architecture of outrage is not a conspiracy, it is a business model. The companies that build these platforms are not trying to destroy democracy, they are trying to maximize shareholder value. And the most effective way to maximize shareholder value, it turns out, is to make us angry. The outrage is not a bug, it is a feature. It is the architecture of the machine. The question for our time is whether we can build a different architecture, whether we can design platforms that reward connection rather than division, that elevate nuance rather than outrage, that build community rather than destroying it. The technology is not neutral. It has values embedded in it. The values of the current architecture are the values of outrage. The question is whether we can choose different values. Chapter 63, Cyber Trolling, the profile of the anonymous sadist. In the summer of 2014, a young actress named Zelda Williams, the daughter of Robin Williams, posted a tribute to her father after his death. Within hours, the comments began. They were not condolences, they were taunts, they were images, they were messages designed to cause pain. The trolls had found their target, and they were enjoying themselves. Cyber trolling is a form of everyday sadism, amplified by the anonymity of the internet. The troll is not trying to persuade. They are not trying to inform. They are trying to provoke. They want to cause distress, they want to watch the reaction, and they take pleasure in the suffering they cause. The profile of the troll has been studied by psychologists. They have found that trolling is associated with the dark tetrad, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and sadism. The troll scores high on sadism in particular. They enjoy cruelty, and the internet provides a playground where they can indulge that enjoyment without consequences. But the troll is not a monster. They are often ordinary people who, in the context of anonymity and distance, act on impulses they would otherwise suppress. The online disinhibition effect enables them. The architecture of outrage rewards them. The absence of accountability frees them. And the troll, who would never say these things to a stranger on the street, becomes a source of cruelty. The harm of trolling is not trivial. The victims of sustained trolling report depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress. Some have taken their own lives. The trolls often do not see themselves as responsible. They tell themselves it is just a joke, just the internet, not real, but the harm is real, and the trolls are responsible. The antidote to trolling is accountability. Platforms can de-anonymize, can moderate, can ban communities, can create norms that exclude cruelty. Individuals can refuse to engage, can refuse to feed the troll. But the deeper antidote is the recognition that the person on the other side of the screen is a person, that their pain is real, that our words have consequences. The troll who can hold that recognition is no longer a troll. Chapter 64. Cancel Culture, the Psychology of Public Shaming, Justice, or Mob Violence. In the winter of 2019, a young woman named Justine Sacco boarded a plane in New York for a trip to South Africa. Before she took off, she posted a tweet. It was a joke, a bad joke, a racist joke. She did not think anyone would read it. She had a few hundred followers, but someone did read it, and someone took a screenshot, and by the time her plane landed, Justine Sacco was the most hated person on the internet. She had been canceled, she lost her job, she received thousands of death threats, she went into hiding, and all for a tweet. But the troll is not a monster. They are often ordinary people who, in the context of anonymity and distance, act on impulses they would otherwise suppress. The online disinhibition effect enables them. The architecture of outrage rewards them. The absence of accountability frees them. And the troll, who would never say these things to a stranger on the street, becomes a source of cruelty. The harm of trolling is not trivial. The victims of sustained trolling report depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress. Some have taken their own lives. The trolls often do not see themselves as responsible. They tell themselves it is just a joke, just the internet, not real, but the harm is real, and the trolls are responsible. The antidote to trolling is accountability. Platforms can de-anonymize, can moderate, can ban communities, can create norms that exclude cruelty. Individuals can refuse to engage, can refuse to feed the troll. But the deeper antidote is the recognition that the person on the other side of the screen is a person, that their pain is real, that our words have consequences. The troll who can hold that recognition is no longer a troll. Chapter 64. Cancel Culture, the Psychology of Public Shaming, Justice, or Mob Violence. In the winter of 2019, a young woman named Justine Sacco boarded a plane in New York for a trip to South Africa. Before she took off, she posted a tweet. It was a joke, a bad joke, a racist joke. She did not think anyone would read it. She had a few hundred followers, but someone did read it, and someone took a screenshot, and by the time her plane landed, Justine Sacco was the most hated person on the internet. She had been canceled. She lost her job. She received thousands of death threats. She went into hiding, and all for a tweet. But the troll is not a monster. They are often ordinary people who, in the context of anonymity and distance, act on impulses they would otherwise suppress. The online disinhibition effect enables them. The architecture of outrage rewards them. The absence of accountability frees them. And the troll, who would never say these things to a stranger on the street, becomes a source of cruelty. The harm of trolling is not trivial. The victims of sustained trolling report depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress. Some have taken their own lives. The trolls often do not see themselves as responsible. They tell themselves it is just a joke, just the internet, not real, but the harm is real, and the trolls are responsible. The antidote to trolling is accountability. Platforms can de-anonymize, can moderate, can ban communities, can create norms that exclude cruelty. Individuals can refuse to engage, can refuse to feed the troll. But the deeper antidote is the recognition that the person on the other side of the screen is a person, that their pain is real, that our words have consequences. The troll who can hold that recognition is no longer a troll. Chapter 64. Cancel Culture, the Psychology of Public Shaming, Justice, or Mob Violence. In the winter of 2019, a young woman named Justine Sacco boarded a plane in New York for a trip to South Africa. Before she took off, she posted a tweet. It was a joke, a bad joke, a racist joke. She did not think anyone would read it. She had a few hundred followers, but someone did read it, and someone took a screenshot, and by the time her plane landed, Justine Sacco was the most hated person on the internet. She had been canceled. She lost her job. She received thousands of death threats. She went into hiding, and all for a tweet. Cancel culture is the practice of publicly shaming and ostracizing individuals who have committed some offense, often a minor one, often one that occurred years in the past. The practice has its roots in accountability movements, in the effort to hold powerful people responsible for their actions, but it has evolved into something more complex, a form of public punishment that often exceeds the offense, that often targets the vulnerable, that often destroys lives. The psychology of cancel culture is the psychology of public shaming. It is the mobilization of the crowd against the individual. It is the exercise of collective power, and it is driven by the same mechanisms that drive other forms of collective cruelty. Dehumanization, moral disengagement, group polarization, the diffusion of responsibility. The shaming is often justified as justice. The offender is held accountable. The powerful are brought low. But the line between justice and cruelty is thin. The crowd that gathers to shame does not know the offender. They do not know the context. They do not know the nuance. They see only the offense, and they respond with a ferocity that is disproportionate to the harm. The victims of cancel culture are often left with nothing. Their careers are destroyed. Their reputations are ruined. Their mental health is shattered, and the crowd moves on to the next target. The shaming is not about accountability. It is about the pleasure of the crowd. It is schadenfreude disguised as justice. The antidote to cancel culture is proportionality. It is the recognition that punishment should fit the offense. It is the insistence on due process, on context, on the possibility of redemption. It is the refusal to participate in the cruelty of the crowd. The person who has done wrong should be held accountable, but they should also be treated as human. And the crowd that forgets that humanity is not doing justice, it is doing cruelty. And Chapter 65, Radicalization Pipelines. How algorithms lead lonely individuals down rabbit holes of extremism. In 2019, a young man walked into a mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand, and killed 51 people. He had live-streamed the attack, he had posted a manifesto, and he had been radicalized online. He had started with mainstream content and been led, step by step, by the algorithms into the darkest corners of the internet. He was not a monster. He was a lonely young man who had been fed a diet of hatred. By a machine designed to maximize engagement, the radicalization pipeline is the process by which ordinary individuals are led through algorithmic recommendations to extremist content. It begins with a curiosity, a question, a sense of grievance. The algorithm notices, it recommends a video, a post, a channel. The user clicks, the algorithm recommends more. Each step is small, each step seems reasonable. But each step leads further into the rabbit hole, and before long, the user who started with a question about politics is watching videos that advocate violence.
The algorithm does not intend to radicalize. It is designed to maximize engagement. And the content that is most engaging is often the content that is most extreme, most polarizing, most outrageous. The algorithm does not care about truth. It does not care about consequences. It cares about what keeps people on the platform. And what keeps people on the platform is the slide into extremism. The radicalization pipeline is not inevitable. It can be interrupted. Platforms can change their algorithms. They can prioritize authoritative content. They can downrank extremism. They can intervene when users show signs of radicalization. But the incentives are against them. The engagement that radicalization produces is the engagement that drives profit. And until the incentives change, the pipelines will continue to flow. The antidote to radicalization is connection. The lonely individual who is drawn to extremism is often seeking community, seeking meaning, seeking belonging. The extremists offer that. They offer a cause, a tribe, an identity. The alternative is to offer something else, a community that is not built on hatred, a meaning that is not built on violence, a belonging that does not require the exclusion of others. The pipeline can be interrupted, but it requires building something better. Chapter 66, Deepfakes and Digital Abuse, Using Technology as a Weapon for Harassment and Defamation. In 2017, a user on Reddit began posting pornographic videos. The faces in the videos were not the faces of the actors. They had been swapped. The user had taken the faces of celebrities and superimposed them onto the bodies of pornographic actors. The technology was called deepfakes, and it opened a new frontier in the weaponization of digital technology. Deepfakes are synthetic media created by artificial intelligence. They can make it appear that someone said something they did not say, did something they did not do. They can be used to defame, to harass, to destroy reputations, and they are becoming increasingly difficult to detect. The primary targets of deepfake abuse have been women. Celebrities, politicians, journalists, activists, women have been disproportionately targeted. Their faces have been inserted into pornographic videos without their consent. The videos have been distributed widely. The harm has been devastating, and the perpetrators have often been anonymous, untraceable, unaccountable. Digital abuse takes many forms. There is doxing, the publication of private information with the intent to harass. There is swatting, the false report of a crime to provoke a police response. There is the distribution of intimate images without consent. There is the creation of fake profiles, fake accounts, fake identities.
The technology has given abusers tools that were unimaginable a generation ago, and the victims are often left without recourse. The psychology of digital abuse is the psychology of cruelty at a distance. The abuser does not see the victim. They do not witness the consequences. They are protected by anonymity, by distance, by the buffer of the screen. The abuse is abstract, and abstraction, as we have seen, facilitates cruelty. The response to digital abuse has been slow. The laws have lagged behind the technology. The platforms have been reluctant to act. The victims have been left to fight alone. But there is progress. New laws are being passed. New technologies are being developed to detect deepfakes. New norms are being established. The fight against digital abuse is in its early stages, but it is a fight that must be won.
Chapter 67. Gaming Culture, Toxicity, Gatekeeping, and the Normalization of Misogyny. In 2014, a young game developer named Zoe Quinn released a small independent game called Depression Quest. It was not a blockbuster. It was a quiet game about living with mental illness. But its release triggered a firestorm. Quinn was subjected to a campaign of harassment that lasted for years. She received death threats, rape threats, doxing, swatting. She was forced to leave her home. The harassment was organized through online forums, through social media, through the gaming community, and it revealed something ugly about gaming culture. Gaming culture has a problem with toxicity. The anonymity of online gaming, the competitive environment, the absence of accountability, these factors create a context in which cruelty is normalized. Players are routinely subjected to harassment, to slurs, to threats. The toxicity is particularly directed at women, at people of color, at LGBTQ+ players. The gaming culture that should be a space for play and community has become, for many, a space of exclusion and abuse. Gatekeeping is another feature of gaming culture. The gatekeepers define who belongs and who does not. They enforce a narrow definition of what it means to be a real gamer. Women are not real gamers. Casual players are not real gamers. Anyone who does not conform to the culture of the hardcore is excluded. The gatekeeping is a form of identity protection. It preserves the group's sense of superiority, and it excludes those who might challenge that superiority. The normalization of misogyny in gaming culture is not a coincidence. The culture has been shaped by years of harassment, years of exclusion, years of silence. The misogyny is not just the behavior of a few bad actors. It is embedded in the culture. It is reinforced by the structures of online gaming, and it is perpetuated by the silence of those who could speak out.
The antidote to toxicity is community. It is the creation of spaces that are safe, that are inclusive, that are accountable. It is the establishment of norms that exclude cruelty, that celebrate diversity, that welcome newcomers. It is the willingness of the majority to speak out against the minority who would destroy the community. The culture can change. It is changing, but the change requires effort.
The echo chamber is not just about politics. It is about identity. The beliefs that are reinforced in the echo chamber become part of who we are. To question the belief is to question the self, and the self does not question easily. The echo chamber creates a closed loop. The belief is reinforced, the identity is strengthened, the belief is reinforced again, and the loop is difficult to break. The echo chamber also enables dehumanization. When we never encounter the other, when we only hear the worst about them, when our only knowledge of them comes from sources that are hostile to them, we come to see them as less than human. The other is not a person with a life, with fears, with hopes. The other is a category, a threat, an enemy, and enemies are easier to harm. The antidote to the echo chamber is exposure. It is the willingness to seek out views that challenge our own. It is the courage to listen to those we disagree with. It is the recognition that the other is human, that their beliefs are not simply evil, that they have reasons for what they believe. The echo chamber is comfortable, but comfort is the enemy of understanding, and understanding is the foundation of peace. Chapter 69. AI and Autonomous Weapons, the ultimate removal of human empathy from the decision to kill. In 2015, a group of artificial intelligence researchers published an open letter. They called for a ban on autonomous weapons. They warned that the development of weapons that can select and engage targets without human intervention would open a new chapter in the history of war. The decision to kill would no longer be made by a human being with a conscience, with empathy, with the capacity for moral judgment. It would be made by an algorithm, and the algorithm does not feel. Autonomous weapons are the culmination of a trajectory that began with the bow and arrow, that continued with the gun, the artillery shell, the bomb, the drone. Each new technology has increased the distance between the killer and the killed. Each new technology has added buffers that make killing easier. The autonomous weapon is the ultimate buffer. There is no human at all. The machine decides, the machine kills, and the human who set the machine in motion is far away, perhaps asleep, perhaps unaware. The psychology of autonomous weapons is the psychology of distance. The human who launches a drone strike is far from the target. They do not see the faces. They do not hear the screams. They do not witness the consequences. But they are still present. They still make the decision. With autonomous weapons, even that presence is removed. The decision is made by code. The responsibility is diffused across the programmers, the commanders, the policymakers, and in the diffusion, responsibility disappears. The development of autonomous weapons raises profound ethical questions. Can an algorithm make moral judgments? Can it distinguish between a combatant and a civilian? Can it weigh the value of a life? The answer is no. The algorithm can be programmed to follow rules, but it cannot understand the consequences of those rules. It cannot feel the weight of the decision. It cannot hold the responsibility. The call for a ban on autonomous weapons is a call to preserve human agency in the decision to kill. It is a recognition that some decisions should not be delegated to machines. The decision to take a life is the most weighty decision a human being can make. It should be made by a human being. It should be made with empathy, with judgment, with the capacity for moral reasoning. The machine cannot do that, and if we let the machine do it, we lose something essential about what it means to be human.
Chapter 70. Digital Resilience, Teaching Moral Reasoning in an Age of Algorithmic Manipulation. In a school in the Midwest, a teacher is doing something unusual. She is teaching her students about algorithms. She shows them how the feed works. She shows them how the algorithm learns what they click, what they linger on, what they react to. She shows them how the algorithm feeds them more of what they want, and how what they want can become more extreme, more polarizing, more outrageous. She is teaching them digital resilience, the capacity to navigate the digital world without being manipulated by it. Digital resilience is the set of skills that allow us to use technology without being used by it. It is the capacity to recognize manipulation, to resist outrage, to seek out diverse perspectives. It is the ability to be online without losing ourselves, and it is one of the most important skills of the 21st century. Teaching digital resilience begins with awareness. We need to understand how the algorithms work. We need to understand that they are not neutral. They are designed to maximize engagement. And engagement is often achieved through outrage, through polarization, through the amplification of the extreme. We need to understand that we are not in control of our feeds. The algorithm is. Digital resilience also requires the cultivation of moral reasoning. The same mechanisms that operate in the physical world, dehumanization, moral disengagement, group polarization, operate in the digital world. We need to learn to recognize them. We need to learn to resist them. We need to learn to ask, is this true? Is this fair? Is this human? Digital resilience requires the willingness to step outside the echo chamber. It requires seeking out views that challenge our own. It requires listening to those we disagree with. It requires the recognition that the other is human. The algorithm will not give us this. We have to choose it. Digital resilience is not a return to the pre-digital world. That world is gone. We live in a world of screens, of algorithms, of digital connection. The question is not whether we will use technology. The question is whether we will use it well, whether we will be manipulated by it, or whether we will use it with intention, whether we will let it bring out the worst in us, or whether we will use it to build something better. The future of the psychology of evil will be written in the digital world. The same mechanisms that produced the atrocities of the past are now amplified by algorithms, by anonymity, by the architecture of outrage. But the same mechanisms that produced resistance in the past, empathy, critical thinking, moral courage, are also available. The question is whether we will cultivate them, whether we will teach them, whether we will build a digital world that is worthy of our humanity. Part VII, bystanders, enablers, and resistors. Focusing on the majority, those who are not perpetrators, but allow evil to happen. Chapter 71, the bystander effect, diffusion of responsibility in emergencies. On March 13, 1964, a young woman named Kitty Genovese was attacked outside her apartment building in Queens, New York. The attack lasted more than half an hour. She screamed for help. 38 people heard her screams. Not one of them called the police until after she was dead. The story, as it was reported, became a national sensation. It seemed to reveal something terrible about human nature, that we are indifferent to the suffering of others, that we will watch someone die rather than get involved. The truth was more complicated. The 38 witnesses were not callous. They were not indifferent. Many of them were distressed by what they heard, but each of them assumed that someone else would call. The responsibility was diffused across the group, and in the diffusion, no one acted. The bystander effect was first studied systematically by the psychologists Bibb Latané and John Darley. They conducted experiments in which participants were placed in situations where someone appeared to be having a seizure. When participants believed they were the only one who could help, they acted quickly. When they believed others were also present, they hesitated. The more people who were present, The less likely any individual was to intervene, the responsibility was shared, and shared responsibility is no responsibility at all. The bystander effect is driven by several mechanisms. The first is diffusion of responsibility. When others are present, the individual feels less personal responsibility. The responsibility is spread across the group. The individual thinks someone else will help. The second is pluralistic ignorance. When others are not acting, the individual assumes that inaction is the appropriate response. If no one else is helping, perhaps the situation is not an emergency. The third is evaluation apprehension. The individual fears looking foolish. If they intervene and it turns out not to be an emergency, they will be embarrassed. The fear of embarrassment is often stronger than the impulse to help. The bystander effect is not a law of human nature. It is a tendency, and it can be overcome. The research shows that when individuals are made aware of the bystander effect, they are more likely to intervene. When they are trained to recognize emergencies, they are more likely to act. When they are taught to take personal responsibility, they are more likely to help. The bystander effect is a pattern of behavior, not a destiny. It can be disrupted, and the first step to disruption is awareness. The legacy of Kitty Genovese is not that people are callous, it is that we must not assume someone else will act. We must be the one who calls. We must be the one who intervenes. The bystander effect is a warning, but it is also a call. It tells us that in the moment of emergency, we cannot look to others to define the situation. We must define it ourselves, and we must act. Chapter 72. Pluralistic Ignorance. Looking to others who are also doing nothing to define a situation as normal. In the 1970s, the psychologists Lawton and Darley conducted an experiment. They brought participants into a room and filled it with smoke. The participants were alone. They saw the smoke, they looked around, they looked confused, but they did not act. When asked later why they had not reported the smoke, they said they had assumed it was not an emergency. They had looked to the others in the room, the experimenters, the other participants, and seen that no one was reacting. They assumed that the lack of reaction meant that there was no danger. Pluralistic ignorance is the phenomenon in which individuals look to others to define the situation, and because others are also looking to others, no one defines it correctly. It is the collective misreading of reality. It is the reason that people do not act in emergencies. They look to others, see that others are not acting, and assume that inaction is the appropriate response. The others are doing the same. The group is paralyzed, and the emergency continues. Pluralistic ignorance operates in many contexts. It operates in the classroom, when students do not ask questions because no one else is asking. It operates in the workplace, when employees do not speak up about unethical practices because no one else is speaking. It operates in the political sphere, when citizens do not oppose tyranny because they assume that others support it. Pluralistic ignorance is the foundation of conformity. It is the mechanism that keeps people silent when they should speak, still when they should act, compliant when they should resist. The antidote to pluralistic ignorance is the willingness to be the first person to speak, the first person to act, the first person to define the situation. The first person breaks the spell. When one person acts, others see that action and are freed to act themselves. The first person does not need to be a hero. They need only to be the one who moves. And in moving, they change the situation for everyone. The story of pluralistic ignorance is the story of how groups become paralyzed. It is a story of how good people fail to act not because they are indifferent, but because they are uncertain. They look to others for guidance, and the others look back. The paralysis is not a failure of character, it is a failure of information. And the cure is information. It is the knowledge that others are also uncertain. It is the courage to be the one who breaks the silence. Chapter 73. The Role of Bureaucrats. How Administrative Routine Facilitates Atrocity. In 1942, a German civil servant named Wilhelm Trapp was given an order. He was to lead his men, a battalion of reserve police, to the Polish village of Józefów. There, they were to round up the Jewish inhabitants, men, women, children, and shoot them. Trapp was not a Nazi ideologue. He was a career policeman, a husband, a father. He was, by all accounts, a decent man. He stood before his men and offered them a choice. Anyone who did not wish to participate could step aside. Only 12 did. Trapp himself participated. He gave the orders. He supervised the killing. And afterward, he returned to his family and his life. He was a bureaucrat, and he had done his job. The role of bureaucrats in atrocity is often overlooked. We focus on the leaders, the ideologues, the architects of evil. But the machinery of atrocity is built by bureaucrats. It is the bureaucrats who schedule the trains, who process the paperwork, who manage the logistics. They do not see the victims. They do not hear the screams. They see files, forms, numbers, and they do their jobs. The bureaucrat is protected by several mechanisms of moral disengagement. The first is displacement of responsibility. The bureaucrat is following orders. They are not responsible. The responsibility belongs to the authority who issued the plot orders. The second is diffusion of responsibility. The bureaucrat is one of many. The responsibility is shared. The third is euphemistic labeling. The killing is not killing. It is evacuation, resettlement, special treatment. The fourth is the denial of consequences. The bureaucrat does not see what happens to the people on the trains. The consequences are abstract, distant, invisible. The bureaucrat is not a monster. They are often ordinary people who have found themselves in a system that asks them to do terrible things. The system provides the justifications. The system provides the distance. The system provides the cover, and the bureaucrat, who would never kill with their own hands, becomes a cog in the machinery of death. The story of the bureaucrat is the story of the banality of evil. It is the story of how ordinary people become complicit in atrocity not through hatred, but through routine. They are not driven by ideology. They are driven by the logic of the organization. They are doing their jobs, and in doing their jobs, they are making atrocity possible. The antidote to bureaucratic complicity is accountability. It is the insistence that the bureaucrat is responsible for their actions, that just doing my job is not a defense. It is the recognition that the train schedule, the paperwork, the logistics, these are not neutral. They are the machinery of death, and the person who operates the machinery is responsible for what the machinery does. Chapter 74. Upstanders. What distinguishes the few who intervene from the many who watch? In the summer of 1942, a German industrialist named Oskar Schindler began to do something extraordinary. He started saving Jews. He employed them in his factory, protected them from deportation, spent his fortune on bribes to keep them alive. By the end of the war, he had saved more than 1,000 people. Schindler was not a saint. He was a profiteer, a womanizer, a member of the Nazi Party. But he became an upstander, and his story raises a question that has haunted the study of evil. What distinguishes the few who intervene from the many who watch? Upstanders are individuals who, in the face of injustice, act. They do not look away. They do not assume someone else will act. They intervene. They risk their own safety, their own reputation, their own lives. To protect others, they are rare, and they are essential. The research on upstanders has identified several factors that distinguish them from bystanders. The first is moral courage. Upstanders are willing to act on their moral convictions, even when doing so is costly. They do not calculate the risks. They do not weigh the consequences. They act because they believe it is right. The moral courage is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to act in spite of fear. The second factor is the capacity for empathy. Upstanders feel the suffering of others as if it were their own. They do not distance themselves. They do not dehumanize. They see the victim as a person with a face, with a life, with a family, and that recognition compels them to act. The third factor is a sense of personal responsibility. Upstanders do not assume someone else will act. They take responsibility themselves. They do not diffuse. They do not displace. They own the situation, and in owning it, they become capable of acting. The fourth factor is the presence of a supportive network. Upstanders are often part of communities that value courage, that support intervention, that provide models of moral action. They are not alone. They are supported, and that support enables them to do what they might not be able to do alone. The story of upstanders is the story of hope. It is the story of the individuals who, in the darkest moments, choose the light. They are not saints. They are not superhuman. They are ordinary people who, in an extraordinary moment, find the courage to act. And their example tells us that the capacity for intervention is within us. It is not a gift. It is a choice, and the choice is always available. Chapter 75. The Altruistic Personality. Is there a psychological profile for heroes? In the aftermath of the Holocaust, the psychologists Samuel and Pearl Oliner set out to study the rescuers. They interviewed hundreds of non-Jews who had risked their lives to save Jews during the war. They wanted to understand what distinguished the rescuers from the bystanders. Was there an altruistic personality? A psychological profile that predicted heroism? The Oliners found that the rescuers did not fit a simple profile. They were not saints. They were not superhuman. They were ordinary people. But they did share certain characteristics. The first was a strong sense of connection to others. The rescuers felt responsible not just for their own families but for the wider community. They saw the Jews as part of their world, not as outsiders. The second was a capacity for empathy. The rescuers could imagine the suffering of the Jews as if it were their own. The third was a willingness to take risks. The rescuers did not calculate the costs. They acted on impulse, on instinct, on conviction. The Oliners also found that the rescuers were often raised in families that valued compassion, that taught them to care for others, that provided models of moral action. The rescuers were not born. They were made. They were shaped by their families, their communities, their experiences. The research on the altruistic personality suggests that heroism is not a fixed trait. It is a capacity that can be cultivated. It is the product of values, of relationships, of experiences. The altruistic personality is not a gift, it is a choice, and the choice is available to all of us. The story of the rescuers is a story about the possibility of goodness. It is a reminder that the same mechanisms that produce cruelty situation, context, group pressure can also produce heroism. The rescuers were not immune to the pressures of their time. They were subject to the same fears, the same uncertainties, the same social pressures as everyone else. But they made a different choice. And that choice tells us that the capacity for heroism is within us. Chapter 76, Whistleblowers, the psychological cost of speaking truth to power. In 1971, a man named Daniel Ellsberg made a decision that would change his life. He was a military analyst, a Cold War insider, a man who had served his country. He had worked on the Pentagon Papers, a secret history of the Vietnam War, and he had come to believe that the war was wrong, that the public had been lied to, that the truth needed to be told. He copied the documents, he gave them to the press, and he became the most famous whistleblower in American history. Whistleblowers are individuals who speak out against wrongdoing within their organizations. They are not heroes in the conventional sense. They are often motivated by a sense of duty, by a commitment to truth, by a belief that the organization has lost its way. They are often isolated, vilified, punished. They pay a price for speaking out, and they do it anyway. The psychology of whistleblowing is the psychology of moral conviction. The whistleblower is driven by a belief that something is wrong, that the wrong must be exposed, that the truth must be told. The conviction is often not a choice, it is a compulsion. The whistleblower cannot remain silent. The silence would be complicity, and complicity is intolerable. The cost of whistleblowing is high. Whistleblowers are often fired, blacklisted, sued. They lose their careers, their reputations, their friends. They are isolated. They are attacked. They are made to pay for their courage. Many whistleblowers report that they would not do it again. The cost is too high. But whistleblowers also report that they could not have done otherwise. The truth demanded to be told, and in telling it, they did something essential. They broke the silence. They disrupted the system. They made it possible for others to see what was happening. The whistleblower is not a hero. They are a person who, in the face of wrongdoing, refused to look away. The story of whistleblowers is the story of conscience. It is the story of individuals who choose the truth over comfort, over safety, over belonging. They pay a price, but their sacrifice is essential, because without them, the wrongdoing would continue. The system would remain closed, the truth would remain hidden, and the rest of us would never know. Chapter 77, Civil Disobedience, the Moral Psychology of Nonviolent Resistance. In 1955, a black woman named Rosa Parks boarded a bus in Montgomery, Alabama. She sat in the front. When the driver told her to move to the back, she refused. She was arrested, and her refusal sparked a movement that would change the course of American history. Rosa Parks was not the first person to refuse to move to the back of a bus, but her refusal came at a moment when the community was ready to organize, and her act of civil disobedience became the spark that ignited the civil rights movement. Civil disobedience is the deliberate violation of unjust laws for the purpose of protest. It is a form of resistance that has been used by movements around the world. The American Civil Rights Movement, the Indian Independence Movement, the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. Civil disobedience is not lawlessness, it is a form of moral action. It is the refusal to comply with laws that are unjust, and it is grounded in a profound moral psychology. The moral psychology of civil disobedience is built on several pillars. The first is the recognition that the law is not the final arbiter of morality. There are higher principles: justice, equality, human dignity. When the law violates these principles, the individual has a duty to resist. The second is the willingness to accept the consequences. The civil disobedient does not hide. They do not evade. They accept arrest, punishment, suffering. The willingness to accept consequences demonstrates the seriousness of the protest. It shows that the disobedient is not acting out of self-interest, but out of conviction. The third pillar is nonviolence. The civil disobedient does not meet violence with violence. They meet violence with suffering. They absorb the violence of the system and refuse to return it. The nonviolence is not passivity, it is a form of power. It exposes the violence of the system. It forces the system to show its hand, and in doing so, it wins the sympathy of the wider society. The fourth pillar is organization. Civil disobedience is not individual, it is collective. It is organized, disciplined, strategic. The movement trains its members, coordinates its actions, plans its campaigns. The organization transforms individual acts of resistance into a force that can challenge the system. The story of civil disobedience is the story of moral courage. It is the story of individuals who refuse to accept injustice, who are willing to suffer for their principles, who believe that the arc of history bends toward justice. They do not always win, but they change the terms of the debate. They force the society to confront its injustices, and in doing so, they make the world more just. Chapter 78. Complicity. How proximity to power creates tacit endorsement. In the spring of 1943, a German industrialist named Albert Speer visited the Mauthausen concentration camp. He was the Minister of Armaments for the Third Reich, one of the most powerful men in Germany. He toured the camp. He saw the prisoners. He saw the conditions. He saw the quarry where prisoners were worked to death. He had lunch with the commandant. And then he went back to Berlin and continued his work. He did not protest. He did not resign. He did nothing. He was complicit. Complicity is the state of being involved in wrongdoing without being the primary perpetrator. It is the tacit endorsement of evil through silence, through inaction, through proximity. The complicit individual does not pull the trigger. They do not operate the gas chamber, but they enable the trigger to be pulled. They make the gas chamber possible. And they do so not through malice, but through convenience, through careerism, through the desire to avoid conflict. The psychology of complicity is the psychology of moral disengagement. The complicit individual uses the same mechanisms as the perpetrator: displacement of responsibility, diffusion of responsibility, euphemistic labeling, denial of consequences. They tell themselves that they are not responsible. They tell themselves that they are just doing their job. They tell themselves that they have no choice. And in telling themselves these things, they become complicit. Complicity is not limited to extreme contexts. It operates in everyday life. The employee who knows that the company is breaking the law and says nothing is complicit. The citizen who knows that the government is torturing prisoners and looks away is complicit. The neighbor who hears the abuse and does not call the police is complicit. Complicity is the quiet endorsement of evil. It is the silent agreement that what is happening is acceptable, and it is the foundation upon which systems of cruelty are built. The antidote to complicity is speaking out. It is the refusal to remain silent. It is the willingness to say, "This is wrong. I will not be part of it." The antidote is not easy. It carries costs, but the cost of complicity is higher. The complicit individual may keep their job, their reputation, their safety, but they lose something else. They lose their integrity. They lose their moral compass. They lose the capacity to look at themselves in the mirror. The story of complicity is the story of the many who could have acted and did not. It is the story of the bystanders, the bureaucrats, the collaborators. It is the story of how evil is enabled by those who do nothing. And it is a call to the rest of us. Do not be complicit. Do not look away. Do not tell yourself that you have no choice. You have a choice, and the choice is to act. Chapter 79. Survivor's Guilt, the psychological aftermath of surviving when others did not after the war. The survivors of the Holocaust carried a burden that the rest of us cannot fully understand. They had survived. Their families had not. Their communities had not. Their worlds had been destroyed, and they were left with a question that had no answer. Why me? Why did I survive when so many others did not? The question was not a search for explanation. It was a wound, and it was called survivor's guilt. Survivor's guilt is the psychological experience of guilt for having survived a traumatic event when others did not. It is not rational. The survivor did nothing wrong. They did not choose to survive. But the guilt is real. It is the weight of the dead. It is the burden of being the one who lived. The psychology of survivor's guilt is the psychology of responsibility. The survivor feels responsible for the dead. They should have done more. They should have protected them. They should have died instead. The responsibility is not real, but it is felt, and the feeling can be overwhelming. Survivor's guilt is not limited to the Holocaust. It is experienced by survivors of war, of genocide, of natural disasters, of accidents. It is experienced by soldiers who come home when their comrades did not. It is experienced by patients who survive when others in the war died. It is experienced by anyone who has lived through a tragedy that claimed others. The guilt is often accompanied by a sense of alienation. The survivor feels separate from the rest of humanity. They have seen something that others have not seen. They have experienced something that others cannot understand. They are marked. They are different, and the difference is isolating. The treatment of survivor's guilt is not about erasing the guilt. The guilt is a response to something real. It is the expression of love, of connection, of responsibility. The task is not to forget the dead. It is to find a way to carry them that does not destroy the self. It is to honor them by living. It is to transform the guilt into something that sustains rather than destroys. The story of survivor's guilt is the story of the burden of the dead. It is the story of those who lived when others died, who carry the weight of that survival. They are not responsible, but they feel responsible. And that feeling, painful as it is a testament to their humanity. It is the recognition that the dead were not statistics. They were people, and they are remembered. Chapter 80. Post-traumatic growth, how some survivors of atrocity transform their suffering into meaning. In 1945, a young man named Viktor Frankl was liberated from the Theresienstadt concentration camp. He had lost his parents, his brother, his wife. He had lost everything. He had endured horrors that most of us cannot imagine, and he emerged from the camps with a conviction that would shape the rest of his life, that even in the worst conditions, we can choose our attitude toward our suffering. He called this the will to meaning, and he devoted his life to helping others find meaning in suffering. Post-traumatic growth is the phenomenon in which individuals who have experienced trauma report positive changes as a result of their struggle. They do not forget the trauma. They are not grateful for it, but they find that the struggle has changed them in ways that they value. They have grown. They have become stronger, more compassionate, more appreciative of life. They have transformed their suffering into meaning. That the concept of post-traumatic growth was developed by the psychologists Richard Tedeschi and Lawrence Calhoun. They identified 5 domains of growth: a greater appreciation of life, closer relationships with others, a greater sense of personal strength, recognition of new possibilities for one's life, and spiritual or existential development. These changes do not erase the trauma. They coexist with it. The survivor does not forget, but they also do not remain the same. Post-traumatic growth is not inevitable. Many survivors do not experience growth. They experience post-traumatic stress, depression, anxiety. The growth is not a measure of the survivor, poor's strength or virtue. It is a possible outcome, not a necessary one, but it is a real outcome, and it is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The mechanisms of post-traumatic growth are not fully understood, but they seem to involve the effort to make sense of what happened, to find meaning in the suffering, to integrate the trauma into a larger narrative of life. The survivor who can tell a story about what happened, who can find a way to use the experience to help others, who can connect with others who have suffered, these survivors are more likely to experience growth. The story of post-traumatic growth is the story of hope. It is the story of those who have endured the worst and found something on the other side. They are not the same. They carry scars, but they also carry something else. A depth of understanding, a capacity for compassion, a commitment to meaning. They have transformed their suffering into something that sustains them and that can sustain others. And in doing so, they show us that even in the darkest places, the human spirit can grow. Part IX, Healing and Justice. What happens after the evil is stopped? Exploring justice, forgiveness, and reconciliation. Chapter 81, Restorative vs. Retributive Justice, Healing Communities vs. Punishing Offenders. In the spring of 1995, a young woman named Connie was the victim of a burglary. The man who broke into her home stole her jewelry, her savings, her sense of safety. He was caught, tried, and sentenced to prison. But Connie was not satisfied. The trial had not given her what she needed. She had not been able to ask the man why he had done it. She had not been able to tell him how his actions had affected her. She had not been able to see him take responsibility. She had been a witness in her own tragedy, but she had been given no voice. Connie discovered a different approach. It was called restorative justice. She met with the man who had burglarized her home. She asked him her questions. She told him her story. He listened. He apologized. He took responsibility, and Connie found that she could begin to heal. The man, for his part, began to understand the human consequences of his actions. He began to change. The restorative process did not erase what had happened, but it created something new, a space for accountability, for healing, for the possibility of redemption. Restorative justice is an approach to wrongdoing that focuses on repairing the harm caused by crime rather than simply punishing the offender. It brings together victims, offenders, and community members in a process of dialogue, accountability, and repair. The goal is not to minimize the offense, it is to address the needs of all those affected. The victim needs to be heard. The offender needs to take responsibility. The community needs to heal. Retributive justice, by contrast, focuses on punishment. The offender has broken the law. The state imposes a penalty. The victim is often sidelined. The community is passive. The offender is punished, but the harm remains unaddressed. The retributive approach has its roots in ancient conceptions of justice. an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But it often fails to meet the needs of victims. It often fails to change offenders. It often fails to heal communities. The psychology of restorative justice is the psychology of accountability. When an offender takes responsibility, when they see the human consequences of their actions, when they are held accountable by the community, the conditions for change are created. The offender is not just punished. They are confronted. They are challenged. They are given the opportunity to become someone different. The psychology of retributive justice is the psychology of punishment. The offender is isolated, excluded, condemned. The punishment may satisfy the desire for revenge, but it often does not lead to change. The offender emerges from prison unchanged, perhaps hardened, perhaps more alienated, perhaps more dangerous. The punishment has done its work, but the work has not been healing. The debate between restorative and retributive justice is not a debate about whether wrongdoing should be taken seriously. It is a debate about how to take it seriously. The retributive approach says to punish. The restorative approach says repair. Both seek justice, but they understand justice differently. For the retributivist, justice is the imposition of deserved suffering. For the restorative, justice is the restoration of right relationship. The evidence suggests that restorative justice can be effective. Victims report higher satisfaction. Offenders report lower recidivism. Communities report a sense of closure. But restorative justice is not a panacea. It requires willing participants. It requires skilled facilitators. It requires a context of safety. It is not appropriate for all cases, but where it is appropriate, it offers something that retribution cannot. The possibility of healing. The story of restorative justice is the story of a different way of responding to wrongdoing. It is the story of victims who find their voices, offenders who find their humanity, communities that find their wholeness. It is not soft on crime. It is harder. It demands that offenders face the consequences of their actions not abstractly but concretely, not through the distant machinery of the state but through the human encounter with those they have harmed. And in that encounter, something new becomes possible. Chapter 82, The Psychology of Confession, Why Perpetrators Confess or Don't. In the winter of 1996, a man walked into a police station in Spokane, Washington. He told the desk officer that he had killed someone. He gave the name of the victim. He gave the location of the body. He gave details that only the killer could know. He was calm, composed, almost matter of fact. He was confessing. The detectives who interviewed him could not understand. Why? He was not under suspicion. He had not been caught. He had come in on his own. When they asked him why, he said, "I couldn't live with it anymore. The guilt was eating me alive." The psychology of confession is the psychology of the burden of guilt. The human psyche is not designed to carry the weight of unacknowledged wrongdoing. The guilt festers. It grows. It consumes. For some, the only relief is confession. The confession is not rational. It does not serve the self-interest of the confessor. It is an act of self-destruction, but it is also an act of liberation. The confession releases the burden. The truth, even at great cost, is a form of freedom. But not all perpetrators confess. Many never do. They carry their secrets to the grave. The psychology of silence is the psychology of self-protection. The perpetrator tells themselves that the victim deserved. They tell themselves that they were just following orders. They tell themselves that what happened was not so bad. They construct a narrative that allows them to live with themselves. The narrative may be a lie, but it is a lie that protects them from the truth. The factors that influence confession are complex. The strength of the evidence matters. The likelihood of punishment matters. The presence of a supportive interrogator matters. But the deepest factor is the internal pressure of guilt. The perpetrator, who can construct a justification for their actions, may never confess. The perpetrator who cannot, who is haunted by what they have done, may feel an irresistible need to speak. The confession also serves a psychological function for the victim and the community. The confession validates the victim's experience. It acknowledges that the harm was real, that the perpetrator was responsible, that the truth has been told. The confession is a form of accountability. It is the first step toward repair. The story of confession is the story of the truth. It is the story of perpetrators who cannot escape what they have done, who are driven to speak, who find that the burden of silence is heavier than the burden of punishment. It is also the story of those who never speak, who carry their secrets to the grave, who die with the truth still locked inside them. The confession is not always justice, but it is the beginning of truth, and without truth there can be no healing. Chapter 83: Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, the South African Model, Forgiveness Without Amnesia. In 1995, South Africa faced an impossible task. The apartheid regime had fallen. The new government, led by Nelson Mandela, was committed to democracy, to equality, to human rights. But the country was scarred. Decades of oppression had left wounds that would not heal easily. The perpetrators of apartheid, the police, the soldiers, the bureaucrats, were still there. The victims were still there. The truth was buried. And the question was, how do you build a new society on a foundation of atrocity? The answer was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, chaired by Archbishop Desmond Tutu. The commission was given a mandate to hear the truth about the crimes of apartheid, to grant amnesty to those who confessed fully, to provide reparations to victims, and to promote national unity. The commission was not a court. It could not punish. It could only hear and recommend and remember. But it was, in the words of Tutu, a way of looking the beast in the eye. The South African model was revolutionary. It was based on a simple premise: without truth, there can be no reconciliation. But without amnesty, there would be no truth. The perpetrators would not confess if they faced punishment. The victims would not heal if the truth remained buried. The commission created a space where the two could meet. The perpetrator who confessed was granted amnesty. The victim who testified was heard. And the country, by listening, began to heal. The psychology of truth commissions is the psychology of acknowledgement. The victim needs to be heard. They need to know that what happened to them was real, that it mattered, that it is remembered. The perpetrator needs to speak. They need to unburden themselves of the truth they have carried. The community needs to witness. It needs to know what happens, to acknowledge the suffering, to commit to not repeating it. The Truth Commission is a ritual of acknowledgement, and acknowledgement is the foundation of healing. But the South African model was not without its critics. Some argued that amnesty was a betrayal of justice. The perpetrators should have been punished. The victims were denied their day in court. Others argued that the commission did not go far enough. The truth was partial, the reparations were inadequate, the healing was incomplete, and the wounds of apartheid remained. The legacy of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is complex. It did not solve all of South Africa's problems. It did not bring perfect justice, but it did something remarkable. It allowed a country to transition from tyranny to democracy without a bloodbath. It allowed victims to be heard. It allowed perpetrators to confess. It allowed the nation to begin the long process of healing, and it showed the world that there is a path between forgetting and revenge. It is the path of truth. It is the path of reconciliation. It is the path of forgiveness without amnesia. Chapter 84. The Trauma of Atrocity, Intergenerational Transmission of Trauma. In 1973, a Cambodian woman named Shantho gave birth to a daughter in a refugee camp on the Thai border. She had survived the Khmer Rouge. She had seen her parents killed. She had been forced into labor, starved, tortured. She had lost everything. She carried the trauma with her, and she passed it to her daughter. Not through words, not through stories. She never spoke of what had happened, but the trauma was there. It was in her silence. It was in her fear. It was in the way she flinched at sudden noises, the way she hoarded food, the way she could not trust, and her daughter, who had never experienced the horrors, carried them anyway. The intergenerational transmission of trauma is the process by which the effects of trauma are passed from one generation to the next. The children of survivors do not have their own memories of the trauma, but they carry the trauma in their bodies, in their families, in their communities. They inherit the fear, the grief, the silence. They are shaped by experiences they did not have. The mechanisms of transmission are multiple. There is biological transmission, where trauma changes the stress response system, and those changes can be passed to offspring through epigenetic modifications. There is psychological transmission. Traumatized parents may be less available, more anxious, more irritable. Their children absorb their fear. There is social transmission. Communities that have experienced atrocity often carry collective trauma, a shared history of suffering that shapes the identity of the next generation. The intergenerational transmission of trauma has been documented in the children of Holocaust survivors, in the children of Rwandan genocide survivors, in the children of indigenous peoples who survived colonization. In the children of enslaved Africans, the patterns are consistent. Higher rates of anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, a sense of vulnerability, of being marked, of carrying a burden that cannot be named. The transmission is not inevitable. Some children of survivors break the cycle. They heal. They build lives that are not defined by the trauma. But the transmission is real, and it is one of the most enduring legacies of atrocity. The trauma does not end with the survivors. It echoes through generations. It shapes families, communities, nations, and the work of healing is the work of generations. The antidote to intergenerational transmission is acknowledgement. It is the telling of the story. It is the breaking of the silence. It is the recognition that the trauma is real, that it is carried, that it must be named. The children who know their parents' stories, who understand what happened, who are allowed to grieve, these children are less likely to carry the trauma as a burden. The story does not erase the trauma, but it transforms it. It makes it something that can be carried, not as a weight, but as a memory. Chapter 85. De-radicalization. Can ideology be unlearned? Cognitive approaches to leaving hate groups. In 2005, a young man named Christian Picciolini walked away from the white supremacist movement. He had been a leader in the movement. He had recruited members. He had spread the ideology. He had believed with all his heart that the white race was under threat, that violence was justified, that the enemies of the race must be destroyed. And then he began to see. He saw the suffering he had caused. He saw the humanity of those he had demonized. He saw that the ideology that had given his life meaning was a lie. He left, and he spent the rest of his life helping others leave. De-radicalization is the process by which individuals abandon extremist ideologies and leave hate groups. It is not easy. The ideology that has given meaning, identity, community, does not release its hold easily. The individual who leaves often loses everything: their friends, their purpose, their sense of self. They become exiles in their own communities, and they must rebuild their lives from the ground up. The psychology of de-radicalization is the psychology of cognitive change. The individual must unlearn the beliefs that have structured their world. They must learn to see the other as human. They must learn to tolerate complexity. They must learn to live without the certainty that the ideology provided. The cognitive change is not simply intellectual. It is emotional, relational, existential. The factors that facilitate de-radicalization are multiple. The first is doubt. The individual begins to question. A piece of evidence does not fit. A leader is exposed as a fraud. A friend is harmed. The doubt is the crack in the edifice. The second is contact. The individual meets someone from the outgroup who is not a monster, who is human, who challenges the stereotype. The contact disrupts the dehumanization. The third is a new identity. The individual finds something else to believe in, something to replace the ideology. The new identity provides meaning, purpose, community. The fourth is support. The individual who leaves needs people who will welcome them, who will help them rebuild, who will not judge them for what they were. De-radicalization is possible. The evidence from programs around the world shows that individuals can leave hate groups, can abandon extremist ideologies, can rebuild their lives. But the process is slow. It is difficult. It requires sustained support, and it requires the willingness of the individual to change. The story of de-radicalization is the story of hope. It is the story of individuals who were lost and found their way back. It is the story of the possibility that even the most hardened ideology can be unlearned, that even the most committed perpetrator can change. The change is not guaranteed, it is not inevitable, but it is possible. And in that possibility lies the hope for a world with fewer haters, fewer extremists, fewer perpetrators of evil. Chapter 86, Rehabilitation of Perpetrators, the Possibility of Redemption in Prison Settings. In 1998, a man named Ian Manuel was serving a life sentence in a Florida prison. He had been convicted of shooting a woman during a robbery. He was 16 years old. He had grown up in poverty, in violence, in neglect. He had been tailed by every institution that should have protected him. And now he was in prison, with no hope of release, with nothing to do but wait to die. But Ian Manuel did not die. He began to write. He wrote poetry. He wrote letters. He wrote to the woman he had shot. And over years, through letters, through words, through the patient work of apology and accountability, he began to change. The woman he had shot became his advocate. She fought for his release. After 18 years, he walked out of prison. He was not the same person who had walked in. The rehabilitation of perpetrators is one of the most contested issues in the psychology of evil. Can people who have done terrible things change? Can they be redeemed? Can they become something other than what they were? The evidence suggests that the answer is yes, but the answer is not simple. Rehabilitation requires several conditions. The first is accountability. The perpetrator must take responsibility for what they have done. They must not minimize, justify, or deny. They must face the truth. The second is remorse. The perpetrator must feel the weight of the harm they have caused. They must experience the suffering of the victim as if it were their own. The third is change. The perpetrator must change the patterns of thought, feeling, and behavior that led to the harm. They must develop empathy, impulse control, moral reasoning. The fourth is opportunity. The perpetrator must be given a chance to live differently. They must have something to do, something to become, something to hope for. The prison system in most countries is not designed for rehabilitation. It is designed for punishment. The conditions of incarceration often make change harder, not easier. The violence, the isolation, the hopelessness, these do not rehabilitate. They traumatize, they harden, they produce people who are more dangerous, not less. But there are programs that work. There are prisons that focus on education, on therapy, on skill building. There are programs that bring victims and perpetrators together in restorative justice. There are communities that welcome former perpetrators back, that give them a chance to rebuild their lives. These programs are not soft on crime. They are hard. They demand accountability. They demand change, but they offer something that punishment alone cannot: the possibility of redemption. The story of rehabilitation is the story of the possibility of change. It is the story of people who did terrible things and became something else. It is not a story of forgiveness. It is a story of work. The work of accountability, of remorse, of transformation. The work is hard. It is not guaranteed, but it is possible, and in that possibility lies the hope that even the worst among us can become something better. Chapter 87. The Role of Memory, Memorials, Museums, and the Obligation to Remember. In 2005, the United Nations designated January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. The date was chosen because it was the day that Auschwitz was liberated. Around the world, ceremonies were held. Speeches were given, candles were lit, the memory of the Holocaust was being honored, but the question that haunted the day was, why? Why remember? The Holocaust was over. The perpetrators were dead. The survivors were dying. Why not let the memory die with them? Why not move on? The answer, given by survivors and scholars and activists, is that memory is an obligation. The victims deserve to be remembered. The truth deserves to be told. The lessons deserve to be learned. Without memory, the past is not past. It is forgotten, and what is forgotten can be repeated. Memorials and museums are the physical embodiments of memory. They are places where the past is preserved, where the dead are named, where the truth is told. They are not just for the victims. They are for the living. They remind us of what we are capable of. They warn us of where we can go. They call us to be better. The psychology of memorials is the psychology of witness. The memorial is a witness. It says, this happened, these people lived, these people died, their suffering was real, their lives mattered. The memorial does not allow us to look away. It forces us to confront. It demands that we remember. But memorials are also contested. Who gets to be remembered? How are they remembered? Whose story is told? The politics of memory are the politics of power. The powerful remember themselves. The powerless are forgotten. The struggle for memory is the struggle for justice. The victims who are remembered are not erased. The victims who are forgotten are erased a second time. The obligation to remember is not a burden. It is a gift. It is the gift of knowing where we come from, of understanding what we are capable of being warned about where we might go. The memory of atrocity is not comfortable. It is not easy, but it is essential. Without it, we are condemned to repeat. With it, we have a chance to choose differently. Chapter 88. Forgiveness. Is it a moral imperative or a psychological burden? In 1993, a young man named Azim Khamas's son was shot and killed by a 14-year-old gang member. The crime was senseless, brutal, devastating. Azim was consumed by grief, by rage, by a desire for revenge, and then he did something extraordinary. He forgave A. He reached out to the family of the boy who had killed his son. He met with the boy in prison. He worked to understand what had led to the killing. He founded an organization to prevent youth violence. He did not forget his son. He did not minimize the crime, but he chose forgiveness. And in choosing it, he found a way to transform his grief into something that could heal. Forgiveness is one of the most contested concepts in the psychology of evil. Is it a moral imperative? Should victims forgive those who have harmed them? Or is it a burden, an expectation that asks victims to suppress their pain, to deny their rage, to let perpetrators off the hook? The answers are not simple. The psychology of forgiveness is the psychology of release. The victim who forgives does not forget. They do not excuse. They do not minimize. They release themselves from the burden of hatred, from the consuming desire for revenge. The forgiveness is not for the perpetrator, it is for the victim. It is the letting go of something that was destroying them. But forgiveness cannot be demanded. The victim who is pressured to forgive, who is told that they must forgive to heal, is being asked to do something that may not be possible, that may not be right. The forgiveness must come from the victim. It must be their choice, and the choice not to forgive is also legitimate. The victim who cannot forgive, who carries the rage, who demands justice, that is also a legitimate response. The debate about forgiveness is not a debate about whether victims should forgive. It is a debate about who gets to decide. The victim decides. The victim has the right to forgive or not to forgive. The victim has the right to carry the pain or to release it. The victim has the right to define their own path to healing, and the rest of us have the obligation to respect that path, whatever it is. The story of forgiveness is the story of the power of the victim. It is the story of those who choose to release the burden of hatred, who choose to transform their pain into something that can heal. It is also the story of those who cannot forgive, who carry the weight of what was done to them, who demand that the world remember and hold accountable. Both are legitimate. Both are human. And both deserve our respect. Chapter 89. Re-entry: How Communities Accept or Reject Former Perpetrators. In 2014, a man named Sean Hopwood walked out of federal prison. He had served 11 years for bank robbery. He had entered prison as a young man, lost, angry, without direction. He had emerged as a lawyer. He had taught himself the law in prison. He had written briefs that had reached the Supreme Court. He had changed. But when he walked out, he faced a question that no amount of preparation could answer. Would the community accept him? Would he be given a chance to rebuild his life? Or would he be forever marked by what he had done? The re-entry of former perpetrators into society is one of the most difficult challenges in the aftermath of crime. The former perpetrator has served their time. They have been punished. But the punishment does not end when the sentence ends. The former perpetrator faces discrimination in housing, in employment, in education. They are marked. They are excluded. They are told in 1,000 small ways that they will never be fully accepted. The psychology of re-entry is the psychology of stigma. The former perpetrator carries the mark of what they have done. The mark is visible. It is on their record. It is in the eyes of others. The stigma can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. The former perpetrator who is excluded, who is denied opportunity, who is told that they are worthless, may become what they are told they are. They may return to crime, they may become the person the community feared. But the community that welcomes former perpetrators, that gives them a chance to rebuild, that sees them as more than their worst act, that community does something remarkable. It creates the conditions for change. It says you are not defined by what you did, you can become something else. And in that recognition, the former perpetrator can begin to become something else. The story of re-entry is the story of second chances. It is the story of communities that choose to welcome rather than exclude, to support rather than condemn, to believe in the possibility of change. It is also the story of the many former perpetrators who are never welcomed, who are cast out, who are left to struggle alone. The choice is ours. We can be the community that excludes, or we can be the community that welcomes, and that choice will determine whether former perpetrators become what they were or become something else. Chapter 90. Breaking the cycle, preventing the next generation from inheriting the conflict. In 1995, a young woman named Ilwad Elman was born in Somalia. Her country was in the midst of civil war. Her father, Elman Ali Ahmed, was a peace activist. He had dedicated his life to ending the violence. He had worked to rehabilitate child soldiers, to negotiate between warring factions, to build a movement for peace. In 1996, he was assassinated. Yilwad was 1 year old. She grew up in the shadow of her father's death, and she grew up determined to continue his work. She returned to Somalia as a young woman and founded an organization to support survivors of violence, to rehabilitate former combatants, to build the conditions for peace. She was breaking the cycle. Breaking the cycle of violence is the central challenge of the psychology of evil. The cycle is self-perpetuating. Violence creates trauma. Trauma creates hatred. Hatred creates violence. The cycle continues generation after generation until someone breaks it. The break is not easy. It requires work. It requires courage. It requires the willingness to see the humanity of the other, even when the other has done terrible things. The mechanisms for breaking the cycle are multiple. The first is education. The next generation must be taught a different story. They must learn that the other is human. They must learn that violence is not the only answer. The second is economic opportunity. Desperation fuels violence. The young man who has a job, who has a future, is less likely to pick up a gun. The third is trauma healing. The wounds of the past must be addressed. The trauma that is carried must be named, must be grieved, must be released. The fourth is the creation of shared institutions. The groups that are in conflict must have institutions that bring them together, that give them a stake in peace, that make war costly and peace rewarding. Breaking the cycle is not the work of one generation, it is the work of many. The cycle that has been built over decades, over centuries, cannot be broken overnight. But it can be broken. It has been broken in Rwanda, in South Africa, in Northern Ireland, in places that were once consumed by violence. The cycle has been broken. The peace is fragile, the wounds are not healed, but the cycle is broken, and the next generation has a chance. The story of breaking the cycle is the story of hope. It is the story of Ilwad Elman, who returned to the country where her father was killed to continue his work. It is the story of the parents who teach their children not to hate. It is the story of the communities that choose reconciliation over revenge. It is the story of the individuals who, in the face of the worst that human beings can do, choose to build something better, The cycle can be broken. It has been broken, and the work of breaking it is the work that gives meaning to the study of evil. Because we do not study evil to understand it, we study it to prevent it, and the prevention begins with breaking the cycle. Part X, confronting the shadow, turning inward, self-reflection, the mundane evil in everyday life, and building moral immunity. Chapter 91, Evil in Everyday Life, Bullying in Schools, Workplace Mobbing, and Domestic Tyranny. We have traveled through the grand theaters of evil, the genocide, the torture chamber, the concentration camp. We have studied the architects of atrocity, the bureaucrats of death, the ideologues of hatred. But evil is not only found in history's darkest chapters, it lives closer. It lives in the schoolyard where a child is systematically humiliated. It lives in the office where a colleague is relentlessly undermined. It lives in the home where a partner is slowly, quietly destroyed. Evil in everyday life is the evil that does not make headlines. It is the evil that happens in ordinary places, to ordinary people, at ordinary times, and it is, perhaps, the most pervasive form of cruelty. Bullying in schools is the training ground for cruelty. The child who is bullied learns that the world is not safe, that others cannot be trusted, that they are worthless. The child who bullies learns that cruelty is rewarding, that power can be taken, that the suffering of others is acceptable. The patterns established in the schoolyard echo through life. The bully becomes the workplace mobber, the domestic tyrant, the perpetrator of larger cruelties. The victim carries the scars for decades. The schoolyard is not a trivial arena. It is where the psychology of evil is first enacted. Workplace mobbing is bullying grown up. It is the systematic humiliation of a colleague by a group. It begins with a rumor, a criticism, a slight. It escalates. The target is isolated. Their work is sabotaged. Their reputation is destroyed. They are excluded from meetings, from lunches, from the informal networks that make work possible. They are attacked again and again until they break. The mobbing is often invisible to outsiders. It is the work of ordinary people who have found a target and who, through the mechanisms of group dynamics, become a mob. The mob does not see itself as cruel. It sees itself as justified. The target deserves it. The mob is just doing its job. Domestic tyranny is the evil that hides behind closed doors. It is the partner who controls, who isolates, who humiliates. It is the constant criticism, the monitoring of movements, the control of finances. It is the escalation from words to threats to violence. The domestic tyrant does not begin with violence. They begin with small acts of control, small acts of humiliation, small acts of isolation. Each step is small. Each step is justified, and by the time the violence begins, the victim is already trapped. The domestic tyrant is not a monster. They are often a person who has learned that power is the only safety, that control is the only love, that cruelty is the only language that works. The psychology of everyday evil is the psychology of ordinary cruelty. The bully, the mobber, the tyrant, they are not psychopaths. They are not sadists. They're ordinary people who have found themselves in situations where cruelty is rewarded, where empathy is suppressed, where the victim is dehumanized. They are the products of the same mechanisms that produce larger cruelties: dehumanization, moral disengagement, group pressure, gradual escalation. The mechanisms are the same, only the scale is different. The antidote to everyday evil is the same as the antidote to genocide: awareness, intervention, accountability. the bystander who intervenes in the schoolyard, the colleague who refuses to join the mob, the friend who notices the signs of domestic tyranny. These are the upstanders of everyday life. They do not need to be heroes. They need only to refuse to look away. They need only to say, "This is not acceptable." And in that refusal, the cycle of everyday evil can be broken. Chapter 92, Systemic Evil: How Institutions, Prisons, Hospitals, Corporations can become engines of cruelty without bad individuals. In 1972, a photographer named William Thomas entered the Willowbrook State School, an institution for children with intellectual disabilities, in New York. What he found was a nightmare. Children were naked, lying in their own filth, crying out for attention. They were neglected, abused, forgotten. The institution was not run by sadists. It was run by ordinary people doing their jobs. But the system had become an engine of cruelty, and no one had stopped it. Systemic evil is the evil that does not require bad individuals. It is the evil built into the structures of institutions, the prison that warehouses people in inhumane conditions, the hospital that neglects its patients, the corporation that poisons a community. These institutions do not require villains. They require only ordinary people following ordinary procedures, making ordinary decisions, doing their jobs. The evil is in the system, not in the souls of the individuals who operate it. The psychology of systemic evil is the psychology of normalcy. The prison guard who enforces a cruel policy is not a monster. They are doing what they were trained to do. The hospital administrator who cuts staff to save money is not a, call it, sadist. They are balancing a budget. The corporate executive who approves a cost-saving measure that endangers workers is not a psychopath. They are maximizing shareholder value. The cruelty is not the product of individual malevolence. It is the product of systems that reward efficiency over humanity, that prioritize profit over people, that make cruelty rational. The prison system in many countries is a case study in systemic evil. The conditions are often inhumane. The violence is endemic. The rates of mental illness, of suicide, of recidivism are catastrophic. And yet the system persists, not because the guards are evil, not because the administrators are cruel, but because the system is designed to punish, not to heal. The system is designed to contain, not to rehabilitate. The cruelty is not a bug, it is a feature. It is the logic of the system. The healthcare system in many countries is another case study. The patients who are rushed through appointments, who are not listened to, who are dismissed, these are not the victims of individual malpractice. They are the victims of a system that prioritizes volume over care, that rewards speed over attention, that makes the patient a unit of production rather than a person. The doctors are not cruel. They are overwhelmed. The system is cruel. The corporation is perhaps the most pervasive engine of systemic evil. The corporation that externalizes costs onto workers, onto communities, onto the environment. This is not the work of a few bad actors. It is the logic of the corporation. The corporation is designed to maximize profit, and maximizing profit often requires cruelty, low wages, unsafe conditions, environmental destruction. The executives are not monsters. They are doing what the system demands. The antidote to systemic evil is systemic change. It is the redesign of institutions to prioritize humanity over efficiency, people over profit, care over throughput. It is the creation of accountability mechanisms that hold systems responsible for their outcomes. It is the cultivation of a culture that sees the human being behind the case number, the patient behind the chart, the worker behind the cost. Systemic evil is not inevitable. It is designed, and what is designed can be redesigned. Chapter 93. Corporate Psychopathy, When Profit Motive Trumps Human Welfare. In 2008, the global financial system nearly collapsed. The crisis was caused by a web of complex financial instruments, by reckless lending, by the assumption that housing prices would rise forever. But it was also caused by something deeper, a culture that had elevated profit above everything else. The executives who ran the banks, the traders who sold the mortgages, the regulators who looked the other way. They were not psychopaths, but they operated in a system that rewarded psychopathic traits, and the result was the greatest economic disaster since the Great Depression. Corporate psychopathy is not the presence of psychopathic individuals in corporations. It is the tendency of corporate structures to reward psychopathic behavior. The corporation selects for traits that are advantageous in competitive environments. Ruthlessness, lack of empathy, strategic manipulation, willingness to harm others for gain. The corporation does not intend to select for these traits, but the structure of incentives makes them advantageous, and over time, the individuals who rise to the top are those who possess them. The psychology of corporate psychopathy is the psychology of moral disengagement at scale. The executive who lays off thousands of workers does not see the faces of those workers. They see numbers on a spreadsheet. The executive who approves a product that will harm consumers does not see the suffering. They see market share. The executive who exploits workers in developing countries does not see the conditions. They see cost savings, the distance, the abstraction, the euphemisms. These allow the executive to do what they would never do if they had to witness the consequences. The case of the pharmaceutical industry is instructive. Companies have marketed drugs they knew were dangerous. They have suppressed research that showed harm. They have put profits above the lives of patients. These decisions were not made by a few bad actors. They were made by a system that rewards revenue over safety, that punishes whistleblowers, that makes the calculation of profit the only calculation that matters. The executives were not monsters, they were doing what the system demanded. The case of the fossil fuel industry is another example. For decades, companies knew that their products were causing catastrophic climate change. They suppressed the research. They funded denial. They lobbied against regulation. They continued to profit while the planet burned. These were not the actions of a few evil individuals. They were the actions of a system designed to maximize shareholder value. The system did not care about the future. It cared about the next quarter. The antidote to corporate psychopathy is regulation, accountability, and a redefinition of corporate purpose. The corporation must be held accountable for its externalities. It must be required to consider the welfare of workers, communities, and the environment. It must be stripped of the legal fiction that profit is the only purpose. The corporation is a human creation. It can be redesigned. The question is whether we have the will to redesign it. Chapter 94. Environmental Evil, the Psychology of Ignoring Climate Catastrophe, Apathy as a Form of Harm. In 1988, a NASA scientist named James Hansen testified before Congress. He told the world that the climate was warming, that the warming was caused by human activity, that the consequences would be catastrophic. He was right. 30 years later, the warnings have been repeated by thousands of scientists, by every major scientific body in the world. The evidence is overwhelming, and yet the world has not acted. The emissions continue to rise, the planet continues to warm, and the catastrophe continues to unfold, and we, the human race, are doing almost nothing. Environmental evil is the evil of apathy. It is the failure to act in the face of catastrophe. It is the willingness to sacrifice the future for the present. It is the refusal to change even when the evidence is clear. Even when the stakes are existential, the harm is not caused by a single individual. It is caused by billions of individuals, each making small decisions, each telling themselves that their contribution does not matter. The apathy is not indifference. It is the product of psychological mechanisms that allow us to ignore what we do not want to see. The psychology of ignoring climate catastrophe is the psychology of distance. The consequences are distant in time. The worst effects will be felt by future generations. The consequences are distant in space. The worst effects will be felt by people far away. The distance allows us to not feel, and not feeling allows us to not act. The same mechanisms that allowed the bureaucrat to ignore the suffering of the Jew allow us to ignore the suffering of the future. The psychology of ignoring climate catastrophe is also the psychology of helplessness. The problem is so large, so complex, so overwhelming, that we do not know where to start. We feel that our individual actions are meaningless, so we do nothing. The helplessness is a form of moral disengagement. It allows us to tell ourselves that there is nothing we can do, that the problem is too big, that our contribution does not matter. The helplessness is real, but it is also a justification. The psychology of ignoring climate catastrophe is also the psychology of denial. We cannot bear to face the truth. The truth is terrifying. The truth demands that we change everything. The truth is that we are destroying the conditions for human life, and we cannot bear it, so we deny. We tell ourselves that it is not happening, or that it is not caused by us, or that it will not be as bad as the scientists say. The denial is a defense, but it is a defense that is killing us. The harm of apathy is not less than the harm of action. The person who looks away while a child drowns is complicit in the drowning. The society that ignores climate catastrophe is complicit in the catastrophe. The apathy is a form of evil. It is the evil of the bystander writ large. It is the refusal to act when action is possible, when action is necessary, when action is the only thing that can save us. The antidote to environmental evil is action. It is the recognition that our individual actions matter, that the collective action of billions of individuals can change the trajectory. It is the refusal to look away. It is the willingness to bear the truth, to feel the fear, to act in spite of it. The climate catastrophe is the greatest moral challenge of our time, and the question is whether we will be the on generation that looked away or the generation that acted. Chapter 95, The Shadow Self, Carl Jung's concept of integrating one's capacity for darkness. The Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung believed that every human being carries a shadow. The shadow is the part of ourselves that we do not want to see. It is the repository of our darkest impulses, our capacity for cruelty, for selfishness, for hatred. We spend our lives trying to deny the shadow, to push it away, to pretend that it does not exist. But the shadow does not disappear. It grows, and it waits, and one day, when we least expect it, it emerges. Jung's concept of the shadow is essential to the psychology of evil because the shadow is the capacity for evil that lives in each of us. The person who denies the shadow, who insists that they are pure, that they could never do harm, is the person most vulnerable to evil. They have not integrated their darkness. They have not acknowledged it. And because they have not acknowledged it, they cannot control it. It controls them. The integration of the shadow is the process of acknowledging one's capacity for darkness. It is the recognition that we are all capable of cruelty, of selfishness, of hatred. It is the willingness to look at the parts of ourselves that we would prefer to ignore. The integration is not an endorsement. It is not a permission to act on the darkness. It is the recognition that the darkness is there and that the only way to control it is to see it. The person who has integrated their shadow is less likely to commit evil because they know what they are capable of. They have seen the darkness. They have acknowledged it, and in acknowledging it, they have disarmed it. The shadow does not disappear, but it is no longer a secret. It is no longer a force that operates beneath the surface, controlling behavior without the person's awareness. The integrated shadow is a shadow that can be chosen, and the choice not to act on it is a genuine moral choice. The person who has not integrated their shadow is the person who projects their darkness onto others. The hatred they cannot acknowledge in themselves is projected onto the outgroup. The cruelty they cannot admit in themselves is attributed to the enemy. The projection is the mechanism of dehumanization. The person who projects their shadow onto the other does not see the other as human. They see the other as the embodiment of their own disowned darkness, and in that projection, cruelty becomes impossible. The work of shadow integration is the work of self-awareness. It is the willingness to ask, "What am I capable of?" It is the courage to look at the parts of myself that I would prefer to hide. It is the humility to recognize that I am not pure, that I am not above the capacity for evil, that I am, like everyone else, a human being with the potential for both good and evil. The shadow integration does not guarantee that we will not do harm, but it makes it less likely because the person who knows their own darkness is less likely to project it onto others. And the person who does not project is less likely to dehumanize, and the person who does not dehumanize is less likely to kill. Chapter 96. Humility and Fallibility. Admitting we are all capable of cruelty as the first step to prevention. In the aftermath of the Stanford Prison Experiment, Philip Zimbardo was asked what he had learned. He said, "I learned that I am capable of being a perpetrator. I was the superintendent of the prison. I created the conditions. I could have stopped it. I didn't. I am not above the situation. I am not immune to the forces that produce the cruelty." Zimbardo's admission was an act of humility. It was the recognition that he, the scientist, the expert, the one who thought he was above it all, was as vulnerable as anyone else. Humility is the recognition of our own fallibility. It is the acknowledgement that we are all capable of cruelty, of self-deception, of moral failure. It is the willingness to admit that the line between us and the perpetrator is not as clear as we would like it to be. Humility is not self-flagellation. It is not the denial of our capacity for good. It is the recognition that we are complex, that we contain both light and shadow, that we are not immune to the forces that produce evil. The opposite of humility is self-righteousness. The self-righteous person believes that they are good, that they could never do harm, that the evil is always in others. The self-righteous person is dangerous because they do not see their own capacity for cruelty, they do not guard against it, they project their darkness onto others, they dehumanize, they justify, and they become capable of things they never imagined. The first step to preventing evil is the acknowledgement that we are all capable of it. The person who knows their own fallibility builds defenses. They are vigilant. They watch for the small signs, the early steps, the mechanisms of moral disengagement. They do not assume that they are immune. They assume that they are vulnerable. And that assumption is the foundation of prevention. The humility to admit our own capacity for cruelty is not a weakness. It is a strength. It is the strength of self-awareness. It is the strength of honesty. It is the strength that allows us to say, I could be the guard, I could be the bystander, I could be the perpetrator. And because I could, I must be vigilant. I must build defenses. I must watch for the small compromises. The gradual escalations, the mechanisms that lead from ordinary to extraordinary, the humility is not the end of the journey, it is the beginning. Chapter 97, Building Moral Immunity, How to Inoculate Against Authoritarian Appeals and Propaganda. In the 1960s, the psychologist William McGuire developed a theory of attitude change. He called it inoculation theory. The idea was simple. Just as a vaccine exposes the body to a weakened form of a virus, build immunity. Exposure to a weakened form of a persuasive argument can build immunity to that argument. The person who has been exposed to the argument, who has been shown its flaws, who has been taught to resist it, is less likely to be persuaded by it later. Inoculation works, and it is the model for building moral immunity. Moral immunity is the capacity to resist authoritarian appeals, propaganda, and the mechanisms of moral disengagement. It is the set of skills that allows us to recognize manipulation, to question authority, to hold on to our moral commitments even when they are costly. Moral immunity is not a fixed trait. It is a set of skills that can be taught, and it is essential to the prevention of evil. The first component of moral immunity is awareness. We must understand how propaganda works. We must understand the mechanisms of moral disengagement. We must understand the techniques of authoritarian persuasion. The person who does not understand how they are being manipulated is vulnerable to manipulation. The person who understands can resist. The second component is critical thinking. We must learn to question, to ask, who is telling me this? What do they want? What are they not telling me? Is this true? The critical thinking is not cynicism. It is the refusal to accept claims without evidence. It is the habit of inquiry. It is the capacity to hold on to our own judgment in the face of pressure to conform. The third component is moral courage. We must learn to act on our convictions even when it is costly. The courage is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to act in spite of fear. The courage can be practiced, it can be trained, it can become a habit. The fourth component is community. Moral immunity is not built alone. It is built in communities of people who share values, who support each other, who hold each other accountable. The community provides the reinforcement that allows the individual to resist. The community provides the model of resistance. The community provides the safety that makes courage possible. The inoculation against authoritarian appeals is not a one-time event. It is a lifelong practice. The propaganda is always there. The authoritarian appeals are always there. The mechanisms of moral disengagement are always there. The question is whether we have built the immunity to resist them. The question is whether we have cultivated the awareness, the critical thinking, the moral courage, the community that allows us to say no. Chapter 98, Courage as a Habit, Training Compassion and Bravery like a Muscle. In 1943, a German woman named Elfriede Schultz was arrested for listening to foreign radio broadcasts. She was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. Her brother was the writer Erich Kästner. He had not seen her for years, but when he heard of her arrest, he wrote to the authorities asking for mercy. His letter was polite, deferential, desperate. It did not work. Elfrida was executed. Kästner carried the guilt for the rest of his life. He had not been courageous. He had been afraid, and his fear had cost his sister her life. Courage is not a trait. It is a habit. It is a practice. It is something we do, not something we have. The person who acts courageously in one situation may not act courageously in another. The courage is not in the person, it is in the act, and the act can be practiced, it can be trained, it can become a habit. The research on courage shows that it is like a muscle, it grows with use. The person who practices small acts of courage, speaking up in a meeting, intervening in a minor conflict, standing up for a colleague, builds the capacity for larger acts. The courage is not a gift, it is a skill, and skills can be learned. The training of courage begins with the recognition that fear is normal. The courageous person is not fearless. They are afraid, but they act anyway. The fear is not the enemy. The enemy is the paralysis that the fear produces. The training of courage is the training to act in the face of fear. The training of courage also requires the cultivation of compassion. The compassionate person is more likely to act courageously because they feel the suffering of the other as their own. The compassion is not a sentiment. It is a motivation. It is the force that overcomes the fear. The training of compassion is the training to feel with others, to see their suffering, to be moved by it. The compassion is the engine of courage. The training of courage is the work of a lifetime. It is the work of building the habit of action, the habit of intervention, the habit of speaking up. It is the work of building the capacity to act, even when it is costly. The courage is not about heroism, it is about the small acts, the everyday interventions, the refusal to look away. The courage is the muscle that makes resistance possible, and it can be built. Chapter 99, Hope, in Dark Times, Psychological Resources for Resisting Despair in the Face of Systemic Evil. In 1943, a young woman named Etty Hillesum was living in the transit camp of Westerbork in the Netherlands. She was a Jewish prisoner, awaiting deportation to Auschwitz. She knew what was coming. She had seen the trains leave. She had seen the people packed into cattle cars. She had no reason to hope. And yet, she wrote in her diary, "I am not afraid. I am not bitter. I can still feel the beauty of the world, and I will not let them take that from me." She was killed in Auschwitz in 1943, but her diary survived, and in it, she left a testament to hope. Hope is not optimism. Optimism is the belief that things will get better. Hope is something else. Hope is the refusal to give up. It is the commitment to act as if the future matters. Even when the evidence suggests that it does not, hope is the choice to keep going, to keep fighting, to keep believing even in the darkest times. Hope is not a feeling, it is a decision. The psychological resources for hope are multiple. The first is meaning. The person who has a sense of meaning, who believes that their life matters, who is committed to something larger than themselves, has a resource that sustains them in dark times. The meaning does not have to be grand. It can be the commitment to care for a child, to help a neighbor, to tell the truth. The meaning is the anchor that holds against despair. The second resource is connection. The person who is connected to others, who is part of a community, who is not alone, has a resource that sustains them. The connection provides support, provides purpose, provides the knowledge that they are not the only one fighting. The isolation is the enemy of hope. The connection is its foundation. The third resource is action. The person who acts, who does something, who does not just wait, has a resource that sustains them. The action does not have to be grand. It can be a small act of resistance, a small act of kindness, a small act of truth-telling. The action reminds us that we are not powerless. The action is the expression of hope. The fourth resource is the knowledge of history. The person who knows that darkness has been overcome before, that tyranny has been defeated, that the arc of history bends toward justice, one has a resource that sustains them. The history does not guarantee the future, but it reminds us that the future is not determined. It can be shaped, and we are the shapers. Hope in dark times is not naive. It is not the denial of reality. It is the refusal to be defeated by reality. It is the choice to act as if the future matters, even when the present is unbearable. The hope is the engine of resistance, and it is essential because without hope, there is no reason to fight, and without fighting, there is no chance of victory. Chapter 100, Final Reflection. Are we predators or guardians? A synthesis of human potential, acknowledging our capacity for the worst while striving for the best. We began this journey with a question: what is the psychology of evil? We have traveled through the experiments that revealed our capacity for obedience, through the mechanisms that enable dehumanization, through the systems that manufacture atrocity, through the stories of perpetrators and bystanders and upstanders, through the possibilities of healing and redemption. We have seen the worst that human beings can do to one another, and we have seen the best. The question that remains is the question that each of us must answer. Who are we? Are we predators, capable of cruelty, driven by self-interest, prone to evil? Or are we guardians, capable of compassion, driven by connection, inclined to good? The answer is that we are both. The human being is not one thing. We contain multitudes. We are capable of the worst. We have proven it again and again across history. The capacity for cruelty is not a pathology. It is a potential. It lives in each of us. The guard, the bureaucrat, the perpetrator, they are not monsters. They are us. They are what we become under the right conditions. The conditions are not exotic. They are the conditions of obedience, of dehumanization, of group pressure, of gradual escalation. They are the conditions that we have studied throughout this book, and they are conditions that can be created anywhere. But we are also capable of the best. We are capable of courage, of compassion, of resistance. The upstander, the rescuer, the whistleblower. They are not saints. They are us. They are what we become under the right conditions. The conditions are also not exotic. They are the conditions of connections, of empathy, of moral courage, of community. They are the conditions that we have also studied throughout this book, and they are conditions that can be created anywhere. The question is not whether we are predators or guardians, it is which we will choose to be. The choice is not a single decision. It is 1,000 decisions made every day, in small moments, in ordinary contexts. The choice to speak up or to remain silent, the choice to intervene or to look away, the choice to see the other as human or to see them as other, the choice to take responsibility or to displace it, the choice to act or to wait. The choice is ours, and the choices we make, accumulated over a lifetime, determine who we become. The psychology of evil is not a science of inevitability. It is a science of possibility. It shows us the mechanisms that lead to cruelty, but it also shows us the mechanisms that lead to resistance. It shows us that the capacity for evil is universal, but it also shows us that the capacity for good is universal. The question is not whether we have these capacities. We do. The question is which we will cultivate. The philosopher Hannah Arendt wrote that the greatest evil is not committed by monsters but by ordinary people who have stopped thinking. The antidote to evil, then, is thinking. It is the refusal to stop. It is the willingness to ask questions, to challenge authority, to see the consequences of our actions. The thinking is not a luxury. It is a moral obligation. It is the work of being human. We have traveled a long road. We have seen the worst, but we have also seen the best. We have seen the capacity for evil, but we have also seen the capacity for resistance. The question that remains is the question that each of us must answer in our own lives. Will we be the guard or the upstander? Will we be the bystander or the rescuer? Will we be the perpetrator or the one who says no? The answer is not in our genes. It is not in our personalities. It is in our choices. And the choice is ours. Let us choose to see the humanity in the other. Let us choose to take responsibility for our actions. Let us choose to speak up, to intervene, to resist. Let us choose to be the ones who break the cycle. Let us choose to be guardians. The future is not determined. It is shaped by the choices we make, and the choice is ours.